Hello everyone and welcome to the day number 4 of 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad. Here we are in Budapest once again. I'm woman grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm here together with two grandmasters Peter Svidler and Cristian Chirila. Really happy to see you guys once again. And yesterday we had such an eventful day. It was Friday 13th and it started in style with Magnus Carlsen arriving to the playing venue by his bike, almost losing his game on time, and then it continued with some upsets. Please, Cristian, tell us a little bit more about what happened yesterday.
Absolutely. We had some extras before the round started, but also, of course, the chess itself was extremely motivating for us as commentators and exciting for the fans as well. A lot of favorites, unfortunately, fell in yesterday's round, but we sort of expected this type of surprises. But today we have big dog clashes. Peter, tell us about that.
Absolutely. We will see a lot of really strong Grandmaster clashes. There will be a number of games between 2,700 players, but we'll get to setting up the table for the day, I think, in a bit. But about yesterday.
Yes.
I should have realized yesterday was Friday the 13th earlier than just now, and I think it explains some of the things we've seen. In terms of upsets, we've seen our first losses by 2,700 players against much lower rated players. Anish Giri lost his game yesterday. Vincent Keimer played his first game of this Olympiad, and that game was a loss as well. We've seen favorites lose matches finally. Netherlands, as already mentioned, with Anish losing on board 1. Netherlands lost to Italy, playing without their board 1, which is particularly spectacular. And finally, the drama, the excitement, and the unexpected results are showing up.
Also, France lost yesterday, and we also were following closely the match where Canada won once again. A very dramatic match.
I'm trying not to talk about it today because I spent half an hour freaking out live on air yesterday about the end of the Canada match, and I'm trying to limit myself.
We did not believe it actually happened, but it did happen.
Yes.
In fact, you guys talked to the captain of the team that played Canada yesterday. Tell us a bit about that. What insights do you have about
without the
match?
board and without setting up the entire scenario, it will be difficult to give the whole thing justice. But basically, a very strong player playing for a team which was trailing 2-1 at the time agreed to a draw offer in a position where he had no risk and was objectively winning.
Yes.
And it is possible not to understand that you're winning. He was a full rook, well, not a full rook, a rook for three pawns, but still, the decision to accept a draw offer which signs the score sheets sort of for the match and loses your team the match is a very rare thing. You will not see it very often in high-profile team competitions. But enough of that. We can maybe return to it later. For now, round 4 is about to start, and this is obviously Fabiano Caruana there on the left of your picture, playing Andrei Volokitin, a stalwart of Ukrainian chess, somebody who's played for the Ukrainian national team from, I think, the early 2000s. And obviously a very strong player.
And despite the loss by Ivanchuk yesterday, very unexpected loss given the position that he had, they still managed to win that respective match, and right now they're facing a very tough opponent, of course, the United States, with Fabiano in good shape right now, back over 2,800, back to world number 2, and he's definitely feeling good about his chess. To beat Ivan Chaparinov with the black pieces from that position out of the opening, that's not easy.
We can see the lineup for both teams, and we can see that Wesley So is playing against Vasily Ivanchuk. Leonid Dominguez is facing Ruslan Ponomaryov, and Ray Robson will play against Anton Korobov. I'm expecting a big fight still, no matter what, even though the rating difference is here. But still, we all know that Ukrainian team can be dangerous. They were Olympic champions before, not even once, I think.
More than once.
More than once, for sure.
Once, absolutely. And feels like a bit of a betrayal that John Donaldson replaced Lev.
I kind of like this replacement right now, because Lev, obviously, he's on 3 out of 3, but he has been shaky. And right now, Ruslan Ponomaryov
But this is what made it so exciting, though.
It did, yes. Betrayal for us, right?
Yes,
towards us.
Not the team. I meant specifically us and the spectators.
Towards us and the fans.
And we just saw the first move. The first symbolic move was made by international master Janusz Tompa, who was the captain of the first Hungarian women's Olympic champions. We remember this tournament which was played in Thessaloniki in 1988, and three Polgar sisters were participating together with Ildiko Madel, and famous event where all of them were so young and they managed to win their first Olympiad.
Oh, there we go. The legend himself, Vasily Ivanchuk, opens up with 1d4. Now, Korobov on board 4. That's a very difficult matchup for anybody on any team. And right now, Ray Robson is going to be faced with that challenge in this match.
Sicilian seemingly on Fabi's board there on board 1, and this is the Korobov-Robson game where Anton opens with e4. Anton could play absolutely anything. He is a very, very well-rounded player. The board on your screen there is Lenier's game, but maybe we could start from board 1 and go from there if we are to talk about this match. It's difficult to say very much about the opening while they're still setting up, still making choices. Looks like Volokitin is going for a knight off against Fabi. Fabi very quickly opts for bishop d3, which is
a surprise, right? He's been playing everything, but recently rook g1 was one of his options. Knight b3, the most recent. I don't remember exactly who he played against.
I think against MVL he went knight b3.
Knight b3,
in
yes.
Louis, yep.
And now he switches once again, bishop to d3. Do you know anything about this line?
Bishop d3, I played it myself, and I've looked at it somewhat seriously in the recent years. It's something I feel that it would be fair to say that it pretty much did not exist as a top-level option until maybe 5 years ago, maybe slightly more than 5, and is now one of the absolute mainline options. A lot of people have tried this. Vishy played it, I think. Vishy, I think, was one of the earliest strong players to have played it, but now it has been tried by, I think, pretty much everybody in the top 10 who plays 1e4. The idea being that you actually preserve flexibility. If black plays g7, g6, which is one of the kind of the more obvious options, bishop d3 feels like a bit of a nothing move, and why not switch to dragons? After g6, white has options of both switching to kind of typical dragon setups with bishop b3, queen d2, and f3. You could also make an argument for a move like f4, which transposes to positions you normally would get by starting with f4 on move 6. Generally, black tends to play e5 in this position. White goes knight d2. The pawn gets pushed to f4, and you get interesting, very non-standard positions quite often, which is something you want against an either, because I think the way things are right now, the mainstream options, which are for many, many years, you were supposed to play either bishop b3 or bishop b2 or perhaps bishop g5, and those were your 3 absolute main options, and you were kind of rotating between those 3. These days, as Cristian said, all kinds of moves which weren't really even seriously considered.
Even bishop d2 has been tried.
Bishop d2 has been tried. b2 b3 is a move.
Yes.
Knight b3 is a very serious move, by the way.
Yes.
We're not like h3 used to be a novelty. Well, not a novelty, but a move that wasn't considered to be very serious. Now it's absolute mainline theory. So the development of theory in mainline openings is such that people try pretty much any legal move, and often you can actually find justifications for almost any legal move. So bishop d3 in that respect is one of the more normal ones even.
I just wanted to point out that Volokitin played in 4 Olympiads for national team of Ukraine, and even he played in 2004 in Kalvia when Ukraine won golden medals, and also in 2012 when Ukraine was third in Istanbul Olympiad. So he's a very experienced player. Actually, he plays very well for the team. He's not maybe so active right now as a player himself, but he plays always for the national team, and he shows very decent results.
Yes.
First time I see him play on the first board. It's an interesting composition. This time Belavsky is the trainer of the team. He decided to put him on the first board, which is like really interesting choice.
It's a very interesting composition because you have the experience on pretty much all boards, but it does feel like a bottom heavy team. You have Ruslan Ponomaryov and Anton Korobov who can score points against anybody pretty much, and they're quite active as well. Vasily, obviously he's a legend, but he's not playing as much. So is, as you just mentioned, Volokitin. So it's a bottom heavy strategy perhaps trying to hold on the top boards, but Volokitin starting up with the Sicilian immediately, throwing the gauntlet at Fabi.
Absolutely, yes. And I wonder, on the second board, Vasily is playing against Wesley, so maybe we have head-to-head statistics. Have they played before, and like what are the results? I mean, I'm very
They must
curious.
have played a little bit, but they do
But not
belong
much,
to
yes.
different
That's-
generations.
Absolutely,
yeah.
but how
There
yes.
you have it. Head-to-head, 2 wins for Wesley, 4 draws, and never no wins.
No wins for Vasily.
Vasily.
And Vasily is in the minus even with the white pieces, as you can see in the bottom graphic there. 1 draw and 2 wins for Wesley, meaning that all the wins for Wesley actually came with the black pieces. And if we return to the board right now, and also that graphic provides us with the useful info that Wesley, I think, skipped a game, and Vasily is playing his 4th game out of 4 in this Olympiad, not really
Haven't any rest.
No rest.
Yes.
And this is a very conservative choice, I think, against the Nimzo. If we are to speak about this opening, against the Nimzo these days, if you want to get a game, I think people have begun taking very seriously, I think, 2 diametrically opposite options. One is e3 bishop d2, aiming for very, very solid positions where it could become sharp in some lines, but in general, you're just trying to get the game. You're not really aiming for much of an advantage. And another thing that is coming back very much into fashion is playing some sort of a Zemish system against the Nimzo, where you follow this up by playing f3, e4, basically abandoning your queen side in many cases, and trying to attack on the king side and in the center. And the most, I guess, striking example of this approach is a recent game that Jan Nepomniachtchi won in the Singfield Cup against Anish Giri. If you haven't seen that game, go and look it up. It's a fantastic, fantastic example of attacking chess. Those 2 things are very, very unlike each other. This is a very high-risk strategy, and e3 bishop d2 is really not.
And of course, we've seen this in the World Championship match as well between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. That was a big discussion that kind of started the trend pretty much.
Yeah, I think Jan even mentioned in one of the interviews that what he did against Anish was prepared for that
Of
match
course,
against
yeah.
Ding, and kind of
Exactly.
ended up not being used. But
Because he said I was never in the situation that I needed to win. Yes, it was like a kind of a joke
Yes, yes.
in this moment.
yeah.
Obviously, Wesley.
Whereas
now
what
thinking-
Vasil is doing in this game, returning to Vasil's game, is maybe the absolute main line of the Nimza. The problem with it being that it's so well researched that unless you have something very striking somewhere around here in the next two to three moves, unless you have a very fresh idea, very often black makes draws without really even needing to engage anything but the memory. It's very, very exhaustively researched so far.
Queen to a4.
Queen a4
is
played, yeah, it's
obviously
one of the absolute main moves.
Queen
Immediately
c2, Queen
he plays.
c1 has been tried as well, coupled with h4, all sorts of
course, yeah.
ideas, but most of them are pretty much very deeply analyzed at this
Yeah,
point.
I think, how does this go these days? I think Queen d7, Queen c2, and I have a feeling very often black actually just allows white to
Yes.
take on f6. I think maybe theory here
C5.
was like c5, bishop f6, gf, dc5, rook c8.
I
or-
think you're very much right about it. Yes.
I'm really not a Nimzo player with either color, but this appears to be at least close to what they're doing with
Yeah.
black.
Peter, you know so well Vasily. Yesterday he lost such a crazy game, you know, losing basically in one move, blundering at the last moment in the drawish position. Like, what do you think? What is his psychology today? How does he feel?
Well, this is a team competition, so honestly, Ukraine is a very strong team. The Ukraine is a team I think players on boards 3 and 4 will not necessarily consider themselves particular underdogs on their boards. And Vasil, I think, has become, I mean, he is a team player. He knows what's required. And if he comes today with the idea of just playing incredibly solidly, maybe asking some small question in some long line, and if the question is answered correctly, the game is a draw, I wouldn't be shocked. In a personal competition, I've seen him go sort of in both extremes after losses. Sometimes he shuts down and he kind of decides to limit the damage, and sometimes he could go on an absolute tear, trying to break even, trying sort of chasing losses. But in a team competition, he is so experienced and such a strong and responsible player that this opening choice, coupled with the general match situation, suggests to me that we might have a quieter game.
Especially given his opponent. Wesley So will never shy away from a quick draw with the black pieces. I mean, let's just be honest about that. Yeah, he's not going to go crazy. And again, as you just mentioned, the team did well yesterday. He lost, but the team did well, so definitely he's not feeling that bad.
Yeah, we're talking about
his
Vasil
personal
now.
result. Vasil, yes.
Exactly. Yes.
And these two teams were neck and neck in the 2016 Olympiad, when only a tiebreak point separated the two and gave the gold to the US. So they know each other very well, very similar team compositions from those years as well. So
there was this crazy moment, right, when they were waiting for who is going to win. Yes,
who's going to win it? Yeah.
And I remember Pavel Ulyanov winning his last game, and he still thought that perhaps he, against actually Bilyavsky, who is now the trainer of the team. Now all these pictures are coming to my mind, and I remember he played against Bilyavsky. So they thought that perhaps they are winners, and it was decided on, again, as you told before, on some tie-break criteria. Somewhere else, somebody was playing the match which decided the fate of the medals.
I remember they were very happy, and they were embracing him for winning. They really
thought that they
will
won,
win.
and
It's
at the end it
heartbreaking.
was not the victory. It was US who managed to win. So for them, this match, for both teams, it's a really important match. Both of them were there. Both of them were the winners of the Olympiad. Interesting clash.
Yes,
Absolutely.
huge clash.
On board 3 in the match there, if we now that we've begun going through all the boards in this match, we have this position in a game between Lenier Dominguez and Ruslan Ponomarev, and an important turning point here, because if you want a sharp game, you're kind of supposed to play bishop g5 here, I feel, in particular against a5, bishop a7, because black spent 2 tempi doing something on the queen side, which is maybe not, strictly speaking, necessary in the future. Very, very sharp positions. It also gives white potential additional tempi to go knight a3, knight b5, attacking this bishop, attacking maybe the pawn on c7 in some lines. Or alternatively, you can do something quieter. You can play knight bd2, I guess, and that would switch us to much more restrained positions where craziness is much less likely to happen by move 15.
Yeah, to be honest, whenever I'm looking at the Giocopiano, there's just too many ways, both white and black in play. This one, a5, bishop a7, with or without the pawn on d6, with or without the pawn on h6. There's so many ways, so many views that both players can give to each other.
I remember, and normally he would be perhaps instead of me in the studio, but they lured him back to the playing boards. I had this conversation with Peter Lecker during, I think, a rare occasion when we both played for the same Bundesliga club, and he started talking about working with Vincent Keimer, and the subject of the Giocopiano came up, and he said, yeah, it's very difficult to understand, he said, but eventually I created these 72 files with all the different move orders, and I think I finally got to the bottom of it, he said.
72 files only for one opening. Oh my gosh.
for a subset of that opening. It's not even the whole opening.
It's just the move order.
And
the move order is
it was I think
insane.
me and Michael Adams and some other people, and we're just sitting there at the table like trying not to giggle, because
it's just crazy. Yes,
I understand why it's required. I sort of understand the impulse, but still the dedication Peter has to actually getting to the bottom of opening questions is absolutely unrivaled. And
I wonder,
I don't want to rival it, to be honest.
No. With 72, you don't want to play against Peter Lecker this opening at all. By the way, just wanted to ask our technical team, maybe we can see head-to-head between also Linier and Ruslan Ponomarev. I remember them playing.
Yeah, they must have played a bunch
of games. Yes, and
that's fewer than I thought.
Me too, because they played in many Grand Prix events, many classical games.
So Linier is up to 1 in total and up to 0 when he's white. They're both playing their 3rd game of the Olympiad. Linier had a rest day yesterday. Ruslan didn't play game 1. Both of them are on 2 out of 2, so successful outings so far. But yeah, the real challenge starts today with the matches between very, very close teams on pretty much every board up top.
But somehow it already feels like, especially the favorites, the US, are in good shape. Most of the players are in good shape. In India in 2022, you could feel already Fabiano was shaky on the first board. Levon was shaky. Right now he's also shaky, but he's on 3 out of 3.
Yes, that's
so
important,
that's huge. That's huge. But right now I don't see any striking weakness from Team USA that any other team can
Levon was
challenge.
trying to explain what's going on with him, and actually, if you have a chance, go to FIDE YouTube channel and find this interview, long interview with Anna Burtasova, with explanation what was happening in each game. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, Levon is a very good interviewer. Generally, if you can listen to Levon interviews, it's very much worth your time. Just to finish with this match, Anton Korobov. Yeah, look at all them Italians everywhere.
Another Jokopiano.
Yeah, another Jokopiano on board 4 with the sort of team colors reversed. Now it's the Ukrainian player playing the Jokopiano with white, but a very different outline with white already pushing a4 and the b pawn all the way up to b5. This came about via this move order, c3. Black decided here. Ray Robson says, please, no bishop g5 for me today. Anton goes with b4 and a4, goes b5. But usually this is, normally I think this is followed up by playing either rook e1 and d4, sorry, d4, not e3, d4, or knight bd2 and d4. And there was, I think, a recent game, there was a very exciting game between Fabi and Alireza in round 1 of the Singapore Cup, which I think the pawn wasn't on h6, but spiritually, and I keep on using the word spiritually, I need to stop.
I like it.
Yeah,
it's a good word.
You keep using that word as the quote goes. I don't think it means what you think it means, but it's very, very similar, and that was a very, very sharp game. But bishop e3 is honestly a bit of an unusual approach to me, because I think now Black is sort of in front in terms of what you want to achieve, because against this particular structure, my feeling always has been that what you want with Black is knight g6 and then very quickly c6 followed by d5.
Yes.
And normally White would like to be able to play d3, d4 first and kind of stop it, and also prepare maybe
get the bishop
to
to
drop
d3.
the bishop back to d3.
Defend
You
d4.
maybe want to actually have a knight on h4. Like if you don't play knight g6 immediately after, let's say, castles, knight h4 does become something you could at least consider, because you have to worry about the exchange sacrifice in some positions, and it rules out knight g6.
Yeah.
But after knight g6, I don't think getting the pawns to a4 and b5 does very much. Driving the knight from c6 to g6, I think actively helps Black, if anything. I think this is the optimal square for this piece. So I'm a little bit surprised by bishop e3, but this is obviously being played instantly by Anton.
It's his preparation.
Yeah.
This is what he got ready for today. Should we go to our mag cam?
Yeah,
we
maybe.
could, yeah, we could.
Because first of all, I saw before that our top-rated player in the world was at the playing hall. These are good news. He managed to get there on time.
An absolute legend of world chess, and I don't mean Magnus Carlsen there on the screen.
Yes.
This is the Spanish journalist Leoncha Garcia.
Yeah, exactly.
There studying the boards, walking across our screen there.
Another legend, Odin, the captain of the team, and also one of the two players who participated in this crazy marathon of chess. Odin and Daskild, we were following their stream for how many, 48 hours,
And again, it's
non-stop chess.
It's an interesting strategy for Team Norway, even with the pick of the captain, because he's a very friendly guy. He knows them well, but he's probably not going to be able to help in terms of chess too much. So that signals the fact that all of these players, they're fine being on their own. They're fine checking their files that they already have before the round, not relying on the captain to provide any new files or any new ideas. It's all about camaraderie. It's all about the team spirit within the team. And I think Magnus was also touching upon that after they drew their game, against Canada. He was like, look, it's just beginning of the tournament. We still have plenty of matches to go. The spirits are still high.
Yeah. We see also Alexei Shirov passing by.
This is a good camera spot, yeah, because
Yes.
people do want to watch Magnus, which means that we, apart from watching Magnus, we also get to watch like the who is who of world chess there on our screen, trying to keep a close eye on what Magnus is doing. Let's maybe take a look at the pairings of the open session, because we have been concentrating on the US match against Ukraine, but there's a lot of very, very interesting clashes there. Apart from the one we've already covered, which you see up top there, the main Hungarian team is playing Italy, the team that beat Netherlands yesterday. A very interesting matchup on board 3 there, where Serbia is playing India. Serbia is a much improved team these days, because they've had an influx of players who used to play for Russia. They have Predke and Sarana on 1 and 2, very, very strong young players. So yeah, this is a very obvious contender for maybe the strongest match of the round, board by board.
Yes.
You see there Predke playing Gukesh, Sarana playing against Prague.
Sarana is the European champion right now.
It's not going to be an easy walk for Indian players at all.
Absolutely not. Yeah,
Yes.
and Injic is perhaps slightly unfairly known as the tallest man in chess, but he's also a very strong grandmaster. And Velimir Ivic there on board 4 is a very exciting young talent who I think most of us kind of learned of his existence when he set the world on fire in the Sochi World Cup, where he was just playing this absolutely fantastic brand of chess, attacking in every game, like giving mates left and right to very strong players.
We saw him now.
He's
in
a bit
St. Louis.
unstable, but he's capable of 2,700 performances
At his best,
easily.
he is fantastic.
Easily, and he's very well prepared in the opening. That's one of his trademarks.
I think he's been working with Anish.
Yes,
He's
he was.
working with
That's what I
Anish.
said. He was in St. Louis 1 week ago because he was.
Did you work with him as well,
Anish.
Peter?
No.
No.
He's
Because
very young.
I feel like he worked with another top player for one of these.
Yeah,
events.
that's why I didn't work with him. Yeah, I'm not a top player.
Actually, how old is him? You told me he's very
He's
young.
about 20, 21, 22 perhaps. I was trying to recruit him to my university a few years back.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Unsuccessfully, unfortunately for me, but yeah, he's a very hard worker. And again, he can beat anybody. Now, Indic versus Erigaisi, for me, that's going to be a huge clash because I know both of these players. I know their styles. They're not afraid to throw the gauntlet.
Perhaps we
and
should jump to this.
We're
match.
going. I
Yeah.
think we're going to see a very sharp game in that one. I hope I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this looks like, I want to say, I don't know what this looks like from the pieces I see. Let's actually bring this up. Now, this is a very quirky position, which I guess arrived from, yeah, this is what I thought. It began by knight f3 and d5, g3, and now this move, knight c6, which Arjun plays. It used to be very much a sideshow, very few people did it, but it has become quite popular in recent years. The idea being that, of course, you would like to play 75.
D4 is almost the
You
forced
provoke
move, more or
d4,
less.
and then you've sort of committed to playing some sort of a Chigorin, but against the Chigorin, g3
You
is
don't play G3,
absolutely
yes.
not the move to refute that opening. So you get to play bishop f5, bishop g2. Now, I think they used to play e6 castles knight before, but then there was this crazy line that was discovered where white sacrifices a full rook by doing something like this, I think, right? There was this really crazy line starting with white being a rook down by move 8. Maybe black survives, but I think it kind of discouraged black from going there because it is very, very dangerous.
You have to know everything.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So night before, doing this prior to white castling kind of more or less locks white into playing knight a3. Black played e6, c3, knight c6, queen b3, rook b8. And now white gets to play knight h4, which is kind of important because I think if you give black time to play h6 to make sure that the bishop survives on this diagonal, black's position is just very healthy.
Yeah.
Yes, the knight is on c6, it's a bit awkward, but what is this guy doing on a3? It really isn't an oil painting either. But you do have knight h4, so white does get to win this bishop and occupy the center, but the position remains unusual and quite sharp because you have a kind of a strange structure. You also have this collection of really weird looking pieces which aren't on the square as they normally are.
I'm telling you, this is going to be a fun game.
Yeah,
This is definitely going. It's shaping up to be a very
Yeah,
fun game.
I'm enjoying
as
this
well.
already. Yeah. So let's take a brief look at all the positions in this match now that we've established this is a fun game. On board 1 there,
Gukesh is
Predke is playing Gukesh. This has been clearly e5, cd5 Karo. We can briefly go through how they arrived at this position. So e takes d5, c takes d5, and not the Panov, but the slower variations of bishop d3, knight c6, c3, queen c7. Maybe a slightly strange looking move, but stopping bishop f4 is very useful. This is by far the best square for this piece. So preventing the bishop from reaching f4 is something very normal here. White goes h3 because you want to play knight f3 and you don't want to allow bishop g4. This
And you can
bishop on
probably reach that f4 square still with knight e2, but you generally want your knight on f3.
Exactly, yes. So black goes knight f6, knight f3, and now black goes g7, g6, which is actually not an indication that you want to fianchetto the bishop. It's much more about playing bishop f5. And in fact, very often, and it will look, if it does happen, it looks very odd, but it's very difficult to refute. I've had this once on the white side, and I really couldn't understand what to do about it. Let's say we go castles, they go bishop f5, we go bishop e2, trying to prove to black that this is, you know, we can chase it away later and put the bishop back on d3. And they will, in some cases, play e6, followed by h5.
h5, yeah. It's quite
Followed by h5, just to make sure it doesn't get attacked by
it's a funny
g4
looking
later
line.
on.
It's a funny looking line.
And then the bishop comes out to d6. And this looks very weird at first glance. But then you start, if you're playing white, I had this, I think, against Alexander Ryzantsev once. And at first I thought, okay, I must be better a little bit. I will find a way to, I don't know, open something in the center and punish you for spending so much time moving your pawns around. But it's very difficult. The structure is very, very sturdy. And black wants to play something like bishop d6. If you need to solve the issue of where to put your king, in some cases you can actually castle queenside, or you can do this.
I think
the king
another
could walk
idea
to
is
g7.
to maybe keep the knight on b1, go bishop e3, maybe go c4 directly. If I'm not mistaken, this is somewhat what the engine recommends nowadays. And put the knight on c3, rook on c1, and try to do something immediately.
But that does, I think it's still playable.
It's still very much playable, very much playable.
So I'm expecting, obviously, white is not obliged to avoid the trade. You can absolutely take on f5. Yes, it does open the g file, but it creates some squares you can play against. For instance, if you can somehow organize a knight to the g3 square, that would be very, very good. Unfortunately,
not that easy.
yeah, like you could actually imagine, I think, it's a bit slow, but positionally this does make sense, because you put this one on d3, you bring the other one to f3, and if at some point you manage to trade the bishop on c1 for the bishop on d6, you're doing quite well.
Yes.
But black will have something to say about that. You're not absolutely guaranteed to be able to trade the bishop on c1 for the bishop on d6. So this is also, and knight a3 played, by the way, by Predke, hinting at knight b5, which sometimes is annoying. I don't think it absolutely has to be stopped, but generally I think your kind of a default reaction when you see a move like knight a3 is to play a6, and then it goes to c2, I guess, and then later in life maybe to e3. But also potentially a very sharp game. On board 2, we have Pagnanda playing the white pieces against Sarana, and this has been a Najdorf, against which Prag played a kind of a quirky idea. He played bishop g5. This is not that quirky, but knight bd7, instead of all the main lines, which these days start with queen e2 more than anything else, maybe f4 first, but queen gets developed to e2, white castles long, goes g4, it gets very, very sharp and very concrete. Prag goes for a slower line here. He goes a4, e6, and now queen f3. And we had this conversation earlier, about the way people just aim the queen at the g3 square.
The discussion started after queen d3 mostly, but yes, you can go from f3 as well.
Yeah. These days, it's just a very, very topical way to play pretty much any Sicilian position. You want the queen on g3, and then you think. Black played queen c7, bishop e2, b6, castles, bishop b7, queen g3. The pawn on e4 is supposedly hanging, but in particular against somebody who is blitzing every single move, you probably don't even consider it very, very seriously. You might not even know why it loses, but you suspect it does, and you don't really question that. Bishop e7 played, and
my understanding was always that bishop g5 is generally more of a sideline nowadays because of the poison pawn. But it seems like Sarana is like, no, I don't want to learn all of those crazy lines that go 25, 30 moves deep. I just want to play a game of chess, more or less.
Yeah. And here, white doesn't really have any kind of direct attack on the king side anymore. Eventually, the pawn on e4 will start hanging. So you might eventually have to play f2, f3. But you have achieved something on the queen side, because whenever you get the move a4 in, all the standard counterplay on the queen side, which is very much connected with putting the pawn on b5 and then threatening b5 before somewhere, has basically been ruled out for the foreseeable future. So yeah, you go rook a d1, once again, with bishop on e7, taking on e4 is maybe even more absurd. So you expect black to castle. At some point, you can maybe throw in rook c8, but I don't know if it changes very much.
At some point, h6 perhaps is an idea. Obviously,
you
not
could,
after castle, but
you could definitely throw in h6, to which white probably retreats to e3.
Is it e3 or f4? Probably e3.
I don't know if I want to calculate whether this works or
Yeah,
not.
knight f5, I have no idea whether it
like,
works or not.
I have a feeling here in particular we can probably just take this piece and we're
Yeah.
not going to get mated.
Yeah,
So
take
I
on
thought
G-
bishop e3. The issue with h6 is that if you do this, it is now harder for you to castle kingside
Correct.
because that is just a blunder of that pawn. Which
So I
wasn't-
probably have to focus on castling long side, and then
Yeah.
the game completely explodes.
Well, once again, I mean, this is a slow enough position for me to somewhat seriously make an argument for g6, king f8, king g7. But not everybody wants to play like that.
Yeah.
And white, if you give so much
Look,
provocation...
I'm going to go f4,
maybe,
f5.
Yeah, maybe I will actually start thinking about a 4 or 5 for sure.
Especially if you go king f8, king g7, I'll go f4, f5.
Yeah.
And I'll try to break.
So this looks like a slowish type of Sicilian, especially considering that this was a bishop g5.
Yes.
Which generally by move 15, you know, we could have a complete blow up in the center, and like pieces being sacrificed left, right, and but not here. But it still could become quite sharp and quite.
What about Ivic? We've
Yes, the
talked
last
about him
board, yes.
so much.
Let's go.
Let's see his game right now. Against Vidit. Okay, this is a very interesting matchup. Indeed.
I have a feeling I know something about this position, or at least I used to know something about this position, but I won't be able to.
Just wonder, it came from Sicilian or
No.
No, from
No,
what?
this was it began as a
it's from
Slav.
here. Yes.
But then a4 is. This is how I used to get those positions, exactly in this move order. You pretend to play the Slav, and then after a to a4, you say psych, and you switch to playing what looks like a QGA. And this, I'm being informed that this is my game against Nakamura. I had a feeling this was my game against Nakamura from 20. I think it's 16, not 14, but. I'm like, you know,
You're
old
having
man-
a discussion with our producer.
Yeah,
right
I'm this picture, you know, old man yelling at clouds. I'm an old man yelling at my screen. Yeah,
The clouds
there.
that you guys cannot see.
Yes, exactly. So what you get here is a position you would normally get from a QGA, where white has an extra tempo in a2, a4. Black has not played a7, a6 yet. But a2, a4, you could make an argument is maybe even
Sometimes you
counterproductive in
want to
some
have
positions. Yeah.
a3, right?
You'd
That's-
much rather have it on a3 to prevent knight
Yes.
b4.
Exactly.
And this is a very concrete line. We need two castles. People, I mean, taking on d4 in some positions is possible, but here it's very, very risky. So you have to castle. Black goes rook d1, knight b4, a5, bishop d7, knight d5, knight e5. And yeah, I wish I could remember how it goes. I recently had an occasion to revisit those files. They appear to still hold, but the main line of that file goes like 27 moves deep.
Isn't it?
There is no way I can recall exactly how, and it's you have to be very, very precise. with
Let's
black.
hope Vidit knows what, and same for.
This is also a
Ivic.
very interesting discussion because when I was learning this type of positions, I was learning them spiritually. You go knight b4, knight e5. I
Exactly.
put my knight on e5. That's the consequence of you leaving the c6 square. And basically,
Yes.
after that, I'm
You
just going
block
to try
it,
to
yes.
get my attack going on the king side. Bishop goes on the b1, h7 diagonal, and then we'll figure it out. And you just mentioned, it's like
27
25 moves a
yes,
theory
exactly.
nowadays. It's completely different. Chess has completely been revolutionized by the emergence of the engines. Because right now, you basically have a partner that you can work with 24/7.
No, I agree.
The best pretty much partner that you can have.
Yeah, now it's something along the lines of like some position like this happens, and then the white pawn actually reaches d6 somehow, maybe even d5 immediately here. But I have a feeling there was a weird moment where the bishop went to h4 to provoke g3, and I'm trying to remember exactly how. I think this might be the position where you do this, and then somehow the pawn reaches d6. Maybe the knight goes back to c3, but I don't
That's
want to lie
probably
to
to
our
avoid
viewers.
any sort of rook a3, rook g3 ideas.
Yeah, exactly. This is
swings
a
on-
very,
on the
very
third
important
rank.
motif in these types of positions. The rook lift is very dangerous if you allow it, which is why provoking g3 in many cases will be quite advantageous.
Anastasia, tell us where to go.
I think we should
now that
check
we've
women's,
finished this one.
section.
Let's go to the women's. Which one?
Yes. So the first match, actually, maybe we can check the pairings as well because we haven't checked them yet. India is playing against France. I think it's gonna be also an interesting match today. Denmark against Hungary on the second board, England, China. England actually managed to win yesterday and went all the way to China. Ukraine is playing against a quite experienced team from Turkey. I know the players, the main players are playing for the team already for last 20 years, like 15 years at least. United States play
against the Netherlands.
yes,
That's
and
a big
Spain
one
against
as well.
Mongolia, yes.
I was
So I think
looking at-
maybe we should start from the first board, yes, and
Sure.
check. Harika lost yesterday against Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and today she still plays. She was not replaced.
And yeah, this is the
Lithuania, oh, France. Never mind.
yeah.
France.
Gauliga.
The
Yes,
position
she
on
was
the left
playing.
of your screen
You're
is
right. She
still-
was playing before
Yep.
for Lithuania.
Yep. She used to. Yeah.
Harika
That's why.
actually,
That's why.
I think, played the Italian with black yesterday. I think her game against
Yes,
Alexander was
yes,
an Italian.
exactly.
So yeah, people play Italians with both colors every day of the week, and somehow I'm still not sick of the opening. And this is the
If you have
surprising part.
73 files.
Yeah. But yeah, a very playable position. White obviously is quite happy to have already gotten d3, d4. And the way to assess these types of positions is, if let's say we're in time to play knight f1, we normally play c6, we drop the bishop back, black goes rook e8, knight g3. And now in these types of positions, the way to talk about them maybe is, if black is quickly in time to play d6, d5, and that doesn't lose any material immediately, black probably equalizes. If, on the other hand, you make a number of slightly passive moves and white gets to play c3, c4, and stabilize the situation in the center, allow no breaks, white gets more space, and you don't exactly equalize. It's not like you're immediately much worse, but you haven't really equalized by force with
Just to
with
not
black.
confuse our viewers, on the side right there, you can see the game between
Yeah, that's
Ivic.
that's
and,
still the Ivic game there in the corner.
So right now we're doing the analysis for the Harika versus the Mante game.
On board 2 in that match, Sophie Millet, that looks remarkably like something we discussed earlier. This must have been the same line, actually. This is Sophie Millet playing against Vaishali on board 2, and that was absolutely the same line, but Vaishali actually played e6 on night before, not the immediate night before, allowing that crazy line with c4.
I have
But
a
that,
feeling this is the Indian connection that we're talking about right now. Ergaisi,
Yes,
Vaishali.
yes.
Maybe,
Maybe
There
they,
must be
they
something.
had the same
there.
camp,
Some
maybe.
discussion
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
But Sophie decides that she doesn't really want to be a rook down by move 8, goes knight a3, bishop e7, knight e5, knight f6. And this is just a straight up pawn sacrifice. Black is a full pawn down by move 10. The engine is not in love with it immediately, but I can sort of explain why we're doing this with black. The knight on a3 is very passive. You will also probably have to spend some time explaining to yourself why your queen is on c6. It probably needs to be kind of taken back. And in the meantime, there's really nobody on the king side. Nobody is minding the store, so to speak. The bishop on g2 is the only person minding the store there. So,
So you
h5,
probably need to do
h4.
something fast.
H5, H4 is about to start happening to your king side.
And the
you
thing
will
is,
have
if you try to meet h5 with h4, knight g4, bishop takes h4 might be
let's make
in the cards.
some moves, yeah. Let's make some moves. If you do this, yeah, knight g4 or knight e4 with the idea of g5, you can
Yes.
actually go like full caveman here.
Yeah.
And because there's really not enough pieces here on white's king side to worry about weakening our king position.
f3 doesn't work because obviously you're losing.
This is
pawn
why
on
we
g3.
provoke h4. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And this is already quite
looks
quite tricky
dangerous.
to deal. Yeah, knight g4 is also playable as well. Yeah, with ideas of both g5 and, in some cases, you can go for positional compensation, just like fighting for the center with c5, saying to white that the pawn on b2 is constantly being watched by the rook on b8, meaning that these pieces cannot currently be included in the game. You have to keep the bishop on c1 to preserve the pawn on b2. So that all of that obviously is a problem that can be solved, but it takes time. And in that time, black probably will be able to do something on the other side of the board. Elsewhere in the same match, we have Divya playing white against Mitra Hijazipur. This is not a good position for black.
Yeah. What happened from the beginning?
Yeah, this probably was a
Did they reach
Najdorf,
this
judging by,
position? Yes.
yeah, slightly weird move order, but a Najdorf. Bishop e2 is a very old school. People used to do that a lot, starting from, I don't know, 50s and 60s. And it's a quiet line if you play it properly with black. But after a 4, I think you're supposed to take here, play knight c6 and try to push d6, d5 next move. But even if you don't take, what you probably want to avoid doing is queen c7 and then going with the bishop back. I think if you play queen c7, you're kind of expected to play bishop c4.
You're pretty much forced.
And I think it was further compounded. This I can sort of understand bishop d7. But what you don't want to do is castle. You know, having gotten yourself into this situation, you probably are supposed to play bishop c6, play knight bd7, and honestly, I would maybe even just start by playing h5. Okay, maybe not right here because I won't have knight bd7 available, but what I would do here is I would just play h5
to prevent g4 or any kind of play.
And then I go knight bd7. And yes, we'll probably have to play with the king in the center for quite some time, but compared to what we have in the game, which is black castling here, and already here the engine says a4 is maybe not the best, but the engine disagrees with many decisions here because it thinks white is just much better, and it says you should be kind of taking more advantage of it. And once
G4,
again,
yeah.
you are supposed to play bishop c6, knight bd7. Now after knight c6, it absolutely is time to just start giving mate on the king side.
Yeah.
And this is why I mentioned not castling. If you castle and you don't do anything at all about the idea of g4, g5, you're just going to get completely overrun.
Yeah.
You have to immediately start making like very, very unpleasant evasive maneuvers like this.
Probably.
It's just not going to work. It's just such a horrible looking positions.
Yes.
You don't even have to take on
But
e7. You can go maybe queen e1.
Yeah, bishop
Queen e1
b6 is strong here. Yeah, the engine, you know, just to give an indication of how much the engine dislikes these types of positions, one of the suggestions currently is doing this.
To give 2 pawns, then you're still better, yes?
Yeah, and it's just extremely risky for black because it looks like maybe you can play king h8 and evacuate, but queen d2 followed by some ideas of bishop h6, some ideas of simply king h1, rook h1. You're eventually going to be in a lot of trouble there on the king's
Did
side.
she play this move g4? Not yet?
Not yet.
Not
no,
yet,
no.
so
Knight to c6 is the last
She's
move.
still thinking. I don't know. I have a feeling maybe she's a little bit afraid to play this move. You know, sometimes it's like.
No, but honestly, even something like this is very strong now. It's just this is not the square for this piece. It needs to be on d7 because if you take knight a5, I can go knight d2. I have a very beautiful square to aim for.
So she has a nice alternative here.
Yeah, I think the reason g4 is not played is that she is being given so much freedom by her French opponent that it's just a very pleasant
set of options that you're having right now.
Exactly, yeah. And on board 4,
No, this is neither gone wrong.
absolutely
Really gone wrong.
On board 4, Tanya Sajdev is playing black against Natasha Bezbemba. Yeah, that's not. I'm sorry. That was actually kind of close. I apologize for the mispronunciations of names. There will be more of them in the future, but I try my best. A very slow cooking game where we are 7 moves in. White has already spent more than half an hour on her options. Very healthy position for Tanya. She can play b5 immediately if she wants. She can do other things as well.
I'm a bit surprised not to see some French players like Marisiba this year, but I don't know what's going on with French team this time and why some top players are not playing. But it's, in each country they have some different process of selecting
yeah,
the team
selection
members.
is a tricky topic.
Yeah,
we don't
absolutely,
really know what's going on in those selection meetings, and some names appear to be missing, but generally there will be an explanation for it. And as we watch Tanya Sajdev there, board 4 of the Indian team today, considering her options.
Yes.
Where would you like us to go?
Yes, let's go. Maybe China, England. I think it's interesting to check some games there. We discussed also that some top players are missed in the team of China, and but still the team is really strong. So far they won all the matches, same as England, I suppose. And at the moment, the first board we have Jovi playing today, I think.
Yeah, Jovi is on board 2 today.
Yes.
I also immediately looked to see if Jovi
she's playing. Our
she is playing.
colleague,
Yeah.
dear commentator.
On board one, we have a game between Lan Yao representing England versus Zhu Jiner. It seems like a healthy enough position for black. We take with c-pawn, I assume, but after bishop d7, we can't immediately, or I mean, we can, but it's not as comfortable because it allows bishop b5. And black is ready to start her own counterplay with f7, f5, and feels like a healthy position for the Chinese player. On board two, Jovanka Hauska is playing something quite risky against Yuxing Song. I'm not sure I like the black position, but also this is what Jovanka, I think, has generally been doing with the black pieces. I would assume she knows what she's doing.
Yes, this type of positions.
It's sort of...
It looks a little bit passive. I don't know where this knight goes right now after...
On g8,
yes.
you kind of hope to maybe provoke e5 takes f6, I guess,
Yes.
and then your development
Then
will,
you're
get,
fine, yes.
will get a lot more harmonious. For white, I think I am very much not taking on f6 as much as I can. Maybe we castle long here, maybe we go h3 and start suggesting that the bishop on f5 is a bit vulnerable. As I said, these days, and I used to play the periods and the modern myself with the black pieces, and I kind of enjoyed it quite a bit until I started playing against stronger players, and people started actually preparing for my periods, and then it very quickly stops being as much fun, because you do get kind of cramped positions where you run maybe more risks than you would ideally want to be running.
When you say Pirc, I immediately remember this game of between Ivanchuk and Kramnik in the last game of the candidates in London. And yes, speaking about risks, yes, in that one.
But that was a very special situation.
That was a special
of course,
situation,
yeah.
yes.
Vladimir is
when
not,
you have to take some
is
risk.
not maybe a natural Pirc player, but he felt absolutely obliged. And it was also kind of a bit of a critique of my play, because Vladi, he had black against Ivanchuk in the last round of the candidates, and I was black against Magnus. And I don't think Vladi kind of rated my chances very highly.
So actually, yes, that's why maybe he was weak in that match.
He thought he absolutely has to play for a win with the black pieces against Vasil.
Yeah. One of the most exciting
that was a
games,
interesting day of
rounds
chess, absolutely, yeah.
in the history of chess. Yeah. So
on board three, we have a Petrov between Harriet Hunt and Nishikun. This structure, it appears from the 3d4 variation, and then white goes bishop d3 and takes with the pawn. It's a kind of a structure you generally, I think, associate maybe with the open variation of the Spanish, but the pieces are on squares you don't normally see in the open. Very often there will be no trades for quite some time, apart from this one pawn trade on move 3. Black, I think, generally is quite healthy in these types of positions, unless you can launch an immediate attack on the king side. And white is some way away still from that, because this knight needs to be on g3. Like, you need to have a bishop on d3, knight on g3, maybe jumping to f5, and then you have something. So for now, I think it's just much easier to play with black. There's a lot of moves I can make here, which seem very logical. And on board 4, this very, very young Chinese player, Liu Miaoyi, is playing white against Katerina Toma. Kind of a normal looking position where I always pick the bishop pair. I'm incapable of not preferring the bishop pair, but black has a playable position.
yes, of course. And the youngest player of English team is not playing today. Probably we'll see her next rounds. And I think it's time to go back to Cristian, who has found something in the open section.
Absolutely, and we've done some switches around. Now I left you guys for a couple of seconds, just because I want to give you an overview of what's happening and how close these matches are on the top boards in the open section, but also in the women's section as well. And you can only look at the assessments. They're very, very close to each other. If you go down, the Hungary versus Italy match very closely matched as well. Perhaps Anastasiya Girov with a slight advantage. Prague seems to be inching away from his opponent Alexei Sarana, but let's focus on this match, because I want to go back and show you what Magnus did in his game against a very promising young player, Viktor Gajic. This is a player that has impressed me a lot. I've seen him play a lot because he plays collegiate chess in the United States as well, and he's been there for a while with great results. So definitely not a pushover. And let's see what happened in this one. D4. Obviously, Magnus hinting at the fact that perhaps he wants a longer game. He wants a more strategical game in this one. Doesn't want to go e4, doesn't want to fall prey to his opponent's preparation. He just wants to play a game of chess. That's what we're seeing. Bishop to b4 was considered for a very long time kind of a suspicious option for black, especially because of this move, knight bd2, b6 and a3. And after bishop takes d2, this is somewhat of a surprise, at least for me, because I know queen takes d2 has been the mainstay as the main line in this one for quite a while, and generally it supposedly gives white an advantage. I'm not sure why he avoided this. He played this third option. Bishop to d2 is also, I would say, the secondary option after queen to d2. Knight takes d2. This is something a bit more new. Now you're vacating this f3 square and potentially trying to go f3 and e4 if you can later on in the game. Of course, after bishop to d3, you probably don't want to touch this pawn. Nothing immediate is going to happen, but after rook to g1, bishop to b7, hinting at the fact that after b4, bishop to b2, maybe even e4 ideas to try to displace your pretty much only defender against my attack that's coming. With e5, the knight will have to jump from f6, then the queens get into play with queen to g4. This is really not looking good for black. That's why do not touch the pawn on g2, which he didn't. He played the move d5, castle, and this is the position that we have right now. What it's striking to me, and Viktor Kashik has this problem, he sometimes gets into time trouble. And right now, with only 15 minutes to go, 1 hour and 28 for Magnus, it does seem like Magnus got what he wanted out of the opening, definitely putting the pressure on his opponent. A player that has struggled in Team Norway, that is Johann Sebastian Christensen. He's playing the French. Once again, he lost against the French against Canada, in the French against Canada. Definitely some bad negative thoughts about this opening. Nevertheless, he chooses to repeat it. He feels confident in it, and right now he has a much more peaceful position than what we've seen, if you remember, a couple of days ago, which was absolutely complete madness. I like what he's doing right now. Nevertheless, I would say white has a slight advantage. Right now, Team Norway looking good. Guys, back to you for the moment.
Thank you, Cristian. Great update. We see Norwegian team in front of us right now. Magnus Carlsen on our screen. Peter, where would you like to go? I see that you were checking what's happening in this great match.
I felt kind of justified in some of the things I said earlier in the broadcast, because I was scrolling through the list of the matches in the open section, where if you pause on a certain game, it gives you a pop-up of the current position. And I got to the game between Gukesh and Predke, and I thought, is the pop-up still showing me my variation that I showed 15 minutes ago? I had to actually go in and check the game text. No, I was pretty much correct about where white wants to get the pieces.
Yes, predicted everything. You said I would like to have knight on f3 and on d3,
so
and
after,
this is what
after
happened.
knight a3,
Yes.
as I mentioned, the typical reaction is to go a6, and white goes knight c2, white takes on f5, and then, as mentioned, this knight very much is going to be aimed at the d3 square. So what I had on my screen was this. So with the inclusion of a6 and knight f3, we basically got exactly what I was talking about. I think Gukesh has to be pretty okay with this, frankly, because you put the rook on g8, you put the knight on e4. Often you can actually afford to play castles and put the king on b8. One thing I will say, and knight e4 has been now played by Gukesh, the fact that the knight on d3 arrived there via the a3 square, which also provoked a6, might become relevant later, because one topic I just raised is where black will put his king. And if, let's say, you play along castles, it's not going to be easy to organize, but still you have to wonder if maybe some kind of a4, b4, b5 is now gaining in strength, because there's a pawn on a6, meaning that the files will be easier for white to open,
yes.
compared to the pawn being on a7. But the interesting thing, I will switch it off. It's not really required necessarily, but it seems like the engine already is very much in favor of black's position.
Well,
here.
one of the things that you are mentioning as a strategical concept in this one is to exchange dark square bishop. That's not happening in this
Well,
position. Bishop f4 is
yeah,
extremely
you can
difficult to make.
try playing g3, but that probably results in you.
Something
Yeah, you're going
lands on g3.
you're going to get mated. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to
And
play
rook g8
g3.
is coming also. It's very tough to exchange those pieces.
And we have some news in more general terms. We will finally have more teams arriving. I think that's the final number. And starting from tomorrow, there will be 187 teams playing in
Great
the
news.
Open, which is officially a record for the Open section.
Good.
So, yeah.
So finally, we can announce it that in Budapest we have the record number of teams participating, which every organizer is aiming to have.
Absolutely.
So
And,
congratulations to the organizers to have all the teams gathered in Budapest.
the Olympiads are not always organized in such beautiful places such as Budapest. I mean, I wanted to say summer. It's early autumn, but it still feels like, maybe not today, but 3 days ago it definitely still felt like summer. So.
And it will feel like summer, and of course participants will be able to enjoy the city, and most of the participants stay in the city center, and it's great opportunity to walk and of course enjoy sightseeing.
To be honest, I don't think you want the pure summer heat.
Maybe not.
You
Yeah.
want
That's
the
really
occasional
nice.
rain.
It's really nice weather,
The
yes,
temperature right
right
now,
now.
the weather, everything just points to the fact that right now Budapest is the capital of chess in the world.
Yes, and let's not forget we are going to have one free day after the round 6, and during this free day we are going to have a Global Chess Festival organized by Judith Polgar. It's going to be an anniversary event. It's going to be 10th event already, and I think many chess players will have the opportunity to enjoy it and visit it. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be in the National Museum. National Gallery for the first day, and the second day will be here in exhibition hall. So please take this chance, and I'm sure all local fans will enjoy this event. Judith is doing absolutely tremendous work.
Yeah,
it's just a great festival.
Really
of chess.
great to see her getting involved with the organizational side and the promotional side of chess. She is a fantastic ambassador for the game, and she was absolutely a top player when she played, and she continues being very much involved with the game, which is fantastic for the game.
Yes,
And if you're a local here in Budapest, obviously you're extremely lucky. But even if you're not, you still have quite a few days to visit the Chess Olympiad. So wherever you are in the world, definitely make your way if you are a true chess fan. And you have the time to come,
I will come.
visit us in Budapest.
I will go to this Global Chess Festival. I didn't have this opportunity before, and I'm really looking forward for it. And Judith is trying to inspire all generations of players, you know, and she's trying to involve so many chess fans.
And she's doing a tremendous job.
Absolutely.
If anyone can, you can assume Judith can, because she is an absolutely inspirational figure and will continue being.
The good news is also that all Polgar sisters are here right now in Budapest, and all of them will be there during this 17th of September, and all of them will be able to sign your books, your chess boards, and I think it's a great opportunity for all chess fans. I don't know what about you guys, but these are my chess heroes.
There's a very specific thing which might happen on that day, which could potentially sidetrack me. I'm not going to say.
I know what I'm talking.
I'm not going to say what, because I'm afraid to jinx it, and maybe it will not happen if I continue banging that drum. But there is one specific thing, and that thing only, which can prevent me from.
Don't put it out there in the world just yet.
Yes.
Don't put it out there.
And briefly to return to the match between India and Serbia, there was a very important turning point potentially just now on board 2 in the game between Prague and Alexei Sarana. And it has been and gone. Sarana, after rook a1, spent some time on his decision and went knight d7 c5, which looks like a very natural move. We're attacking the pawn on e4 finally with enough strength to seemingly provoke f2 f3. And Prague did play f2 f3 without even much thought, it feels. But he had a very interesting opportunity here, which I think you look at these things, but the pieces that he still has left are not the usual pieces for the sacrifice, which is why I think he maybe didn't even consider it very seriously. You can actually take on f6 here.
Yes.
Bishop takes and go knight db5. Another thing which I think discourages you from even thinking in that direction is that normally you take a pawn on b5, so you get more material for the piece. And now with the pawn on b6, you're only getting the a pawn and the pawn on d6. But what you're getting is you're preventing the castling.
And
You're getting e4, e5.
bishop f3 as well.
And then the engine goes queen f4 here specifically and says f7 is hanging. I assume if you take on d6, I take with the rook. I don't really want this passer because it can be blockaded, but I do want the rook on d6. b6 is hanging. If rook takes a4, I suspect something like b2, b4 probably is the move. And I think, yeah, with rook fg1, there is a lot of initiative here.
Are you sure that it's so simple to assess?
No, no.
Yes.
This wasn't winning or anything,
Yes.
but it was an interesting option. The engine continues by playing f7, f5 here, and it's a mess. Honestly, it's hard even to criticize Prague not wasting too much time on it, because even with the machine suggesting to me that this was playable, I am not at all sure I would have decided it's good in game. But it was an option.
And the thing is, when I was showing the overview, it flashed for a moment, the fact that Prague had this advantage. Before that, everything was very, very closely matched. So this was the moment. Very nice. Thank you for showing it to us. Since everything is so tense right now, should we go on a break? And once we come back, we'll go and get an overview of all the matches?
Absolutely.
Perfect. See you guys soon.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Welcome back, chess fans. It's day number 4 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad in Budapest, and we're following round 4. We decided to go to the women's section right now and check the games of Swedish team, because two very, very famous players are playing for this team. It's a family. Pia Kramling is playing together with her daughter, Anna Kramling, very famous streamer. Pia Kramling, of course, is very, very strong player.
Absolutely.
And right now we see her game. We will see her game on the board, on the analyzing board.
She's an absolutely
She's a legend, yes. And she played in many Olympiads before. And actually, I wanted to mention she played both for women's team and also she also played in open section as well. And she won a few golden medals for playing on her board. So I mean, team had never got the medal, but she of course managed to win a few medals before.
She's a very capable grandmaster, obviously, and right now she's leading her team alongside her daughter.
What can be better to play together with your daughter?
Quite amazing. And we were discussing this type of situations, and I think we found one more example in Saint Lucia, which is happening right now in the Saint Lucian team. But first, let's focus on this one. Pia Kramling with the black pieces. She's facing the Lapin. Bishop to c4, and we have at this position bishop takes f3 surprised me a little bit, because obviously you don't want to go d5, you don't want to take on e5. That would allow my knight to jump to e5, which creates havoc in the position. But the bishop is not necessarily right now on pre. You're not in need to deal with the knight on f3. The knight is not going to go to g5. For example, I don't understand why she did not play something along the lines of maybe knight d7, bishop to e7, typical developing moves in the position. And then you can even castle. With the bishop on e7, you can castle because there's no knight g5, of course. You're not going to allow any sort of Greek gift sacrifices with bishop takes h7. That would be bad. But bishop takes f3 seems a bit precocious. Queen takes f3, knight to c6, bishop to b5, and d5.
Now that she doesn't have this bishop, I think d5 was kind of logical move, and c6 was hanging, right? And
absolutely, absolutely, yes. But at the same time, again, this pressure on the g file right now, she's struggling against, because you would love to, you know, go bishop e7, castle, and finish your development. Unfortunately, right now it doesn't seem to be happening. Queen to g5, great news for Pia. Let's exchange the queens, of course. And she plays rook to c8. Now I would just like retreat my queen immediately, of course. But her opponent decides to do her job for herself, actually, for Pia, by exchanging the queens. And this endgame right now, it's looking really good for her. And I do want to check her daughter.
Of course,
well.
Anna Kramling is playing.
We have her on the thumbnail. You might have came on this video because of
her.
Anna Kramling, so we might as well pay our respects to her. And let's see where she stands. She's playing also the black pieces. And let's see how this one.
They actually play against the Albanian team today.
Another Sicilian, this time not with c3. She decides to go. The player with the white pieces, Claire Kaku, decides to go with d4 and the open Sicilian. And this transitioned into a Sveshnikov.
Yes, with
knight d5. This is all theory. All theory, c3 or c4. Those are the main lines. Castle, bishop to e2. Both of these players, and this is one of those lines which both players can be very deeply prepared. You can go on 20, 25
and you
moves.
have to be prepared if you go to play this line, right? You cannot just come and have no idea what you're doing.
Absolutely. And,
yes. And I think after
lots of things have happened.
Yes.
So first of all, knight takes e7. It seems to be a step in the wrong direction for white, because you're simply allowing me to get the setup that I want. Queen takes e7, I'm going to put the rook on d8, and at the right moment, I'm going to go d5. What I think she should have done right now, just go knight d5. As soon as possible, stop me from going any sort of d5s. She didn't, and allows bishop takes e3. Now d5 comes in, and after bishop to d3, the computer absolutely hates this move, and I'm trying to understand
why. Yes, we have to actually realize. First of all, let's just try to understand like why she played this bishop d3. Maybe she could just castle, right? I mean, she decided to leave her king in the center, and it gives me some ideas that I should try to use. We should try to use it.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean, normal move would be here just to get away with your king.
Get the king out of dodge.
Exactly. Yes. So I mean, maybe black has something. Maybe you just can take on e4. Or,
I think d4 is the right move.
Or d4. Yes, you want to open the position, right?
And the
at
idea
this
is if
moment.
you take, I will give you a
Yes, of
check
course,
first.
and use the fact that this king is still in the center and create some troubles
And
immediately.
now I think you're losing a piece.
Yes,
on
so
this-
bishop
on
is
the
hanging,
d5.
it's a pin. If you play rook d1, just bishop c4,
and that's it.
and this pin is really strong. Yes.
You have to give me the exchange. I have to say, Anna is looking quite good.
Yes.
Pia is looking quite good as well. Team Sweden definitely in pole position to take this one. But you might be wondering, where is Peter?
Yeah, Peter is here. He's not far away. Let's go and check what you're doing, Peter.
Yeah, right over there. And I wanted to check in with some of the positions we mentioned earlier. This is back to the top billing match between Ukraine and the United States. This is board 4, and Anton Korobov playing against Ray Robson. We were kind of wondering why Anton was doing what he was doing with this idea of driving that all the way to g6, allowing c6, d5. And we were provided with a very definitive answer, actually, as we expected, honestly, because Anton clearly was doing this with a plan in mind. Knight g6 was played on the board, bishop b3, and actually maybe Ray missed a trick here, because I suspect he didn't really figure out what Anton was trying to do. You can play d6, d5 here without preparing it with c7, c6, and that was quite playable for black. But the idea of playing c6, I think, is very logical. You want to have the full structure, you want to be able to support the pawn on d5 properly with the pawn on c6. But unfortunately for Ray, this gets met with c3, c4. And then this is still sort of okay for black. You can castle. Yes, white will develop the knight to c3. But the issue about this with this position is that this looks, this pawn fist in the center for white looks very pretty. But it's not very mobile, and you generally don't really want to play d3, d4 even, because that weakens a lot of your pawns. So it looks nice, but black probably is fine. You will put the queen on e7, rook d8, rook c8. Seems okay. But Ray decided that he needs to insist on getting his entire plan in. He played d5, and now after e d5, cd5, and c5, this is the current position in the game, and suddenly this looks very, very promising for white, because I will put the knight on c3, the rook on c1, and eventually, after preparing it for like, let's make some moves here. Let's say we do this, maybe I will throw in queen e1. I'm not sure I need this move, but for instance, rook c8, and I want to play d4, e4, and knight d2. The reason I played queen e1 is I don't want to blunder some sort of knight g4, queen h4 attack. I want to spend one tempo preparing for it. And now, the white majority on the queen side, this very beautiful inverse bathtub structure. The normal bathtub would be on b3 and c3. This is the overturned bathtub structure.
The active bathtub.
Yeah, this is a very, very threatening situation for black, because if one more bad thing happens to the black queen side, white will have a very, very strong advantage there. And this is very risky for Ray now strategically. And he has actually spent quite some time now after c4, c5, trying to get to grips with this new situation, because he did what he thought he was supposed to do. I think c6, d5 was the most natural plan in the position, but he now has to deal with the very much changed situation on the board, and I think there is no really good solution even. I just genuinely like this for white. I think Anton kind of managed to trick his opponent a little bit, and has a very, very pleasant position, and 20 minutes, 25 maybe even minutes extra on the clock. Elsewhere, I wanted to point out there was an interesting point which could have maybe even ended the game between Prague and Alexei Sarana immediately. We left it after the move f3 was played. As you can see, the computer still says you should have given this knight on b5, and is very, very critical of the move up to f3, but I think it's a very human decision. Alexei castled. Prague moved the bishop from g5 to e3. This is a very typical way of sort of winning half a tempo there, because bishop h6 is often met by knight e8, and then knight has to return to f6. So we just moved the bishop to e3 for free, and then Prague played knight b3. And this is the position I wanted to talk about for a second, because it seems like this very pretty little tactic, starting with knight takes a4, was making a draw on the spot. Knight takes a4 is absolutely forced, there's nothing else. Now queen takes c2 attacks 3 of the white pieces. And you need to start evacuating them with tempi. So you start by playing knight takes b6, and now the rook is hanging, and we are ready to play knight d4 and connect everything. But black can take on b3. Now the bishop on e3 is hanging with the check, so you cannot allow that. If the bishop, let's say, retreats to f2, black has time to play something simple like rook a d8. Black is just a pawn up. Instead of that, you can play rook d3. And now we're finally ready to collect the rook on a8, but no. After queen takes b2, the bishop on e2 is hanging, and if you take, once again, it's not even two pieces, it's three pieces that are sort of unprized here, because the bishop on e3 is also vulnerable, and you just lose, as you can see. So you have to play rook d2, the queen returns to b3, and it seems like honestly quite a logical continuation here with this repetition. And it seems like knight takes a4 was just making a draw there for Alexei Sarana. Instead, he went knight cd7, and Prag played knight d2, and now you have to contend with this idea of the knight landing on the c4 square, which is a very, very useful square. Once again, the queen on g3 is currently pinning the pawn on d6, so you cannot play d6, d5, at least not immediately. You can try maybe moving the queen away from this diagonal by playing knight h5, but white could at least consider playing queen f2 and reminding black that this pawn on b6, not only the pawn on d6, but the pawn on b6 is also a legitimate target. Let's say knight f6, I go knight c4. d6 isn't hanging without the queen on g3, but b6 is. And you can't really even protect it all that much. There are no pieces that connect to this weakness in time, so it seems like white is just winning material here. So after knight d2, definite questions for black to answer. I don't know if this is panic stations yet. I suspect you can solve this issue. For instance, one idea that comes to mind is maybe playing knight e5, because if you provoke f3, f4, and just go back, the pawn on e4 immediately becomes a bit vulnerable, and you can no longer play knight c4 for free. So that would be one way. The other way would be to try and calculate something like rook a c8, knight c4, and d6, d5, and see if maybe this works out. And the very typical break in the center allows you to, after queen c7, rook c7, and knight takes b6. I'm not sure exactly how, but often these types of positions result in massive simplifications leading to equalities. But this is now a very interesting, sharp position to play. And just to finish my round up a little bit, I suspect the game might have already disappeared.
No,
but
it's still there.
It's still excellent, because I wanted to show you this position. And we are an hour into the match.
Yes.
And at first I thought maybe both of the players know what's going on here, but it seems only Alexei Shirov actually knows what's going on. This is, I believe, move 25. Alexei has spent, with the increment, you want to say maybe 15 minutes. Niels is down to 33 minutes on his clock, so for him, I guess this position is new. It's a draw. You can make a perpetual this way. He already did it a couple of times. He obviously knows he has a perpetual. He is trying to figure out if he has anything more. But I just wanted to show you this kind of a snippet, and this is a good illustration of what modern chess theory is like, because clearly Shirov knows exactly what's going on here, and he studied this. This came, by the way, I think from the exchange French. Yeah, talking about the exchange French as an attacking weapon.
Position.
As an attacking weapon. This is a position arriving from 3 e takes d5, and yeah, people are taking this opening seriously now, as you can see from what Shirov is doing today. That's it from me for now. Let's take a look what else is there.
And just to build up on that point that you made with the Prague game, Erigaisi versus Indic, we anticipated this one to be a big fight, and that's exactly what it turns out to be. But it's Erigaisi who is right now on top. Let's take a look at how that happened. I think we left it somewhere around this point, knight to f6. We were a bit surprised by Black's option in the opening, but he seems to know exactly what he's doing, and perhaps he analyzed with Vaishali as well. Vaishali is playing the same line. Bishop takes f6, to be honest, this exchange doesn't inspire me for white, because look,
Seems like you don't like to give your bishops for knights. Huh?
You got the bishop pair. You might as well preserve it, right? It just simply doesn't feel like this is the right way to go about it. And to be honest, the knight on f6 doesn't really threaten much. You would think that maybe there's some sort of pressure against the pawn on e4, but the f3 and the bishop on g2 are doing a tremendous job defending that. So the knight on f6 doesn't really do as much. I don't understand this idea of bishop to g5, a bishop takes f6. What I would have done probably is preserve the bishop on c1. You don't have to necessarily move it right now, but rather deal with my bad piece, which I feel is the knight on a3 for the moment. Get it to e3. Sure, go short castle, maybe bishop to d2, rook a d1, simple play and wait for black to in fact try to create something perhaps in the center. What I feel bishop to g5 was meant to do was perhaps get more of a peaceful position in which perhaps he was expecting that f4 and bishop takes d5, or at least some sort of a pressure against the pawn on d5 is going to be quite influential. But to be honest, after f4, you just simply allow bishop takes a3, and maybe this is something that he misassessed, and then I'm just simply defending. I'm closing your bishop on g2 with the pawn on c6, and that's going to be a position that favors the knight.
You think that knight will be better, right? After
Yes,
that,
yes, absolutely. And I think he realized that with the move knight to c2. But now you don't have time to get f4 in anymore. I go knight to a5, c6, knight to c4. The knight lands on its ideal square on d6. And now whenever you go f4, try to open up this bishop. Well, first of all, it's not getting open anytime soon. But also I just simply go f5. I get the knight to e4, and this is a brilliant position for black. In fact, even the engine right now, the computer is saying, you guys cannot see the bar, but the bar is definitely saying that black is better in this position. So Erigaisi right now on a roll, and that's his job. Look, he's playing on board 3. He could play on board 1 if he wanted to, and if team captain wanted to put him on board 1. He's doing tremendous job with the black pieces. This could be a crucial victory for Team India.
I think we should jump to the game of Ding, because his position looks really simple. I feel that it might finish pretty soon in a draw. Massive exchanges in that one, right?
That's a very good point. Let's see what happened in Ding. We didn't have time to check out this match. By the way,
they're playing with the Armenian team, right?
That's a big match. That's a big match.
Yes. We shouldn't forget that Armenia managed to win a couple of Olympiads, at least maybe 3, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's 3,
yes, and also a few medals on the way.
And they were never the rating favorite.
Never.
But they always have amazing team chemistry.
And when they play together, something happens at this moment. Even though Levon Aronian is not playing anymore for the team, still they're pretty strong, and they have many young players. New generation of players has arrived, and everything is possible.
Yes.
So you know what I was thinking about. We discussed the fact that the leader of the team should provide some victories for the team, but sometimes it's not so bad to have someone who makes many draws as well. Until you're not losing the games, it's important. Yes, it's important not to lose.
Yes.
So this is what is happening with the world champion so far. He has played all the games, I think, or 2 of them, and
I believe he rested the first day.
Yes,
I might
so
be
2
wrong,
of them. Yes, you're right. Yes, and he made 2 draws, and at the moment it seems like the position is getting closer to the 3rd one.
Yeah, this is a typical novel, let's say, Tarrasch type of idea, d5, c5, and getting the isolated queen spawn, and that's one way to deal with it, with the move e4, which generally is considered to be quite equalish if black knows what to do. Bishop to g5 has been tried, obviously g3 ideas, e3 ideas as well. I think e3 nowadays is a bit more popular. Bishop to g5 has pretty much been worked out, and I think Alexander Grishuk was a big proponent of it previously, not anymore. e4, and we get into this endgame, which sure, it's slightly better for white, because first of all, you're most likely going to get the bishop on e6. It seems like he decided against it. He decided to keep the knight on g5 and transition into this one, which to my eyes does not lead to any sort of an advantage for white. Perhaps instead of rook ac1, what he could have tried was to put some pressure on b5, try to open things up. Sure, he was thinking about activating the rook on a1. The way to do that is either via c1, as he did in the game, or via the a5.
I think by playing rook c1, he created this threat of playing knight d5, right? That was a trick, right?
And he was expecting Hayek to miss it, right?
Yes, exactly. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but
it is a trick. Yes.
Yes, it's some small tricks here. Yes, so that's why maybe that was his idea. But Ding played f5, and now if you play knight d5, you just can take
just
with
simply
a
go bishop takes d5, but I can also just simply go king f7.
Yes, and actually protect it. Yes, so maybe this trick was not that great from
and
my
I
side.
really like f5 because
you have this square for the king right now.
Exactly. You would be thinking about going king to e8 to open up the dark square bishop, but then how do you get the rook in play, right? So this is another way to do things. I really like f5. Haik doesn't seem to be having any issues in this one. Sure, he can take on a6, but then I'm just simply going to take the pawn back with rook to a8. Peter, what do you have for us?
Well, plenty of things going on, and perhaps revisiting our top match for a second there, because we're a very sharp position there on board 1 between Fabiano Caruana and Andrei Volokitin. And as we mentioned, after the move g6, you can switch to the old style of playing, or you can still continue, even though bishop d3 is not generally where you put the bishop in the dragon type structures. f3 followed by bishop e3 and queen d2 is still the way to play here. Volokitin played queen b6, knight b3, knight bd7. Both players playing in a kind of a, in particular, Volokitin's connection of queen b6 and knight bd7. I'm not sure I want the knight on b3 so much that I'm willing to spend 2 tempi shuffling around with my queen. But this is still playable, and a very important turning point came around here. They got to this position, and the engine says, yes, this knight on d5 is kind of annoying, but you don't actually absolutely need to react to it. And it says you can start by playing castles. Your plan is probably to play rook c8, knight e5, knight e5, knight c4 is a potential idea. The knight on h5 serves as a very useful deterrent to a very simple plan of opening the h file with h4, h5, and so on. If white wants to play knight f4, let them do it on their own time, basically. If you want to deal with this knight, it's just important to finish development. And also, I think it's very important that the move e6, which is what Volokitin did, it creates an additional target in your camp on d6. And my initial reaction here was this cannot really be that bad either. And I was wondering why the engine disagrees with it so much. But it feels like in this position, despite seemingly black having a, I mean, it's a normal looking dragon adjacent position. Yes, you would prefer this pawn back on e7, but the d6 pawn is well covered by the knight on e5. Why is this such a big problem?
I do like the concentration of forces against that pawn on d6.
Yeah, and the point I wanted to highlight is that honestly, somewhat weirdly to my eyes, the engine says you can even do something like this. And the king on e8 is so unsafe that it seems to suggest that giving up on a very important part of the chain. Generally, you very much like your pawn on f3 in these types of positions. I haven't really seen very many cases where white gives up the base of the chain, so to speak, this pawn on f3 for, I wouldn't even call them threats. Yes, h5, h6 currently is a threat, but it's not a winning threat. Let's say I can play queen c7. I understand h6, bishop f8 looks kind of awkward, but I still need explaining why this position is so bad. And I guess the point is that the queen landing on f6 will be very difficult to deal with. But these are all very unusual tactics, and it's really no surprise at all that Fabi has gone bishop e2. And as you can see, the evaluation instantly bottoms out for white, because that was not the way to go. And now after castles, once again, it seems like a perfectly playable Sicilian for Andrei Volokitin on board 1. And this could be a very crucial game, because we have two pretty balanced positions on 2 and 3.
One thing to note about this game is that Volokitin only has 20 minutes on his clock.
Yeah.
And this is a big problem in that type of position. If the position would be simple, sure, you can deal with 20 minutes on the clock. But this type of tempo-based position where your attack might succeed or might not succeed based on one tempo, it's very difficult to calculate.
Yeah.
He's going to have some problems because of clock.
But I think it's typical for him.
Exactly. I was going to say, this is where he lives.
Yes.
This has been the way he approaches chess for as long as I can remember.
Okay.
Like 3 things to know about Andrei Volokitin. He is unbelievably ripped.
Okay.
He knows a lot of theory.
First of all, how do you know that?
You get to know things.
Okay.
I've been around.
You've been around for a while.
I've been around long enough. Yeah. He knows unbelievable amounts of theory, and he likes to think about his decisions. So he generally starts playing on a minute around move 25, and this looks like it's going to happen again today. And yeah, I think you are absolutely correct pointing out that this might be the decisive factor.
With Alexander Grishchuk, have they ever played together with Alexander Grishchuk?
For the same team?
For the same team, yes.
For the same team would be quite something for the team captain.
The captain must be enjoying that quite a lot.
Stocking up on some sort of tranquilizers would be a suggestion there for a team captain of that team. So yeah, we have this very sharp position on board 1. we have, I wanted to say, quite a serene position on board too. It was serene for a while. It no longer is, because Vasil, we got here. We were, as expected, queen d7 followed by c5 did happen. D takes c5, rook c8. Vasil did play rook d1. I expected queen b7, but queen e7 was played by Wesley. Queen a4, b takes c5. And now your normal course of action is something like e3. A trade happens on f1. You maybe take with the king. You eventually get this king out. g3 is not really a good move. It was a misclick. Instead of all that, Vasil says, okay, let's go. h4,
What?
c5, c4 followed by Wesley.
What
I'm
you
not
were
sure what
talking
that's...
about, that he's going to play some quiet.
Yeah, I think I'm
peaceful
taking
draw.
all of this back now. Yeah. having watched him play h4, I'm taking all of my suggestions that he might take it easy today very much back. And the rook lift, of course. This is one of the two justifications for the move h4. He also would very much like to play h5, h6. It's not going to be allowed. Any kind of h5 will be met by h7, h6 from black. Oops, sorry. But you also like the rook lift. I wonder what the move c5, c4 is supposed to signify. Maybe in some positions Wesley is thinking about playing c4, c3, and the rook on h3 will be useful for that as well, because you can maybe countermand the rook on c3 with your rook on the third. Honestly, the engine suggests this is still pretty level, but I kind of like white. I think the rook could go to g3 as well. The bishop might, if it gets chased away, you might try to reposition it on c3. It's a fight, which is something that we, I think, all extremely happy about, because this game had the potential of being a theoretical draw. This line has featured a great number of basically theoretical draws between strong players. Instead, we're having a very unclear position being discussed by two absolute legends of the game, which is something that we welcome with open arms. And on board 3, we have a position with 32 pieces on the board, 40 minutes against 47 minutes. This is move 15. Will probably be very exciting in about an hour's time, when they both have no time at all and still have to navigate an incredibly complicated situation where everything is still on the board. So honestly, very much enjoying the Ukraine versus the US match so far.
Yeah, absolutely great match, and perhaps we can go to women's section, Cristian, with you. And before doing that, I would like to mention that we have another record. Women teams, we have 169 women teams participating in Olympiad. This is a total number, record-breaking number, which is 10 teams more compared to Chennai.
Yes.
In Chennai we had 159, it's 169 2 years later. I'm wondering what happened during those 2 years. Is it Queen's Gambit? Is it general boom in women chess? But the fact is, now that we have 10 extra teams, it's time to think about it.
Look, I think general interest in chess is just simply exploding in the last few years, and I think the trend is going to continue to be very positive. So I'm not surprised. Let's just put it this way. And again, everybody looks to be wanting to come to Budapest to participate in that. It's not only the best, let's say, team chess competition, but it's also a very nice social event. So everybody's
nice
enjoying coming here to participate in this one, and for good reason, by the way.
It's going to be very difficult for the next organizers to beat such records,
I'm
right? I mean, every year it's getting harder and harder.
But that's what we need, right?
Yes.
We need a challenge as humans, and I think everybody's going to embrace that. Where should we go, Anastasiya?
Yeah, let's
you
go.
mentioned the ladies section.
Yes.
Which one?
I
Which
wanted to
match
check
would
the
you like
match of USA against
Netherlands,
Yes, because I think Alice Lee was doing pretty well. I mean, it still keep my eyes on her. Big talent from US,
Okay.
as well as of course all the others.
But we should start with Begim.
Begim, of course, first
We should
board.
go through the rankings on this one. Begim versus Elin
Mm-hmm.
Roybers, and I have to say, Elin has been impressing in the last few years. She's still very young. I believe she's around 17 years of age, and she's doing absolutely amazing work in the world of chess. Definitely spearheading, let's say, the Netherlands, the Dutch revolution in women's chess right now. Let's see, what do we have
happened
right
to
now?
this pawn f4? I mean, I said that some pawns moved pretty far.
So Begim started with d4, knight f6, c4, g6, inviting a fight already. She wants to play the King's Indian defense, bishop to g7, bishop to g2, and of course the g3, bishop to g2 seems to be, or at least is considered to be, a much more stable approach against the King's Indian. I like this for Begim, but again, It probably is something that she looked at home, but I don't know exactly how much she knows in terms of the middle game practice in this type of situations. b6 and d5. Immediately try and take advantage of the fact that you just played the move b6, and generally whenever white plays the move d5, black hooks that pawn with the move c6. No longer an option.
Not possible anymore, yes.
No longer an option. That's why she played d5. Knight to e1, a5, solidifying this knight on c5. There's no more b4, obviously. b3, rook to f8. I like this. This is basically a move that tells her opponent, hey, I know what I'm doing. I played rook to e8, but now that the structure has changed, I'm coming back. And my plan is obviously to move the knight away and go f5.
And this is what happened in the game, right?
I'm trying to attack you. That's basically what I'm trying to do. Attack you, and attack it is. b4 and f4 is, by the way, a tremendous reaction.
I think there was some kind of critical moment here, right? I mean, she could have taken maybe this knight with the pawn, but then she would have lost this bishop on e3.
Yes.
Like, what's going on here? And then, yeah, f2 is hanging.
You cannot take on e3 back, because that would allow me pretty much to have everything.
Fantastic knight on c5. So you have to probably
you have to go c6.
Oh, go to c6.
You have to go to c6.
Take on f2.
But to be honest, rook takes f2. You take. First of all, you have to contend with the fact that maybe c takes d7 is a move as well. Probably not working because of rook takes g2. Rook takes g2, and now you might be in some danger. Yeah. Because look at my bishops. I'm going to preserve all of my bishops. Light square bishop and the queen perhaps coming to d7, target pawn on h3. This one is not looking good. And you're also pawned out, by the way. So outside of that, after king takes f2, my knight will stabilize forever on c5. Yeah. Sure, I don't have ways to get it back into the game, but I'm not sure I need to, because it controls so much of the position. Very, very difficult position already for white. And she decided to take with the bishop on c5, a mistake, of course. And I have to say, the attack right now is irresistible for black. You opened up the position. White did not do much on this side. Once you take on g3, I'm just simply going to take on c5 with or without rook takes f1 included. And then this position is just going to play itself. I'm going to go bishop h6, huge problems with bishop to e3.
Maybe also bishop h6. I mean, one day also attacking c4 pawn. Let's see, rook b8 is coming. Let's go to the board number 2 to see what, very quickly, like what are the positions in the match right now.
Advantage for Netherlands in this one, by the way, on board 1.
Board 1, yes. Just let's speed up and just check the current
Tell me
situations.
a little bit about the player with the white pieces, Van Forest.
She is actually a sister of Jordan Van Forest, who is playing for the team of Netherlands as well. It's great to see families, chess families here at the Olympiad very quickly. So it seems like a position.
They're a great chess family, by the way, from the Netherlands. Van Forest,
I know
natural.
3 of them.
They're not the only ones, of course. Lucas, but also previous generations. It runs in the family. It definitely runs in the family. And where does she?
Machtel, I believe she is maybe 13.
13, yeah, she's extremely young.
Yeah, and very, very strong player. I saw her play when I played a match against Sam Shankland in Hogeveen, and she was playing in the open there. She could barely reach the bottom rank she was playing, and she beat some very strong players there. So very impressed by her. She might actually be carrying the flag for the family in some very near future.
By the way,
taking it from Jordan.
Your Dutch pronunciation is top-notch, not like mine.
I'm trying.
We have an expert in Dutch pronunciation, at least, which is very difficult.
Don't oversell it. There's a lot of justified criticism around this room. I found some other things to discuss, by the way, and we did not have so far in the first 3 rounds of the Olympiad. There was not really an occasion for us to properly discuss the Polish Open team. And they're playing against Lithuania today. And Lithuania, we actually mentioned on air, is a very, very dangerous team of people who I think are criminally underrated.
They've defeated Germany. Yes.
Yeah, and they beat Germany in a very dramatic match yesterday where Alex Donchenko lost a position he really should not have lost. But today, I mean, things could still very much change. But I had an occasion to look at the top 2 boards, This is the game between young Krzysztof Duda playing white against Titas Trimovičius. It began as 4 knights. Young Krzysztof played a3 here, a move that is now being played quite a bit as a way not to play the Sveshnikov or the knight takes e6 lines. Black played bishop e7, and we switched to these types of positions which you get from Najdorfs and Scheveningens and lines of that nature. But importantly, there is a pawn on a3, which often is a good thing, but in this particular line, as we will see in a moment, it gets black an opening on the queen side much faster than it would have normally. And interestingly, ef4 here is a mistake. Seemingly, you could even take on b4 straight away because you don't have to worry about fe5. There are some tactics connected with knight takes e4, but that's difficult to see. ef4 followed by, ef4 followed by knight takes b4 is very natural. And here, young Krzysztof made a move which looks very, very logical. Your bishop on f1 is undeveloped, you develop it to the g2 square. Apparently it's a massive mistake, and now after rook c8 and e5, sorry, e5 hasn't been played yet, but yeah, we can stop here. This is the current position in the game, and I didn't really get very far, but my impression is this is desperate straits for Duda already, because your attack on the king side is not really materializing. The way you would probably want to continue here is the move e4, e5. Nothing else really makes much sense. You can play king b1, but then the queen will come out to b6. Now e4, e5, there is nothing on d8. It's just not a move. Knight takes e2 is now a threat. You can pretty much never play knight d4 because rook takes e3 is very strong, and just generally giving black the a5 square for the queen is probably going to lead to disaster. So you have to analyze e5. But the problem is black can simply play knight d7. Now e5 takes e6 basically just straight up loses to bishop f6. The game is over because with the addition of this attacker to the black position, you would like maybe to play knight d4. But as I said, once the queen lands on a5, your position just completely collapses. And black is only 1 pawn down here. It's not like we had to sacrifice very much even for this tremendous attack on the king side. So after e5, knight d7, the engine says maybe go king b1 now. But let's say d6, d5 is very strong, queen b6 is very strong. It's just, I think, pretty obvious who is by far the fastest in the race. There's really no race on the king side. There's nothing even on the fifth rank. Whereas on the queen side, black made tremendous progress. So Duda is actually in trouble with white on board 1. And on board 2, Radek Wojtaszek, who is, we spoke about Alina playing after they had a child very recently. But for Radek, I assume it's also
with that view
a challenge,
right now,
yes.
I really like to point out the fact that how closely matched that team is. Those teams are right now. Everything is in the middle, as you can see the thermometer. So definitely not a lot to separate the two, but go on.
Yeah, and this is a position on board 2 where Paulus Pulcinevicius is playing against Radek. And this is also a position where you definitely pick white, because this knight on d4 looks like a very beautiful piece, because currently you cannot play e3 because of knight f3 check. But that final move, rook d1, d2, indicates that we are now prepared to play queen d1 perhaps next move. Let's make some moves. Let's play, I don't know, rook f7, we play queen d1. And now I will shoo it away with it to e3. I will play, I don't know, let's say queen e2, rook fd1, b2, b3. There's a weakness on d7. There's a square on d6 on which I can probably, oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Once I double on the d file, there's a very nice square on d6 I can aim my pieces at. It's not going to be easy to take this position apart. I'm not trying to make a claim that Radek is any kind of trouble that young Krzysztof is in. This is a manageable maybe position for black. But it's an enjoyable position for Paulus to have. And on board 3, we have a pretty level position in a game between Kasper Piron and Valery Kozakowski. And on board 4, a very symmetrical position in a game between Larosas and Gulumards. So we have two positions which I would assess currently as still playable but pretty much equal, and two positions where the Polish players are in trouble. So this is a potential upset brewing in this match.
Could it be a back-to-back upset by Lithuania?
Hard to say. It's still, we're 2.5 hours into the round or thereabouts. Yeah, I don't actually see a clock, so maybe I'm way off. But As always, the match likely gets decided in the last 15 minutes of the first time control, and we're not there yet. So I don't want to call any kind of results, but as things stand, if I were Polish captain here watching this unfold, I'd be worried.
By the way, I just wanted to mention that Polish team is a very strong team, and
Yes.
they proved to be so also during the Batumi Chess Olympiad when they came fourth and they had really big chances to win the medals at that time. I think that was the first time that young Krzysztof Duda was playing, the second time for the team, and they actually had pretty same team at that times like now. So they definitely came here not just to be on top 10, but they with hopes to fight for the medals, and this match is very important for them. So
Also for Lithuania, I have to say they're having a very interesting generation of players coming along. Obviously, the player that you were high on, Paulius Putinevicius, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. You saw him win a lot of important games
He is
throughout
just
the years,
an
throughout the
incredibly
last couple of
dangerous
years.
opponent. Yeah, he is
He's not a-
exactly.
They are not afraid of anybody. That's one of the things about the
Yeah.
Lithuanians. Not afraid of absolutely anybody.
This is sort of the absolute nightmare 2580 opponent.
Yeah.
Somebody who is very good at chess and also just refuses to, pay any attention to your rating
Yeah.
and like respect you in any way. He just
can you
wants to
explain
beat
me
you.
what happened to Lithuanians specifically that they have developed such a skill, which is so important to be better and better in chess, to progress in chess, to have this?
I don't know.
Like
Something in a national character, but
Yes?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
interesting. I mean, because you keep saying this, and I'm like, what exactly happened? Like, what kind of school they had?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And guys, I do want to let's leave that match for a second. I do want to go to Vietnam versus
Okay.
Uzbekistan.
By the way,
Obviously
yes,
the
also-
former Olympic champions
Yes.
doing quite well, but they're having a very, very hard task ahead of themselves in this one. Vietnam, led by Le Quang Liem, who is
Who
right
lives
now
in St. Louis.
lives in St.
but-
Louis, coaches at one of the universities, one of my rivals, in fact, in
Exactly.
the collegiate chess scene, but a tremendous player.
Absolutely. He was also World Blitz champion one
Yes.
year back in 2014, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken. He is a very, very decent, great player, I would say. And you shouldn't underestimate it, never.
He's 27, 41,
never-
and he's winning whenever he plays, because he actually doesn't
That's
play as
not
much.
often, yes.
But whenever he does play, he generally wins events. He just won one in Bill.
Bill. Yes,
Third
this
in a
summer.
row.
Three in a row, yes. Look, I've been asked what's my favorite tournament to play in. If you ask Le Quang, he's probably going to say Bill. I mean, he's just enjoying himself very much. And right now against Nodirbek, look, he's having a tremendous position, perhaps not as good as it was previously, but let's take it away from somewhere around here. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, because this was an important transition. You gave away the bishop for the knight, but you're going into this very intriguing position with the open files ready for my rooks to be occupying them. Rook to d1, rook to c1, and now the bishop on d8 is more or less stuck, because if you allow me to go knight e7 or knight c7, this knight is going to be tremendous. Knight to c3, do not allow black to take on d5, I like this. Queen to b3 and bishop to d5. And right now we have an interesting situation with a very strong knight on d5, but unfortunately not supported by a pawn. And we know that knights are very good when they have outposts.
That's
Still,
a good point, of course, yes.
but right now it's supported by the pieces.
So what
which is
about this
enough.
bishop? Where did this bishop go? So he decided to go to g5?
Your question was answered
Yes, and-
immediately by Nodirbek, but still on the light squares right now, there's only white that's roaming the pastures. And h4 perhaps a
I
bit.
was thinking about f4. Maybe it's too optimistic, but I don't
It
know.
seems like queen to d3 would have been in fact a very powerful move. Now let's try to understand this idea. You're trying to fight against the queen. If you go b4, you're going to lose the pawn on a3. So one way, first of all, to shield from any sort of attacks via the e-file with the rook coming on e8 is to go queen to d3. I really like it, and we've been discussing.
Yes.
You need to solidify, cement that knight on d5.
Yeah,
And
the
right
idea is
now-
if you play like rook d8, then you have this b4, yes, sometimes
Yes,
maybe, and
yes.
then you lose the square on d8 for the queen. I don't know.
b4, and then you can continue in
Even
fact
b5.
with b5. The idea being that if you do take, now h4 comes in the
Oh,
position. and
Where to
do you
put your
put-
bishop? Yes.
If you put it on f6, now you kind of understand why it doesn't
Yes.
work, because take, and with the queen on b5, I
Just
rook to g4 check. That's a
bit
discovery
unpleasant,
check.
yes.
And you lose the queen.
Yes.
So very dangerous position. Let's see how they continued. h4, a bit maybe premature. And right now, this is the position we have. The idea being, why is this worse than queen to d3? Is because right now, after queen to d3, I have this extra square.
And you
to
put
go.
the rook on e8. Yes, you
Bishop
had
to
this
e8.
tempo to put the rook.
Yes, you had the tempo to put the rook, exactly. And now I don't have b4. Another idea is that I also have this move, rook to e1. Rook to e1, we're exchanging a pair of rooks. And this is a much safer position for me after bishop to d8 than it was previously. So maybe Nodirbek will be surviving this one. But let's take a look, because again, I'm really curious about this match. They have a lot of very strong players. Of course, we know Le Quang, Vietnam that is, Nguyen and Ngoc Trong Son, a very strong player as well. Much of the older generation, let's say, my generation. But we have the new generation as well joining in the ranks of Vietnamese players. Tuan Minh Le is a very, very competent player. And take a look at this position. How would you assess this one, Anastasiya?
Let's have a look. I think
Tuan is with
yes. I mean,
with white.
after move 5, I see this d5 square now, which is quite important, and for white, I
Yes.
see this bishop on b2,
Yes,
which is like, you know,
putting some pressure.
of
These
course
two
on
bishops
e5
cutting
is-
the board in half.
yes, somehow I think this ending looks a little bit better for white, as I can see for now,
I'm
but
also seeing a knight maybe landing on d6.
because
via
pieces are a
c1.
little bit more active, yes, for the moment, but
Should we ask Peter what he thinks of this position, because he seems to be
I-
having
yeah,
the same
I
one.
wanted to
Ah,
bring it up
yes.
because
sorry.
a story some of the people who had the misfortune of listening me talk about chess for many years have probably heard, but I have some personal experience with this line, and this is a kind of an inside joke between me and Fabi. I played Fabi in the 2011 World Cup. We drew in the 2 classical games, and then I beat him with white in the first rapid. And in the second rapid, what happened, and this is the second time this happened to me, and the first time it happened in a really important game. I was planning to play the Grunfeld, and then after d4, knight f6, c4, I basically woke up holding the e-pawn in my hand. I don't play any of these openings.
Hypnosis.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened there. But it was already touched. So I put it on e6 and continued as if nothing happened. And we kind of drifted into this endgame. I was much worse out of the opening, and then I somehow managed to swindle him. He did actually end up playing c5, knight d6, getting this passer onto d6, but it gets blocked. Once the passer on d6 appeared, it was sort of home turf for me, because you get so many Grunfeld positions where you have to deal with this advanced passer that I felt much more comfortable, even though my position was not good. I'm very surprised by the move e6, c5. First of all, I suspect this is a heavily discussed theoretical position. And the lines I see on my screen, starting with, I think, the move b7, b6, I feel like I've seen this before.
Yes.
To be honest, b6 followed by bishop e8, and you start trading. And eventually, I mean, you will have to defend. Isn't this line, right?
b6 has been played 75 times.
Yeah, this is this famous line where people kind of start playing. I'm doing this very quickly because you get here very quickly.
Yes.
Knight d7, c takes b6, rook c1, let's say bishop c1, and you take on b6 with something. 10 games from this position.
Yes.
This is move 23, there are no pieces left.
Right.
10 games from here. And this is how you're supposed to play this. e6, e5 seems kind of incongruous with what we were doing previously. And now after c4, c5, I would not want to be black here. And honestly, I'm a little bit confused as to what happened there, because this is very much black's choice. If you play this particular line, which once again you can get here by different move orders, this wasn't a pure Catalan. This began as a kind of a Reti adjacent game, which switched to Catalan by move 7. But this is a very, very topical line. So for Jawahir Sindarov to get here, you would assume this is what he plays against the Catalan. And if this is what you play against the Catalan, you must have seen this before.
You must know this.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
yes.
honestly, once you're here, any thought of playing for advantage has to be completely abandoned. This is not a line you play to play for 3 results. This is a line you play to make a draw by knowing what you're doing. And a move like e6, e5 would indicate to me that maybe he wants to have some adventures here, you know, fun and joy. And this line is not going to provide you with any of those things. So I am kind of in disagreement with this decision. I don't know if he actually ends up getting punished, but I don't think this move belongs here.
I didn't know this position well, but immediately it felt wrong, the c5 move,
Yes.
right? When you showed me and you asked my opinion, I
e5,
was
yeah.
like, something after e5, it feels like what has some hopes now.
By the way, I'm not really sure whether there is any sort of sibling situation in this team, but we have Minle and Mintran. And I don't know, maybe you guys know about this more
I
than
don't
do.
think they're related. And Minle, obviously, he is very, very well known to people who watch online chess a great deal,
yes.
because this is International Master wonderful time.
Yes.
An absolute giant of online blitz. Very, very famous on all the servers.
What surprises me is that they're playing right now Uzbekistan, they're playing Vahidov. And previously, he was sitting, and the player with on the fourth board did actually quite well. I believe defeated Kozul last round with quite a decisive result with black
he
pieces.
did, yes.
So I'm surprised that he's not playing this round. But we have Vahidov right now joining the ranks, and he's not doing tremendously well in this one. After knight to d4, I have to say, after bishop to d5, I think only black can be better. It's far from having any sort of decisive advantage or anything of that nature. Most likely this one will end in a draw. But if you're Uzbekistan, you have a pretty significant edge on board 4. If you're playing your main player, you have 200 rating points. Right now you have a bit more than 100 rating points advantage, and you're not getting anything. You're maybe making a draw from from the inferior position. Bishop to d5, you exchange, you can take on d5, you can go knight to c6, but at some point you're going to capture the pawn on b5.
Yeah, you're trying
I'm going
to,
to take
make a draw
one
here.
of these.
Yeah,
And
you're
you're
trying to
trying
make
to
a draw
make a
here
draw.
with white.
Yeah.
And also, before we move on, I want to say that if I slandered the Vietnamese player and he's actually a grandmaster, which I suspect is true, I apologize. Once I start apologizing, it's very difficult to stop me.
Yes.
There's more coming, I'm sure. Briefly,
But are we sure there's no sibling? Because it's Tuan Min Le, Tuan Min Tran. So there's two names which are very similar.
You never
Maybe.
know. You never
Maybe,
know.
yeah.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah, I just want to bring us back
tricky,
to this game between Vasil Ivanchuk and Wesley So, which is kind of going slightly off the rails, I think, for the Ukrainian legend. Because after rook h3, Wesley understandably played h7, h6, and now it was time to actually retreat with the bishop. And not just because we kind of don't want the bishop to be hanging, but also, maybe even more importantly, is this queen on a4 is actually doing a very decent job of restraining the knight on b8. It is not that easy for black to finish development because you have to watch out the bishop on a6. So in order to play, let's say, knight bd7, you need to start with the move bishop b7, which gives white a tempo to do something. But instead, Vasil played this very interesting move, queen c2, which, of course, hg5 is not great for black. It's playable, but you have to return the piece immediately. You cannot retreat with the knight, because that would allow queen h7 with mate. But the issue with queen c2 is that knight bd7 now is very strong, connecting these knights. And now black has a very obvious idea of playing c4, c3, because if you take the pawn on a3 will be hanging. Black also can play rook a b8 next move. And there's really not very much happening on the king side to justify your previous play. Vasil, after knight bd7, played knight d4. I'm not quite sure. I guess this defends against the ideas of c3 because we have connected our rook to the c3 square, but I feel like our pieces are really not going in the direction that they need to be going. The engine suggests that knight e5 here was very strong, but the move bishop b7, which is what Wesley preferred, is also quite strong. Vasil played bishop d2. And now most kind of logical moves seem very strong. The preferred solution of the engine is to go knight c5, trying, I guess, to put something on the e4 square. White probably needs to play f3. And if you give white a lot of moves here, like if you imagine me being in time to play bishop c3, then perhaps e2, e4, maybe we will stabilize, but obviously black is not going to allow white to make very many moves in a row. You can, for instance, play bishop a6, which puts paid completely to any ideas of moving the pawn away from the e2 square, because knight d3 check will be very strong. Once again, we are renewing the ideas of playing rook a b8. Rook g3 is never an idea because knight h5 just wins a lot of time. So in the, let's say this is move 16, the current position is move 19. In the 3 moves between here and the current position, it feels like the situation deteriorated quite a bit for Vasil Ivanchuk, and Wesley now has a very, very good position on board too in this all-important match.
While that might be bad news for Team Ukraine, everything else looks pretty good for Ukraine right now.
Yes.
And especially board 4, Korobov versus Ray Robson pretty much balances that much worse position for Ukraine. Because look at this, and you were mentioning this game as well,
Before
Peter.
this.
You are really a fan of this pawn structure for white. B5, C5, everything seems to be very harmonious and waiting to explode on the queen side. At some point, I will be able to play C6 maybe. But Peter, you have some insights
I
about
wanted
this?
to show, I actually looked at this while they were getting to this position.
Yes.
And there was a very spectacular move that I understand why Anton didn't play it. It's not really required. And what he did in the game gives him a large advantage. But I just wanted to show you this.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's nice.
This was,
This is-
you can say this was missed, even though it's maybe a little bit unfair, because Anton's decision is very strong. But this, with the idea of just giving this not even an exchange for now, but a full rook, and creating this mass of pawns, which will start just descending like you know, a flock of locusts on the black position.
That's a good
And after
example
knight
for
f4, we
kids
still
also.
don't take on f1. We go queen e4 for now to preserve everything in the center. And just to give you an idea, this is plus 3.5. We're a rook down.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is plus 3.5. The game is over because everything will collapse in the center. So I just wanted to show this basically as a diagram.
No, but this is a great example of how, that you have to take care of your center, yes,
Yes.
and actually play in the
And
center.
also, honestly, if there's anybody in this tournament who might play e4, it's Anton Korobov.
Yeah.
He is just such an imaginative player that I honestly would not be shocked at all if he did it. But I think the reason he didn't is very simply queen e1 is
He had better
very,
options,
very
yes,
strong.
he
Yeah.
had
How
just
do we
better
like
options.
this last move, queen to g3?
We don't like it that much. We're honestly a little bit, I mean, I guess you can explain it by saying that your other move here is g2, g3, and maybe you start having some kind of nightmares about the pawn landing on h4 and the king side getting opened. But it actually does not happen, because let's say if you play rook d8, we can play b5, b6, move the queen away from this good diagonal, then we play bishop d1. We will actually get this off the board. And also, very importantly, we can play knight b5. And we can start pointing out to black
You're getting
that
your
the king on
attack.
e8 is also
Knight
not
d6,
entirely
knight
safe. Yeah,
d7,
knight
yes.
d6 and knight c7 coming. If you have to castle to avoid those checks, there will be no attack on the king side. And white, like after castles, we can simply go after the a5 pawn.
Yeah.
Queen g5, we will snipe this off the board, take on a5, and there are queens there. Like these pawns, they look like pawns. They're actually kind of queens in waiting. So this was very strong. But queen g3, white is still better. It looks like we blundered the pawn on e3. We haven't, because rook fe1 followed by taking on d5 with something is completely winning. So what black has to do is castle long. We probably play something like rook. Actually, rook a1 is, for some reason, rook fe1 b6. My screen is telling me black is suddenly completely fine. Well, I mean, completely fine for a given value of completely fine. White is still better, but this is a vastly improved situation for black. My guess is this is connected with the, this is connected with the idea of meeting rook a1 b6 with there are some ideas of sacrificing pieces here, and yeah, the engine does suggest that, let's say, knight takes d5 here is playable, because if bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, I guess we start by knight c4, and then in the end we will pick up the pawn on f7. But strictly speaking, this is maybe the best position Ray has seen in the last hour.
Yeah.
It's still not great, but this is by far the best position Ray has seen.
Compared to that position you showed us after e4, this is a dream basically came true.
Yeah.
Now, another position that I think Ukraine is doing quite well in is this one between Lenier and Ruslan Ponomaryov, the former world champion. But what I'm thinking about this position, and I was looking through the lines, and bishop to d7, queen to c8 seems to be the recommendation in this position, obviously focusing on the pawn on h3. Not easy
Not
to
easy
spot,
to find,
because you
absolutely,
just,
yes.
look, you put your bishop on c6, now you have to come back. The thing is, you don't have a clear alternative, and that's why I think he might actually land on this plan. You cannot go queen to d7, which is a very normal spot for the queen, because d5 is coming and you're having huge trouble with the bishop on c6. So then you start thinking, okay, do I want to take on d4? Probably not. Generally, this type of structure with e5, with d5 potential for white, this is generally better for white.
You need to support this pressure on this in the center, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to
Keep the tension.
simplify the situation. Yes, so
Keep the tension
for the
alive.
moment,
So if he gets to this realization, then he might be thinking, look, I've been expanding g5, h6, everything is on this side, the knight on f6, the knight on g6, everything is ready for an attack.
can I do some natural moves like king g7? Like what will happen?
You can definitely go
Yes.
king g7.
So what
yes.
will happen
King
in this
g7
case?
is fine
What white
again.
will do?
This becomes
Yeah.
somewhat of a normal position after bishop to a g2, and perhaps you're giving me too much time to regroup my pieces.
This-
Knight f1, knight e3 is obviously my idea to get to f5.
So I mean, helping you by playing that, yes.
Precisely,
Yes.
yes. That's why maybe I think he will land on this very difficult to spot plan. Bishop to d7, queen to c8. If he finds this, white is in some sort of danger. We
He
see
made
a
a
move.
move,
I think
yes.
he played, did he play d5?
D5.
Okay,
Seems
d5.
like that.
Well, that's an interesting development.
That's really supporting the pressure in the center, putting more pressure.
Let's go to our resident expert.
I'll switch to that in a moment. I
Okay.
just want to give you some
Yes.
breaking news for our viewers. This is a game between Prague and Alexei Sarana, and it ended very peacefully because after rook d2, as we mentioned, this is a very important diagonal, so it makes sense for black to try to kick the queen off it. And this repetition, honestly, is quite logical. And I just wanted to point out just how important this diagonal is, because the engine suggests playing h4 with the idea of meeting knight h5 with queen h2. I don't know if it's good, but this is like a quirky enough and a funny enough suggestion from the engine that I felt that I want to put it on the screen and just present to our viewers this idea of proactively putting your queen on h2 just to keep it on the h2 b8 diagonal. But as things stand, this is the first result in a game between India and Serbia, draw on board 2. So we're talking about.
To be honest,
game...
I'm trying to understand after this d5 move by Ponomaryov, what is his plan after e takes d5 and just simply picking up the pawn on e5 later on?
My guess is he wants to go knight takes d5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5. What do you take with?
I can take with the pawn, by the way.
You can
I
take
just
the pawn,
go
and
d
my
takes
feeling
e5.
is it seems like it's actually possible to play knight e3.
Wow.
Okay.
And the point is fe3 actually, well, doesn't lose, but almost loses to queen d5. And the reason this isn't as strong is after d5, knight e3, you can take with the rook, bishop takes. Now fe3, queen d5 is a mess.
But none of this works, Peter, if I keep my knight on f3. If I just take with the pawn on e5.
You want to go de.
Yes.
If you go de, yeah, that's actually also completely playable. Yeah, I don't know.
There is no knight e3
you
anymore,
want to
yes?
include the
No
bishop
knight
on
e3.
a7 in the game, but you're doing it at the cost of a pawn, and white is sort of 2 moves away from completely stabilizing. Something like bishop g2 followed by, I don't know, knight b3, d4, or this knight to d4 in some cases, or knight e4 jumping to f6. Yeah, I very much liked what you were saying there, because for white, this looks very beautiful in the center. We are the first ones. As is often in the structures, you're very happy that you have the pawn on d4 faster than black played d5. But your pieces are completely tied to the protection of the pawn on e4, meaning that you cannot move the knight away from d2. And because of that, a move like queen c8, I think starting with queen c8 is even stronger than starting with bishop d7, because you want the bishop preserved on the c6 square, completely tying white down. And now let's say we go b3, we go bishop d7 with black, more or less forcing king h2, and we can start opening things up on the king side.
And that's the thing. Get the king to h2, provoke the king to go there, and then I have knight takes g4 with tempo,
Or
bishop
bishop
takes
takes
g4.
g4, queen d7, king g7. And we continue exerting a lot of pressure against the white center, because this is a very, very annoying piece, which you can't really deal with. So yeah, I don't really know what d6, d5 is, because
I think he
it
wants to
probably
take
is
with
some
the
kind
bishop.
of a miscalculation.
I feel like he wants to take with the bishop, otherwise it doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah, he's done that, and now we can go knight e5, knight e5, d takes e5, knight d7, I guess.
Queen
But
F5,
once again, you've made white's life just so much simpler.
Yeah.
There is now freedom to put our pieces on good squares, like I can go knight c4. The strongest move is queen f5, because it also creates this idea of bishop d3, reminding black that the king side isn't completely
But
safe
that's
either.
the thing, you gave the pawn and you're actually facing an attack.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a puzzling decision.
It's a very strange decision. I think maybe Ruslan felt that his position is good, but it sort of demands that he plays forcefully. Because if you give white, I don't know, 5 moves here, I will play b3, I will play bishop b2, maybe I will play c3, c4, now that the bishop on d2 will support my central pawn and so on. But he did not need to, take such drastic measures. And on the topic of putting pressure on the white center, I just wanted to point out, it's a rare construction, but I think it's instructive, and once we can show it to the viewers. In this position, I'm not criticizing the decision to go knight f4 and g5, which is what he did, but there was this idea, which I saw in some positions in the Spanish as well, with the idea of putting the queen on e8 and saying, please make moves.
Yeah.
What are you? It might actually be forcing white to play g4, d5.
King
Because
H1.
it's just so impossible to move anything else.
Or king f1. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just-
and once you provoke d5, you're just so happy because this bishop is now playing. You can play bishop d7, then you can play queen c8 and start threatening bishop takes h3 ideas. Because the moment that this bishop is completely dominant on the a7 g1 diagonal, there's a lot of play against the white king side with these pieces. But this is all now very much in the rearview mirror. This is the current position. And yeah, I think Lanier will be breathing a very big sigh of relief here.
Absolutely. Anastasia, lead us. Where should we go?
I think we haven't checked yet Hungary-Italy match, and I can see that actually Hungary is doing pretty well, led by Richard Rapport, and I think Peter Leko is also having good position right now.
By the way, we do have a result in that one.
Yes, just now, yes, we have one draw already on the board, number 4, but still we have 3 games in the progress. Maybe let's jump to game of
Let's take a look.
Richard Rapport.
Richie
first.
Rapport versus a player that did not play surprisingly so yesterday. The leader of the
Yes.
Italian team, Vocaturo, took a break, and right now he's wearing a very heavy coat in a playing hall that generally is considered to be quite warm.
That's a
So
good point, actually.
maybe there was something wrong yesterday, because there was no logical explanation for him to, in fact, skip the match against Netherlands.
Yeah.
It worked for them. They won that match convincingly, 3-1.
Yes.
But right now he's back in the lineup.
I was thinking about this position, that if I had this white square bishop, for white it would really help me.
Oh, yes.
I could bring it to
Imagine.
be diagonal, and then this queen would be really
Or yes.
yes, but then this queen on h7 somehow attracted my attention. But
Let's take it
I
from
don't
the
know
beginning.
what queen is doing on h7 and rook on h7. It
Let's
doesn't
take it from
happen
the
that
beginning.
often.
It was a Gioco Piano once
Yes.
again, obviously.
Of course.
We're playing the Italian team, why not? Gioco Piano makes a lot of sense. Knight to d2, queen e7. This is an aggressive stance generally with the Gioco Piano, mostly because you're hinting at the fact that perhaps you want to go long castle as well. h6, bishop takes e6.
He took
and right
with
now,
queen, sometimes you take with pawn, but
if
this time.
sometimes I have ideas of g5, especially since you already played the move h3, you
And
have the
black
hook.
hasn't castled yet.
You haven't castled yet, so g5 is definitely an opportunity right now. He decides to go short castle, which surprises me. The whole concept behind the last few moves, queen e7, bishop to e6, was to go for this attack with g5. He decides against it. Now d5, playing in the center, still, black is doing perfectly fine, right?
And
Queen
he
takes
took on
d3.
d3.
That's a pawn to the good, but white has the compensation because you're a bit behind. This rook on a7 needs to lose at least a tempo to go back, and you cannot do that for the moment because you lose the pawn on b7. So you're a bit stuck. I have the compensation as white. Rook a d1, and that's how the queen landed on h7 to
This
answer
would
your
happen, yeah.
question.
Actually, why rook went to e8? Maybe we have to point out just a move before.
Yes.
Let's say there was this threat, right? Rook d1.
Rook d1 is
And
kind
then?
of an idea, right? And then if you are forced to exchange on d8 and then take with the knight,
Yes, then
you're going to lose the pawn.
This pawn. That's why actually he moved his rook back. Yes.
Yes.
Just it was an interesting moment. Yes, rook d1, queen goes to h7.
It makes sense, by the way.
Yes, and all the way to h7.
What I'm a bit puzzled is why didn't he go queen to g5? Again, especially because you just mentioned queen on h7 visually doesn't look right.
Yes.
It's a bit too far away from the action. Why not keep it on g5?
Maybe he was afraid of something here.
Do you think he was concerned about just...
Repetition. Also
But this is
possible.
good. This is good. For Team Italy with the black pieces against Richie Rapport on board 1, this is a good result. So I'm a bit puzzled. But let's keep going. Queen
Yes.
h7, knight to g4. And right now, maybe he did miss this move, because after taking on g4, this queen is not coming out.
Yes, and White has some ideas.
Rook d7.
Rook
is a big
d7
idea.
is the first one. It's a big idea, and
It's a
as you
big
mentioned
idea.
before, this rook is not joining the center yet. It's stuck on a seven.
Excuse me, but
e7.
how do you defend against
I don't know.
this?
That's a good point.
This
Like
is in fact.
You don't
really-
have even rook e7 move because knight f5 is coming.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't know.
I
Like
think
g6, you don't want to play move g6, right?
it's one of the saddest move you can make, obviously, because now you have to go queen to g7, but it does protect the f7 pawn. So I
Yes.
understand this move.
And queen g7. I don't know. Let's try to get this queen back to the game. But yeah, if White even gets back his material, then position is simply better because you have your rook on 7th rank and your pieces are more active.
The quality of the pieces is, I mean, you can see the discrepancy. The queen on b3, amazing piece.
Yeah.
Rook on a7 compared to the rook on c7, don't even make that comparison.
Yes,
And after I put my rook on d1,
rook g7.
if
yes.
you allow me to get the rook to, that's
The
it,
game is over. So far, it looks great for Richard, but let's go to Peter Leko game.
Oh, the fan favorite, right? Peter Leko with his 72 files of Gioco Piano seem to be paying off right now. He's playing
Yes.
it with the black pieces, and you see short castle combined with an attack, h5 and g5.
But there was a big turnaround in the last couple of moves.
Yes,
Yes.
please. Show it.
I have the other things.
Another
So
thing.
I
Okay,
can
so
tell
we'll,
you
we'll
though.
check it.
Yes.
I can tell you. So if we go back, yeah, knight c4 here is a decent idea from White attacking the pawn on e5. And knight f6 is not a good reply. You could just play f7, f6, which I think was completely playable. But Peter played knight f6, which is a very concrete move. You are attacking the pawn on e4. And I think he kind of successfully bluffed his opponent, because the reply that should have been chosen here is knight c takes e5. Yes, it looks scary to allow knight takes e4, but then we take on c6, the trade happens, and we go knight f3, g4. Knight takes g3, fg3. I understand the reluctance of, giving such a beautiful diagonal to the bishop on a7, but this offloads many of White's problems, trades off some really poor pieces. The bishop on g3 is, as we will come back to the game, it's stuck watching the pawn on e5. And here I want to play, let's say, king h1, put the bishop on f3, and suddenly my pieces make sense.
Yeah.
I'm left with the pieces I can explain to myself, you know? And this was not only playable, the engine even suggests this might be a little bit better for White.
Oh,
Go
yes.
back
It looks
to-
visually better for White.
Yeah,
if
it
your
looks-
attack doesn't succeed, and it doesn't, because you don't have any more pieces on that side anymore, this
Exactly.
is just fine.
Yeah, and go back to what he did. Instead of all that, Leko's opponent played knight fg2. I guess maybe he thought h5 is still hanging, e5 is still hanging, but I think rook d8 here is very, very strong, and it just doesn't work out for White tactically.
Big
Because-
move for Peter right now.
Yeah,
Take,
and
take, b5,
b5
at the
I think
end,
somewhere.
right?
Yeah, I don't know, immediately or here, and the knight on g2 is hanging. I think the kind of the puzzle for us would be to work out why we cannot play knight takes e5 instead of bishop takes h5.
Yes.
Knight e5. But maybe something like knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop f2, and then no.
But why not knight
no.
takes e4? And rook takes
Oh yeah,
d2?
yeah, very simply, we can just go knight takes e4, of course, yeah. So I think Peter's opponent did not appreciate just how important it is to give some air to his pieces, and now if Leko finds rook d8, he is back to being pretty much in control.
This is a big move right now. If
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't find it, then White is more or less fine. But with rook to d8, not only in control, I think he has
Yeah,
maybe
just
close
a
to a
very, very
decisive
good
advantage.
position, yeah.
Yes.
I think we can jump to Peter quickly and take a short break after
Yeah,
that.
I wanted to take a look because we've
have.
been ignoring the women's section for the majority of the broadcast. There are some news, and some of them are actually quite surprising because in the India match, let's go all the way up, Vaishali is in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
Although maybe less so now. We left it somewhere around here
Yes.
after queen c6, rook b8. Sophie Millet, who is a very strong, very experienced player, she plays c3, c4 here. And Vaishali, I think, as I mentioned, the way to create counterplay here is to for now you have to play on the king side. Instead, she played queen c8, which is still not really a mistake, queen a4, but I really dislike the idea of playing c5 because you're starting to play on the side of the board where you really aren't ahead of your opponent. Knight b5 is a very strong reply, indicating threats of knight a7, knight c6. She also played queen c6, and in this position the engine suggests if you make a very natural move, bishop f4, attacking the rook on b8 and preparing to start trading in the center, I mean, white is a pawn up, and there is no particular compensation I can even point to. But d takes c5, the move that Sophie just made. Now if Vaishali goes bishop b4, trying to blunt the impact of this bishop on g2 and maybe get her knight to good squares, she's still worse, but this gives her decent maybe chances of survival. Elsewhere in the same match, Harika is better on board 1, maybe even much better. Divya is, as mentioned, she did choose to keep the pawn on g2, but she has
neither have gone wrong.
Yeah, this is exactly the knight have gone wrong. The king is very, very unsafe on g8 here, with the knight coming to e2, e4, sorry, rook coming to h3. So even if Vaishali is in trouble, it feels like India will be fine overall, but it's a big result. It's a big result if Vaishali actually ends up losing.
How is Tanya? We have Tanya on the screen 4. Right now.
Tanya is maybe a little bit worse. It's a kind of a typical hedgehog gone wrong endgame where the pawn on b6 got traded for a4, a5, and you trade away this pawn. So endgames are now a little bit iffy, but it doesn't look like a tragedy, honestly. We get the queens off, we put the knight on d7, go rook c8, rook a b8. It doesn't really look like too many bad things have happened yet, although you are maybe slightly worse. Elsewhere, England are getting frankly destroyed against China. Unfortunately for the Commentators Guild, Yovi has already lost to Yuxing Song. On board 3, Harriet Hunt is in desperate straits against Nishikun. Miao Li on board 4 is better against Katarina Toma. Might be a blowout. There are some drawing chances on board 1, but actually this is just not going well at all for...
A team that has Miao Li on the last board is
a
terrifying team.
That is a very solid team, yeah.
Absolutely.
Elsewhere, I was looking for exciting positions. The match between the Dutch team and the American team, very recent, like 5 minutes ago when I was scrolling through this was a much more exciting position. This is a game between Begim Tahirjanova and Elin Roberts. Now it's very equal, of course.
That's good news for Begim, actually.
Yes, Begim, I think, was worse, but she managed to stabilize. Yes. On board 2, Machteld Van Forest had a very nice position, but it kind of blew up, and she's now in a lot of trouble. I think, slight inexperience showing there, because basically Carissa Yip here played g7, g5. You just don't touch it. Like, she does something on the king side, we're ignoring it. We have our own play on the king side, on the queen side. We want to play a4, we want to play b5. Our target is over there. There is absolutely no reason to acknowledge that king side even exists.
Yes.
But she went knight takes g5, and now this very, very beautiful tactical shot of d6, d5, using the fact that there is now a target on g5, and the game continued. cd5, knight g5, e5, queen takes g5.
For a second,
yes, white is now a pawn up.
For a second, I thought you said,
but
you
there's this king on e1.
Instead of you don't touch it, you don't touch it.
Yeah. And now we're in trouble because it's very unclear where we're supposed to castle here with white. Because if we castle kingside, there's an open g file. There's also going to be a pawn on f4 in a very, very near future. She went rook c1, black played f5. And as you can see, there's this impending doom.
Yes.
The sense of impending doom happening in the center and on the king side.
You're getting destroyed on the king side.
And the fact that you're a pawn up here seems completely irrelevant. You're just not going to be able to survive the onslaught. I'm guessing bishop d5 has to be addressed. We can spend a tempo on bishop d7, but then bad things will start happening. On board 3, a kind of a messy endgame is being played out in a game between Irina Krush with white and Marlies Bensdorf de la Baca. Seems equal-ish. And on board 4, Alice Lee is much, much better against Anna Maya Kazarian. Feels like you kind of have to take on d5, then you probably have to play queen a4. And it feels like you're probably losing to knight takes g2, right? I don't even want to calculate. With all of our pieces over there and a lot of black pieces over here, it feels like this should be made.
And Alice generally doesn't miss that of opportunities.
So looks like with these developments, the US are going to prevail in this match.
From a much worse situation 5 minutes ago, I thought they had at least 2 much worse positions. Anastasiya, is it time?
Yes, it's time to call a break, and we'll see you on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere.
23 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait,
Hans is on right now.
what? You interviewed Hans instead of me?
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move already?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad. We have round 4 in progress. And Peter, let's go straight to the games of the match US against Ukraine.
Yeah, lots of things happening there. We left the top board of the match around move 18. This is Fabi with the white pieces playing against Andrei Volokitin. There you have Andrei. He's down to 3.5 minutes. We'll get to the current position momentarily, but just to briefly update our viewers on how we got from A to B there.
You can see how nervous he is. He's checking his clock, definitely. He knows that he should make his moves quickly, but position remains really difficult.
Fabi played queen b4. d6, d5 is a very normal break here. It looks very risky because the queen on b4 currently is preventing black from castling, but he will be able to play queen e7, and this is what happened. c3 first, queen e7, takes, e5, bishop d5, and Fabi's last move here, bishop f4, e3, is really not great. And Volokitin, I think he might look unhappy on your screen, but I think he is just generally very hard at work choosing between a number of very promising ideas. The strongest among them, the move h7, h6, which is a very, very typical thing you do in these types of structures. You want to include your rook on h8 into the game. You also absolutely want to further break up white structure on the king side. And seemingly the best white even has is just to allow this. And then with the rook lured away from the open d-file, we can quite safely take on f3 with either the knight or the bishop. Black is just a pawn up. There is really no compensation as such.
I wanted to ask you actually, why can't we take this pawn immediately?
We can.
Maybe you can explain, because I was like wondering
we
at this moment.
absolutely can,
Yes.
but then white gets to play knight c5. Now a6 is hanging, rook d7 check is a very serious idea. It's still fine for black. It's not like this gives white any kind of an advantage, but it makes white's life a lot easier because we now have legitimate counterplay. And this is why h6 is stronger. And apart from h6, a move like knight c4 is pretty decent. Black is just doing very, very well there. But the way to play for a big advantage, I think, pretty much always starts with h7, h6. And now maybe it's time to point our viewers to the top of our screen there with Andrei Volokitin's clock ticking down to below 90 seconds now.
It's already like...
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge, but this is a very, very good position, which obviously mitigates some of the damage of having very low time. And we have to restate, this is not new to him.
Yes.
This is his entire career in a nutshell. He is... I don't think anybody actually enjoys having no time, but some people get kind of acclimatized to it. And Andrei definitely knows what he is about when he is on very, very low time. Elsewhere in the same match, Vasil Ivanchuk's position actually improved a great deal. Considering how much we have going on, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but as you can see, we were talking about white struggling to finish development.
And now
development has been
that...
completed.
Yeah.
Queens have come off the board. Yes, white's position is still a little bit shaky. Yes, you have some potential weaknesses. Yes, the rook on h3 is still looking a little bit weird, but we are 2 moves away from completely consolidating with something like rook h2, rook d2. This is by far the best scenario you can hope for with white, considering where we started. On board 3, Linier Dominguez is much better, maybe even winning against Ruslan Ponomarev. This remains a mystery of the round for me.
Yes, pawn up
because,
at the moment,
just once again, to show our viewers, if you maybe have missed this moment, Black could very easily continue playing behind this very, very solid pawn structure. Instead, Ruslan made a very difficult to understand decision to just give up the pawn on e5. And after queen f5, bishop e6, queen f3, c6, queen h5, now after king g7, you can just play knight f3. Knight takes g5 is a constant threat. And I think this is what Linier has just played, yeah.
Just look at the clock, just 1 second, 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes for Linier and 17 minutes almost for Ruslan. That can be the only problem for Linier, but once again, he is, we know that he can spend lots of time.
By his standards, this is a lot of time, honestly. Almost 5 minutes is a lot of time for Linier. And on board 4, Ray Robson is doing a very good job of surviving a very difficult situation. As mentioned, these endgames are still not fun for Black in any way, shape or form, but they are a massive improvement over what could have been if the queens stayed on the board. So kind of hard to judge what's happening in the match. And I will cede the floor to Cristian.
Yes.
But I just wanted to show what happened in the game on board 1. And Volokitin left himself very, very little time and actually did take on f3. And I think Fabi will now be a much relieved man, because he can now take on d8, take on a6, and probably defend this position.
Yeah, my question, why not to take this pawn, unfortunately, was a bad question. Cristian?
And I have to say, it wasn't really looking good for Team USA in that one, especially with the games that you guys just showed us, and of course that Volokitin game. But it's all about the clock, right? You really cannot play, and as you age, let's not forget, he's not a spring chicken anymore, right? He's experienced, but as you age, your instincts get a bit slower, and I think this is going to impact him. Take a look at this one. While we were on a break, one game did finish in the second match of the day, and that is Hungary versus Italy, and it was Sinan Sujirov who took a page from Fabiano's bishop to d3 against the Najdorf, and in fact delivered pretty much a checkmate towards the end, as we will see in just a second. G6, the typical response against the bishop on d3, and now we have what looks like a dragon, more or less a dragon, with the inclusion of the bishop on d3, which is considered to be giving black more chances to potentially equalize or even get his attack going on the queen side. King to b1, b5, knight takes c6, and bishop to h6. b4 seems to have been a pretty decent move in this position. Knight to e2, queen to a5, and I like what black is doing. But at this point, bishop h6, good start. A very difficult move to continue with was queen to h5, and perhaps the best move in the position, not a move that you're thinking about very often, because you know what's coming next move for white is g4. Your queen is actually going to get kicked away. But what also happens, it's an attack brewing on the queen side for black. So for example, first of all, don't exchange the queens as white. If you do that, then black is absolutely out of danger from the opening, and perhaps even better in the endgame. If you go queen to e3 or queen to d2 probably better. I will explain in just a second why. For example, queen to e3, I go a5, I continue my attack, I start my attack, in fact, on the queen side. You play g4, but now I have an extra tempo with queen to c5, and that's why you don't put the queen on e3. You actually go backwards all the way to d2, so that you don't lose this very important tempo. And right now it's black who is first. Queen to d2, for example. I can even stop you with h5, but a4 most likely is going to be sufficient for black to at least equalize. Not the move that was played in the game, which was king to h8. Now you're just simply too slow. White's attack is coming. g4, queen to c5, knight to g3, bishop to b5. Again, perhaps h5 would have been better. Queen to d2 is fine as well. It preserves the attack for white. I have to say, from a practical perspective, it's already very difficult. Objectively, pretty bad as well. Knight to d7, h5, very simple moves. And after knight to e5, queen to h6, the game just finished. He resigned in this position, because I'm not really sure how you defend against h takes g6 and mate on h7. Sure, you can go g5, but that gives me the extra square on f5. You have to defend against checkmate with rook g8. You lose after knight takes c7. So a premature result in this one, but Sinan Sujirov taking one very important point for Team Hungary. And speaking of the continuation of Team Hungary, Peter Leko will just get there in just a second. Another very good position for Team Hungary is this one, and we more or less anticipated this few last moves. Richie Report versus Daniele Vocaturo. We left it somewhere around here, and we were saying, if you play the move g6, this is a very sad move to make, but you have to do it. You have to do it because the queen is just simply not getting back into play otherwise, and you need to defend the f7 pawn. The queen does so. Queen to g7, knight to f3, queen to f6, rook takes c7, and rook to e7, trying to defend on the 7th rank. And right now we have queen to b6, probably a very good move. He could have even taken perhaps a pawn and queen to b6 right now. You're threatening to take on e5. The only defense to not have to defend the rook on a7 with the knight is to just simply move the rook. But now a simple double attack with queen to e3 is picking up a pawn. Unfortunately for Richie, he did not see that. Fortunately for him, he's still much better after what he did. Queen to b6, and this is what we have. A b5, queen to b6. It's better. It's a better version for black. He's not completely out of danger, Vocaturo that is, but it's a much improved version than what he had a couple of moves ago. So definitely some chances to perhaps survive. And it might be a very, very important survival, because take a look at this. Peter did not find what we were saying is going to be a crucial move, rook to d8 in this position, which would have given black the advantage. What he did was g4, allowing white to stop any sort of development of your attack on the king side with h4. Rook to e8, queen to c2. Now, the whole dynamic of this position changes from what could have been a crazy attack brewing on the king side against the white king. Now that's over. It's more of a maneuvering position in which I can just go queen to c2, rook to d1, get my knights out, get them to the central d5, or maybe even f5 squares. It seems to be better right now for white. Knight to e3, take on e3, and we have this position on the board right now with only 3 minutes and 50 seconds for Peter Leko. Guys, this is a very tense match right now, especially after that miss by Richie Rapport. Vocaturo might be getting out of danger.
Yes.
Yeah, very critical, and thanks for giving us this outline. I have some news, but I wanted to start with a position from the women's section because it's just very beautiful, and I wanted to show this as a kind of a little solving exercise for our viewers. I was going through the games, and we keep on talking about the game between Divya Desmuch and Mitra Hijazipur as a kind of a disastrous Sicilian gone badly, badly wrong. But it has been a much improved performance from the French player, starting from the position I have there on the large screen, where a kind of a desperate sacrifice, knight takes b3, trying to stop or at least distract white from an attack on the king side. White is completely winning here, and the way white is completely winning here is very, very beautiful. The move to win here, the cleanest, is the move queen h4, h5. Completely ignoring what's happening on the queen side and saying, if you allow knight h4, the game ends on the spot, because there is just no way to stop knight g6 with mate. And that would have been pretty much end of game. Instead, Divya played c takes b3, and if we just briefly show you what happened since, this is just an unclear position now. Black, for the sacrificed piece, black managed to get a lot of pawns in the center. You can continue picking up stuff on the queen side, and bishop h6 is reasonably well met by bishop f8. There's really no attack on the king side anymore. And black has 4 pawns for the piece, and this is a massive, massive turnaround. But for now, we'll come back to the women's section later, but I wanted to show you some games from the open section. The world champion is on 2 out of 2. Magnus Carlsen has won. Whoops.
Not yet.
Not the world champion.
Not the world champion. Former world champion.
Former world champion.
Number 1.
Yeah. Continuing my day of apologies. Apologies to Dingley Ren. I did not mean to besmirch his good name. But Magnus is on 2 out of 2. You get used to calling him. Him
absolutely. Yes. Sometimes I do the same mistake.
It's kind of hard to shake that habit.
Yes.
Somewhere around here, it looks like a position where if you give white a few moves to fully develop and fully stretch in the center, you'll be completely busted. So it's understandable that Viktor Gazik tried to do something proactive in the center, but Magnus very correctly did not even try to protect the pawn on d4. Very cute little move, inviting black to take on d4, and then we go e3, e4, and all of these pieces are now completely devoid of good squares. Let's say queen h5. We can even start offering endgames, because of just how bad the structure is and how poor the pieces are on the black side. Instead, his opponent tried to gamble, played e4, knight c5, knight takes d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4, king h1, ef3, gf3. Unfortunately for black, you cannot really take on a1, because after knight takes b7, the rook is hanging, and also the queen is in desperate straits with
bishop b2,
this coming
a1,
in.
yes.
Yeah, he could have played bishop takes f3 though, which is the best move in the position. The difference being that you lure the bishop away from e2, and now bishop b2 is no longer possible because the rook is hanging. White is still better after something like knight e4, but this would have been a game at least. He played bishop a8. Magnus actually committed a somewhat uncharacteristic inaccuracy here, played bishop g5, And black had a spectacular way here to create problems for Magnus.
Knight g4. Oh.
Black could have played knight g4 specifically with the idea of meeting bishop takes d8 with queen f4 for now. Suddenly launching this very, very strong attack against the h2 pawn. The only move is bishop d1.
Yeah, because bishop f3 was
Rook
also
takes
a
d8.
problem.
Absolutely the only move is queen e2.
Because rook d1 was a threat or something
Rook
like that.
d2,
Yes?
rook d2 was coming in.
Or
yeah.
rook d2. Or, yeah.
So we have to create a counter threat of queen e8. And now after knight e3, white is better, but it's far from an obvious conclusion that white actually wins, because the only move is knight d3, queen d4. Now both of our rooks are hanging. This would have been a mess.
Yeah.
But this was missed by Magnus's opponent. He played rook d5, and from that moment on, Magnus was very clinical in his conversion. He got pieces onto good squares, and in this position, one final calculation that was needed, and it was a very clean calculation by Magnus. Bishop
So you
takes
cannot
b5.
take, of course, bishop because of the checkmate.
And after rook e7, rook a d1, black resigned because there is no good way to stop rook d8 check, and the position just completely collapses. So 2 out of 2 for Magnus. The match isn't actually that clear, because at least the last time, and there is a confirmation on my screen. Johann Sebastian is in trouble again in his game against Philip Haring. Ariantari on board 3, I think, made a draw. But on boards 2 and 4, positions are very unclear. So it's possible Norway doesn't win, despite Magnus winning a very comfortable game on board 1. But at least Magnus is doing his job exactly the way it's supposed to be done.
Winning, coming on time.
Cristian?
Yes, definitely updates everywhere. The second Nodirbek, not Abdusatorov, Nodirbek Yakuboev, is in big trouble against Nguyen Ngoc Trong Son, a very experienced player from Vietnam. And once again, we're seeing that Vietnam has some real chances in today's round to perhaps upset the reigning Olympic champions. Very nice move at this point after rook to d3. You can move the rook away, you can defend it with rook to c8. What white hopes to get in this position is at the right moment the pawn break with d5, opening up this diagonal and maybe creating some pressure against the king on g8. But check out this move, super nice, queen to h4. Now if you take on c3, I'm taking on g4 and you're losing the rook on d1. A very nice indirect way to defend the rook on c3. Queen to f3, fast forward a few moves. Now the problem is your king is extremely safe on g8, while the king on g2 very, very much in danger. And at the right moment, if this knight finds its way into the game, you're in big, big trouble. And very often, in fact, black sacrifices a pawn with the move g5 to try to get this g6 square for the knight. Queen to d1, queen to e4, and check out this position after queen to f2, h4, everything comes with tempo. Queen to c1, rook to e3, rook to c2, rook to e2, you have to defend on this side. And right now, after rook takes e2, it does seem like black is just simply winning. If you take with the bishop, you're going to lose another pawn. Queen to c6, you're losing the pawn on a4. You're allowing me to have connected passers on the queen side. That's going to be bad news for you. Sure, you might get the pawn on h4 back, but it's not looking good. Any sort of endgame is going to be lost. The queen, the coordination between the queen and the knight, obviously everybody knows it's a very dangerous, especially against an exposed king on g2. I'm seeing this one go in black's favor. And if we go along the way and see a couple, by the way, Arjun Erigaisi, maybe you guys will show that he did win his game as well. Take a look at this one. In Armenia versus China, a couple of draws already happened, but it's this game that seems to be going black's way, and that is Yu Yang-yi, excuse me, not black's way, white's way. This is the position, extra pawn for white, but also a very unpleasant weakness on a5, much more active pieces. And Yu Yang-yi, we know he's a technician, and surely he's going to be able to convert this one. If he does, then China takes the lead against Armenia. On the final board, it's more or less a complex battle. Now for the moment, back to you guys. Show us that game of Erigaisi. How did it end?
I'll get to it in a moment. I just made my surprise Pikachu face there, because in the game between Linier Dominguez and Ruslan Ponomarov, there was a massive turnaround. And this is maybe where Linier, having a minute left, is kind of swinging the game. Well, after knight f3, f6, and we expected f6 because knight takes g5 was a threat, Linier needed to play knight h4. which I'm sure he saw this move. It's a kind of an obvious move to spot, because you want to play queen g6 check, gh immediately loses to bishop takes h6, and you just get mated. The only move to even make is queen e7, but then after queen g6, queen takes h6, queen h7, we can even take and go into some endgames after bishop d3 check and put the knight on g6 or f5. We're currently 2 pawns up, but after bishop e3, which looks like a logical move that Linier has played, the queen can be chased forever, and they are now playing out this repetition.
Yeah, so probably it will finish in a draw.
I think it finishes in a draw, because you cannot avoid the repetition with queen e4. Bishop d5 still repeats quite comfortably, and yeah, I think we're going to see a handshake, there, and this is a massive let-off for Team USA, because Linier was in control.
And he knows about it, of course. And
I think he's quite unhappy, but I don't think he can fail to repeat here without putting his position in danger, and that would be completely unnecessary. You know, risking a loss in this game would really be a very, very poor result for Team US.
Also, something happened in the game between Andrei Volokitin and Fabiano Caruana. I see a completely different evaluation, and I'm completely shocked from being from having such a great position. Now we see that Andrei is suffering. From
A to B is very difficult to describe here, because you should not really be going from what we're discussing to this. But as we were describing the previous positions, already somewhere here he was leaving himself 9 seconds to make the move, and
sometimes 3-4 seconds.
And that is just no way to play against a very strong player. And here knight takes h2 is already a mistake. He took on d1, and here he could have still played bishop e5, and the engine still suggests this is very, very decent for black. But knight h2 is a massive mistake, because bishop c5 followed by bishop d6 followed by knight c7 check just costs you material. He played knight f3, took on c7 and took on g5, but white creates passers very, very quickly, and I will just briefly show you the way we got from here to there. It's just a completely lost position for black, and there's...
So Fabi is really close to get his third victory in this Olympiad.
Yeah, Andrei is now, this is move 41, so he actually made the time control, but the position is in complete ruins, and I think he's just coming to terms with what he's done with a very, very promising situation on the board. So the US will be 1-0 up here.
Yes, then Wesley So is still
on
playing.
Board 2, Vasil still has to equalize. It's still a bit of an unpleasant endgame, because the pawn on a4 is now vulnerable. On board 3, this either will be or already has been a draw. And on board 4, there is a very messy position. Ray Robson decided that he doesn't really want to wait, and I think Korobov reacted correctly. This move knight b3 is very important, because you really do not want to lose the pawn on d4. White probably will be giving up both g3 and g2 in the very, very near future, but those don't really matter. The pawn on d4 matters a great deal, because it keeps the black center from becoming mobile, and also we are actually going to be winning the pawn on a5. The line goes knight takes g3, seemingly with a very important fork, but white goes rook h8. Knight takes g2 check. We cannot go king f2, because this becomes a check. But we can go king d1, knight e3 check, king c1. The checks run out.
Yes,
the rooks have to be traded. And now knight takes a5 is a massive, massive threat.
With the idea knight c6 also.
You have to play knight c4, but then once again, if you give black a couple of moves to play f5 and f4, this becomes very unclear. But my feeling is, after something like knight d2 here, combining ideas of knight b5, knight a7 perhaps, because if we manage to play c5, c6 somewhere, we just win on the spot. And we do have an extra exchange here. Feels like white is probably still much better, but it's a sharp endgame. But the match is swinging in the US favor, because obviously Fabi was in some trouble, and Fabi will now win.
Yeah, looks like that, and maybe we should jump somewhere else for the moment. We checked Hungary, but India.
We wanted to show the end of the Arjun Ergaisi game against Alexander Indjic. A very picturesque final position. Let's see how they got there. So we saw this structure, and it's already incredibly unpleasant, because as you can see, white did not manage to stabilize. The knight is coming in via both e4 and c4 squares. The struggle for the a file is about to be lost, and this is actually quite instructive. Arjun for now invests a tempo into rook a4 to be able to play queen a7 and really make sure that he wins the battle for the a file. Takes, rook b2, knight b5, and now the entire structure is about to collapse. If you take on a2, you will not be able to protect the c3 pawn, it just gets picked up. Instead, Alexander played knight rook b3 and was met with a very nice kind of a combo. Knight takes c3, rook takes c3, bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, and now not queen takes d4 with an unclear position, but rook a1, and winning the queen, and then we will still pick up the knight on d4. There's no way to protect it. So a very, very important and efficient victory there by Arjun Erigaisi.
So now India is leading 1.5 to half, and
Gukesh is better,
Gukesh is still
and
playing.
Vidit is also better. In Gukesh's position, White kind of survived the onslaught on the king side, but it cost Alexander Predke a pawn. Black is just a pawn up. It's not that easy to convert because this structure combined with the knight on d3 and knight on e5 is very, very sturdy. But obviously you prefer the side which has more pawns. So Gukesh is doing well, and on board 4, honestly this looks winning for White. This is a position in a game between Vidit and Ivic, and the pawn on f6 is weak, the pawn on h6 is also weak. Bishop c3 has just been played by Vidit on the video feed. This is falling apart. The big question is, if you play something like rook f7, the big question is whether this endgame is winning, but you absolutely do not have to do it. I suspect it is winning, but you can also just keep the rooks on the board. You can play something like f2, f3, and then king f2, g4, king g3. You will win slowly, but you will win quite surely,
yes.
I feel. So India will win again.
Yes, Uzbekistan, Vietnam is still, all 4 boards are still in progress.
Let's take a look.
Maybe we should also
Let's
take a look. We
Board
were following
1.
this match closely.
Whoa, this is...
Yes, what about this ending? Can we
and
calculate it?
Yeah, the reason I am making these sounds is these are two very brave people. Because this was a very equal rook ending.
Yes.
And then Norbek played rook f5, allowing rook f4. So he must have predicted this endgame might come onto the board. And he's playing g6 here. Seemingly White just queens the a pawn. But what happens is Black generates a passer on the h file.
Oops.
And this is actually faster, as we can see from
evaluation
from the bar, because as often is the case, the person who puts the first queen on the board is the only person who puts the queen on the board because it controls the opposite square, which means that in the current position you're supposed to go towards the center. You play something like king d4,
but
f6,
nice trick. I don't know if I've ever seen
king e3, and this ends up being equal because we will just keep our king around these squares. And let's say king g7, king e4, king f7, we can play king d5 and not even let you play king e6 if we want. And this appears to be still okay for White.
So White should keep the king near the center.
You cannot
allow g5.
pawn,
Yes,
but you can keep the king in the center quite safely. Elsewhere in the same match,
we were checking his game also.
Yeah, Cristian was showing some positions where Black was winning material, but I think I like the way the Vietnamese player is doing this. He decided not to trade rooks and is eventually going, I think, combining it with the pawn on h3.
Just look at the king and you understand that White is in trouble.
Yeah, we go queen b3 here, for instance.
Rook c2, is that right?
We want to play rook c3, c2. And it's just so difficult to defend these types of positions. The only thing that is currently saving White from immediate loss is that the fact that the knight on f8 is not participating in the game. If you imagine this knight being on any kind of normal square, you just resign. If it's on d5, you just resign. But even with a knight on f8, this feels like this should eventually lose.
Yeah, there is one result. Vietnam won on board 3. So it's
this is a very impressive result. So that game we were describing, the Catalan between Minle and Jawahir Sindarov, ended in a very
nice.
This is
look
a very,
at this
very
beautiful
shot.
moment. Huh? So if you take the knight, yes, the only thing I can see is rook g3, and if you play king h6, it's knight f5 checkmate.
And bishop f7,
and,
or bishop f3.
Yes, and if you go to f8. then rook g8.
If you go to the back rank, you get mated by rook g8. So this just costs black a full piece. How did we get here? Was this? So black was already in trouble earlier. No, hang on. No, this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he missed something.
Things have improved from here. Things have actually improved for black. White did not play c4, c5. White played rook c1.
Okay, we left it long time ago. Yes.
Yeah. This was already kind of okay for black. And then somewhere here in a position in which you still did not really have to be in this much trouble, Java here played knight e8, and bishop takes e7 suddenly just wins on the spot, because if you take with the king, rook a3 suddenly collects everything, because you have, for a brief moment, you have interrupted the connection between the bishop on f8 and the a3 square, and the rook will get to a7. And he took with the bishop, probably kind of still not realizing just how bad it is. Knight g7, king g7, and now knight f5, and it costs black the bishop on a7. Uzbekistan is in a lot of trouble.
At the moment, yes, Uzbekistan is losing the match. We remember that it should be, most probably will be a draw on the board number 1. So what about board number 4? We check number 2.
Well, on board number 4, this is the position. I'm not quite sure why the knight is on b2 where it has no moves. Is this suddenly a position where maybe you have some hopes for Jahangir Vahidov? Sorry, you can still probably play something like rook d7 and try to get the knight out via the d1 square. I'm still not quite sure what it's doing. On this really awkward square.
And how did he get there as well?
Yeah, like rook d5, you have to actually abandon it. But the saving grace here for black is that you are forcing the move knight d2, after which White has no pieces that can get to
how to get to this knight. Yes, there is no square you can.
So you play something like h5, h4, and if rook c5, we still have rook d7.
And you go back, threatening knight d3. Yes, this is really interesting construction.
Yeah, but 10 moves ago, the knight was on a central square. I don't know how it got to. I'm still very much wondering how it got from here to there.
Crazy. Uzbekistan is at the edge to lose this match. I don't know what's going on right now, but it doesn't look really well.
No, it looks very dangerous for Uzbekistan, because on board 1, Nodibek really has no winning chances. They are in trouble on board 2. They lost on board 3. I mean, the one hope I see is that Vahidov on board 4 somehow manages to win
so
this
clear,
position,
right?
but I don't really see how, because black is in some discomfort, but all the moves that you need to make here to rescue the knight are quite natural, so I think he finds them.
Yeah. Hungary is doing still well. Richard Rappert seems like wants some material and has pawn up.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
Generally speaking, I mean, the old maxim says that the knight endgames are almost like pawn endgames when you have extra material. So a knight endgame with a pawn up is normally winning, because black has some distant hopes of organizing a passer on the outside. This is not as clean
not typical, yes,
this is not a very typical knight endgame, but you still expect to be able to win it.
So big chances for Richard.
And as Cristian explained, Sanan Sugirov on board 3 has already won, board 4 draw.
Peter Leko?
Yeah, if Richard wins this, Peter
they
Leko,
win the match.
Yeah, Peter Leko doesn't even need to save his position, and he probably will, honestly. This is the current situation in the game between Lorenzo Lodici and Peter Leko. It's not pleasant for Peter, but it feels like maybe it's possible to save with accurate defense.
What about time? 2 minutes against...
Which move is a very relevant question. This is move 36.
Still 4 moves to go until
Black absolutely has to go for this really awkward looking endgame after queen h6 takes on rook f5. You're not going to be enjoying it very much, but after king g7, it feels like maybe it's not that bad somehow. King h2 or king f2, we can play f6, king g3, and a very important source of counterplay here, you can play a4, king takes g4, knight a5, and you get to put the knight on c4, and then this knight actually starts exerting some pressure against the white king side. Obviously you're very much struggling to survive here with black, but Peter is a very experienced defender.
Absolutely. And maybe we go to the Ray Robson
Sure.
with Anton Korbov, because it's 3 moves until time control, and they have both of them down to 1 minute. And I think position has changed a little bit.
Well, white is now 2 exchanges up.
Yes. And
something happened after knight g3, knight b3.
Yeah.
Ray decided not to take on g3. He played king f6, rook h8, knight c2 check. So his choice was
to take this d4 pawn
to take this d4 pawn
and give the rook on a8, because
I'm trying to understand why you're doing like. Okay, I understand now. You need to play knight d4 first, because if you start with rook takes h8 and rook takes h8, knight takes d4, you're abandoning the pawn on a5 and you're completely lost immediately. So you have to do it while the rook on a8 is still alive, which is what he's done. Rook takes, knight b3, king c2. But here, and actually the engine doesn't even disagree with this all that much, but it says it was very important to start by playing knight fd4 check, forcing the king away, and then taking on c5. And I think it's a combination of getting the king away from c2, and also you prevent what happened in the game, which is this very annoying pin
rook f1
on the this knight, with the idea, I think, to immediately return this exchange and take on a5. And this is trouble. And Ray has played, I think, king e6, and I think it's very likely that, or king e5, king e5, and
on f5.
Anton instantly takes on f5. They're about, this is move 38, so they will get to the time control. They don't have much time, but the position is no longer very difficult.
In the meantime, Fabiano wins against
as expected.
Andrei Volokitin, as we expected.
But this will almost certainly equalize the scores, because I think Anton Korbov does not let go of this advantage from here. It's very difficult for me to imagine how Ray doesn't lose this position. It's just a very poor position, because the pawn on d5 also falls. You can play, let's say, knight a6, but the fork on b4 never materializes because this is a check. So you can play something like king g4, but then after knight e7, your position starts collapsing.
Yeah, and so maybe the fate of the match will be decided in the game between Wesley So and Vasily Ivanchuk. If
seems like it. So let's visit that for a second while we're watching Ray Robson struggle
there
with his position.
They're on the move also 38, so still 2 moves to go.
Vasil made his previous move with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Probably,
but he's actually doing a decent job of equalizing. And actually, Wesley needs to give up this pawn, knight on e4, because if you play something like knight h5 and allow rook bb8, you actually get mated.
Wow, that's a good point.
No, Black is still playing for a win after knight takes e4, because you take, the rook will take on e4. Let's say king, choose a square. Black will take on h4, completely destroying the mating net. Let's say gh6 would take with the rook, and this is still a position you absolutely can lose with white.
Absolutely, with all these pawns running. Normally, pawns are better than knight.
Yeah,
what do you think?
In practical terms, it's just very difficult to play, I think, with the white pieces. I think Wesley is actually favored to convert this into a full point, because it's just so much easier to create threats than to find a way to consolidate. And knight takes e4 in the meantime has been played by Wesley, unsurprisingly, move 38, so we are close to reaching the time control in that game as well.
And Vasily takes on h6 first. It doesn't matter.
He starts as gh, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe he just wants to make all moves.
The difference is actually, if you take on h6 with the king and then you continue making exactly the same moves, you lose that rook to rook h6 check. So
what he took was the king.
Yeah, because we did it while king takes was the only real legal move. So Wesley will not be able to take on h4 immediately afterwards, say king d2. But you can start by playing, let's say, rook a4. The pawn on h4 shouldn't survive anyway, strictly speaking.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh, you can see that everybody came to watch Vasily playing. I mean, many people came to his board and following the game.
Very, very tense there. And it does look like everything in this match will be decided on this board. If Wesley wins, the US win. If Wesley doesn't win, the match seems to be heading towards a 2-2 draw, with a win for Fabio on board 1 being compensated by Anton Korbov beating Ray Robson on board 4.
Did they make 40 moves? Not yet? Or yeah, yes, they have. They reached the destination. What happened in the other matches?
Yeah, let's see what Cristian has for us.
So I was just in the playing hall and I caught that moment in Uzbekistan with Sindarov resigning his game that I've been told you guys already covered. Very beautiful tactical shot with knight f5 by Minle. But take a look at this one. So we were looking at the match between Armenia and China with 2 draws on top boards, and right now on the third board it did seem like Yu Yangyi was in control, but guess what? Buxiangji right now with only 19 seconds to go, and this is the final move. Huge mistake, because now apparently I can just simply take. This is going to be the endgame that we're going to, and king to d3. You're not in time to take on a7. You're going to be stuck for the rest of the game. King to c7, king to c4, king to b7, king to c5. You cannot take on a7 because
now the question is king b6. Yeah, this is completely lost, but the question is king b6.
After king to c4, king to b6, right? And king to b6 actually seems to be. So I have to start with f4. Oh, this is nice. And the idea being that if you go king to b6, now I take once, and now I go king to c4. If you take,
this is
my
not
guess
that
is
obvious.
not easy. But the thing is, they're making 40 moves. So he's going to have a big chance at finding this king to b7. And this pawn endgame apparently is lost because I'm going to pick up on e5. I'm going to be more advanced than you, and I'm going to win this one. Big moment in this one, especially with Yu Yangyi. Let's see if he's still in control. And it does seem like against Gabriel Sargsyan, both of the players have made time control, and it does seem like he's still in control. At some point, you're going to lose on a5. Couple that with the fact that I have ideas of rook takes e6 and the transition into those type of endgames quite often in this position. Rook to b5 to increase the pressure, followed by rook to c5. This looks like a technically winning position for the Chinese player. So it does seem like this match could potentially finish in a draw if Karen Grigorian manages to convert that very difficult endgame.
Yeah, I'm looking elsewhere for updates on what we're talking about as we're nearing the end of the first time control. Vidit is still, I mean, if we switch to the endgame Vidit has on the board against Vladimirovich, maybe his win is no longer as assured because black sort of stabilized exactly on the kinds of squares that you would like to stabilize on. The pawn is no longer on a light square, which means that you can quite comfortably protect it with the rook. This bishop is very nicely anchored on c6. The problem with all of this is that it probably doesn't matter. In fact, it just doesn't matter in terms of the match results because Gukesh is much better. Arjun has already won. Yeah, just to briefly update the Gukesh game. Black is actually making some progress. It feels like we are almost ready to start pushing on the king side. And yeah, India will win. The question is whether they will win to +2 or +3, or if nothing goes their way, maybe they win +1. But I think they will take it anyway. It's a good win against a very strong team.
Long time ago, we were checking match between Lithuania and Poland,
yeah,
and young Krzysztof Duda was in trouble, but
not anymore.
Not anymore, it seems.
And I just want to highlight one particular moment in that game. It's a long game. They're at move 41 now, and we last saw it around move 15.
Yes.
But the decision that when I saw it on my screen, I just couldn't believe my eyes. Young Krzysztof did not play e5. He played king b1. Queen b6 is correct. Queen e3. And honestly, it's one of those decisions where it's very difficult to explain how you do not keep the queens on the board. It must have been something very simple that the Lithuanian player overlooked, because queen b7 here, it's not easy to see that e5 loses immediately to queen takes g2. This is not a difficult calculation. If white goes knight a5, we will have to play queen c7, but we're not that unhappy about it. And once again, we just want the queens on because the king of b1 is by far
weaker, yes,
the weaker of the pair of kings. And if white goes knight d4, we can play rook b8. Already there are threats of knight takes c2 or knight b5 of opening up this battery on the b file. Let's say b3, we go rook fc8. This looks unbelievably dangerous for white, and in fact it just isn't good at all.
The thing is, queen b7 was actually just winning, but it's the only move. Now, I think it was just a psychological situation because you see knight a5, you see you're losing a tempo, you have to go back to c7. Perhaps you immediately start looking for alternatives. And it's the only move, because if you go queen to b8, try to stay on the b file, then e5 comes, and that's a completely different situation. So, of course, queen to b7, great move, and it's easy to spot, but perhaps in the heat of the battle, it was just a psychological situation that he just couldn't overcome. The fact that I'm giving you a tempo, but it doesn't really matter. That knight on a5, despite the fact that it's attacking my piece, is going to have to retreat. And of course, black is just simply going to be
and after queen e3 bishop b3, it's not that black is immediately lost, but white just breathes such a sigh of relief, because now you're never getting mated, and you can start playing on the very, very good squares you have for your pieces.
We should come back to our board, I think, to demonstrate what's happening in the game.
And but basically 10 moves later, young Krzysztof Duda was in complete control, and he is now putting finishing touches on what will be a very, very important victory. This is the current position.
Good news for Poland also. It seems like Kasper Pierun is also doing well.
Radek drew a kind of a slightly dubious position on board 2 as well, so everything that could have gone well for Team Poland has gone well. A draw on board 2, where Pulcinevicius was better against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Kacper Pierun is seemingly just much better, or maybe even winning on board 3. This is the current position. We can take on f7 with check. And yes, we have to figure out how we're winning after king h6, but the feeling is that we're winning somehow. Yeah, we're winning somehow.
Victory somewhere with such a king.
I still don't quite know where, but
let's set it's some h4 moves, no? Or it's a rook a1. That's one small problem. Yes, that's one small problem. Yes, we have to watch out.
No, no more checks here, but we're missing something after h4. Maybe queen g3, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe something.
Queen g3 is very strong. Yeah. So let's actually ask our oracle.
No, let's try to find out.
Too late.
Too late.
Too late. Only move that wins is queen d7, which this isn't going to be very easy, because your brain kind of refuses to process the fact that the queen on b8 never has any checks.
Yes.
But you can actually avoid the checks by doing something quite unthinkable in these types of positions, and just walking towards the rook, because we are controlling all the checking squares.
Wait a second. The only thing I can tell you that if somebody can find this, it's definitely this player whose name is Kasper Pierun, because he is known to be the world champion in composition, solving composition. So he is really capable of finding really, really difficult variations. So I'm really rooting for him now. I hope he will find this really difficult line.
And this is move 40, by the way. Instead of rook takes a6, the move queen a7 was making a very comfortable draw, by the way. Looks like this rook takes a6 was made with 5 seconds on the clock, so a bit of a panicky decision there by the Lithuanian player.
One thing is to know that you have, I don't know, mate in 3 or 5. The other thing is to find it over the board when you don't know that it's time for solving puzzles, right? So of course it's different situation, but still, I mean, I'm really rooting for him.
But in terms of the match situation, it looks like Poland is going to probably prevail there. What's happening on your board?
Huge update, guys. Huge update. Karen Grigorian, I was showing to you this endgame 2 minutes ago. It's a draw, right? They agreed to a draw. After king to e7, rook to a2, c5, and now you just simply cannot do anything anymore. No more progress. I'm coming with the king.
No, c5, c4, c3, c2 as well.
You're going to lose the c pawn. I'm going to gain the a pawn. That's it.
Just push it
basically.
down. Yeah.
Yes. c4, basically. You cannot do anything. You cannot pass with the king. If your king would be on c3, that's a different situation.
Story.
But that's not the case. I'm going to give you the c pawn, 48 pawn. That's a draw. And with this draw, China is looking prime to win this match, because as we have just shown, Yu Yangyi is in a winning situation, technical position for him. He usually doesn't miss. But this is a big one, because look, this was move 40, guys. And he didn't spend any time calculating the very important rook takes d7. Because if that works, I mean, look, you're winning. You're in a winning endgame. You have all the time in the world to try to figure things out. And unfortunately for Team Armenia, he played rook to a2, c5, and allowed the draw. Big development in this particular match.
Let's move to women's section, because we didn't check what was happening for a long time, if it's possible.
Of course. Yeah.
India is actually still, the match is still progressing. It's only one draw on the board number 2, as we discussed the game between Vaishali and Sophie Millet. Still, Harika is still playing, and it's not clear who is better in this match right now.
Well,
you remember
if you look at positions,
yes.
I think India is doing really, really well,
Harika
because
is better, yes.
Harika is just completely winning. This is a pawn up, pawn ending, knight ending, but white has a passer, which will soon be on a7 actually, and another passer in the center, and you can also go after the other weaknesses, like the pawn on g4 probably can get picked up if you want to spend some time picking it up. On board 3, it's a very curious position, by the way, because I thought, whoa, this is a massive improvement for the French player. The French player is now 3 pawns up.
Yeah, remember we left it when he started to get all these pawns. So.
Yeah, so it got very, very crazy, and my first instinct was, whoa, this is trouble for India.
Yeah.
But actually, white is still better, because it turns out that with the pawn on g3, the king is quite safe. If you do find a way to give checks to this king, it will be quite safe on h3. And in the meantime, there is just no stopping the queen landing on f6. And once the queen lands on f6, the king on f8 is going to be very, very unsafe. It's a bit of a shocking situation for a position where you are 3 pawns up and it's your move. But the engine does seem to suggest that black is very much looking for a way to survive here, and it might not even exist. And on board 4, our colleague Tanya Sajdev is just completely winning against Natasha Ben-Mesbah.
Good job.
Slightly better. Slightly better. Still not perfect.
I'm not sure I can do it better. So sorry to distract Indian fans. Now we know that India is doing really well in this match, and Ukraine is winning currently with 2-1 against a team of Turkey. But still, there is one game in progress. Evgenia Dolukhanova is playing on the board number 4 against Gulenay Aydin. And,
kind of a messy position, but it seems like you probably survive here with black, because yes, this is a very beautiful bishop on d4, but the rooks on c3 and c1 are quite contained. It's very difficult to I think generate a big threat, and black only really needs a draw considering the match situation.
Ukraine is current Olympic champion, but this year plays without Muzychuk sisters. Let's see if they will manage.
Elsewhere, a really, really top clash in the match between Kazakhstan and Serbia in the match number 3, where on board 1, Teodora Inyac is playing against Bisara Asobayeva. White is obviously the side with all the winning chances and the queen ending with an extra pawn, but the suspicion is this is holdable, but it's never fun to hold these types of positions.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. And actually, all 4 games are still in progress between Kazakhstan and Serbia.
Let's check some results. Yes. Armenia will beat Vietnam because there was a draw on board 1 and 2 victories for Armenia on boards 3 and 4. Elina Danilyan won with the white pieces, and Anna Sargsyan won with the black pieces on board 4. And yeah, lots of matches are still very much in progress. There's like no results anywhere. I would draw your attention to the match Georgia between Greece, because we remember Greece made news by making draw yesterday against a strong team. Just I'm trying to remember. Against, who was Stavroula
playing? Against Poland. They made 2-2 against Poland. So today they play against Georgia.
Yeah, this is the position on the top board. Obviously, the a-pawn should cost black a piece, but I think just taking and playing knight f5 should make a reasonably comfortable draw. Unless I am completely wrong about this endgame, but I don't think I am, because I will be able to play king g7 followed by h6, and I'm just in time to trade the final pawn off the board. So yeah, it feels like Stavroula should hold. There was a draw on board 2. Salome Melia won on board 4, and on board 3 it feels like Nino Batsashvili is in control. So I guess Georgia should win
today.
Yep,
yes.
should win.
So we are running to open section.
Yeah, let's ask Cristian for news from the open section.
I'm on the women's section as well. Good. I'm following you guys. I was looking at this Bulgaria match. This one is not easy. Take a look at this one, and I thought that they would be definitely favorite against Uzbekistan, because Antoneta Stefanova, 24/16 world champion, former world champion, so strong, but right now she's struggling against Afruza, and I'm probably going to mispronunciate this name, Kamdamova. There we go. So this is the position we have right now, and I'm just simply going to pick up this pawn. I'm going to have the 3 versus 2 on this side. You take, I go rook to c5, rook to d6 probably, sure, you can give a check if you want to, but at some point I'm going to bring the king all the way to g5, and I'm slowly going to push my pawns and create something, maybe even try pretending that I'm going to solidify, cement that pawn on h7, h4, h5, and if you let me, h6, and at some point I'm going to be able to find a break. I think black is simply too passive, and this could be just a simple technical victory. Now, Stefanova in trouble in this one, but all on the other boards as well, it's not easy. Salimova, 24-12 against Umida Omonova, 20-32. This is a huge discrepancy in the rating, and right now the position does not reflect that. White just played the move knight to f3, but this beautiful pawn on d3, it keeps the position compact, and rook to f8, perhaps the best move in the position, looking at ideas of knight to f4, knight to g3, knight to f1 also. Where is your attack against my king? While I know what I'm going to focus on, and that is maintain that pawn on d3, and that's going to be problems for the white king all of the time. And to be honest, right now there's nothing separating the two players. 400 rating points for Nurgyul, but it doesn't really matter in this one. So a lot of potential surprises, guys, in this game, and the European champion, Bulgaria, might be stumbling in this one. We had the draw in on board 3, Victoria Radeva against Marjona Malikova, and Gergana Pecheva is right now in a worse position with the white pieces against Nadir Janova. Queen to a2, obviously the usual, the typical queen endgame, but I'm a pawn up as black. Sure, there's tendencies for equality after queen to f4, queen to f6. I have some ideas of the potential perpetual, but look, it looks good for black on pretty much, for Uzbekistan on pretty much all of these boards, guys. I'm a bit worried about Bulgaria.
Yeah, of course, it's still not over, and we will keep an eye on this match. On the meantime, Richard Rapport won his game, and Hungary won the match against Italy.
Very good news for Peter Leko, because he is struggling in a very unpleasant endgame there on board 2. But now that he knows it's 2.5/2, he can sort of continue defending it full in the knowledge
peacefully.
that, yeah, even if he doesn't manage to hold it, it's not going to impact the team result, which is, if you have to defend an unpleasant endgame in a team competition, that's the situation you want to be in. Elsewhere, I keep on returning to this match of Uzbekistan versus Vietnam. This is a situation on board 2, which actually improved quite significantly for white. After bishop f1, the engine was suggesting that the move to make was rook c2. You have to play queen e3, because allowing, of course, the queen to cross over to somewhere like f3 would be unthinkable. And now a move like queen b4, just preserving the pressure. You can never take on h3, because rook c3 immediately wins a lot of material. So there is no way to pick up the pawn on h3. There is no way to really create any pawn breaks. And one of the biggest threats in the position is just to play rook d2 and start picking off the white pawns one by one. Instead, Wingok played a rook f3, white played f5. Once again, this could have been, and maybe even should have been, ignored. A move like queen d5 here would have been very, very strong, because f6 isn't really a threat. If you play f6, although that's actually not that easy to see, that g5, queen takes g5, and knight g6 is very, very good here. It feels like white is giving mate, but no, it's actually black who is giving mate here, with queen g2 to follow. And once the knight rejoins the game, I think
something what you said before, yes, at the moment when knight comes.
Instead, the Vietnamese player played g takes f, and rook takes f5. White played bishop d3, and suddenly there's actual counterplay for white, because you have to play probably rook h5, not to allow queen g5 check, and white can play rook e3, rook g3. White can play even king f2 with the ideas of rook g1. This is by far the best position Naribek Yakuboev has had in quite some time. There was already a draw on board 1. That pawn ending that we were discussing in the game between Noribek and Lequan has finished in a draw.
So what does it mean?
It means that
Vietnam is still winning. Maybe
there are some moves made in this endgame, and this feels now that this will be quite a comfortable draw for black, because The knight is out from the cage on b2. You can go knight b4. I think they already they had this position with the rook on c7, so they will now have it with the rook on c6. Rook c4 is basically a draw offer. We just came from there, and if you go rook b6, you're just not better after knight c2 or knight a2 even maybe. Knight a2 is maybe a cleaner move to absolutely force the rook to go back to c6 because you cannot afford to give black those types of checks.
Yeah.
So this is a draw.
If we have two draws, it means
that basically
Vietnam has won the match.
Yakuboyev needs to play this position for a win. Yakuboyev just needs to play this for a win with white. How realistic is it? If black is being played by a computer, not very. If black isn't being played by a computer, how many chances do we assign to Nurebek Yakuboyev winning this?
20% maybe?
It's absolutely less than zero. And rook f3 has been played. Okay.
No, come on. If, Peter, you will call it that victory for Vietnam, maybe he has some chances.
Yeah.
So
No, this is actually a... Hang on a second. Is he...
So queen g5, yeah?
Okay, king h8 actually loses, but that's not difficult to see because queen h5, queen takes
Right.
f3.
He wants to play knight g6.
Yeah, he will play knight g6.
At this point, he wants to make a draw.
Yeah. He has seen the developments on other boards, and he is convinced correctly that he is completely okay here.
Well, the rook can not leave e1 because queen e3 is coming. So you're in trouble.
Actually, white is still maybe slightly worse unless you play queen h6 check, and now after king e8, you can actually play rook c1 because you have controlled the e3
But
square.
that allows queen e3.
Yeah, but we're not going to lose this rook
Which
ending
is
with
done.
black.
Yeah,
we're not
this
going
is
to
done.
lose this.
Okay, so
Seems like a huge upset
No,
in the making.
yeah, these are the defending champions, and they're going to lose this one. And to be honest, the US of A was dodging a bullet in that one against Ukraine as well,
Oh, yeah.
especially on the first board.
Yeah.
Fabiano winning from that position,
yeah,
that endgame,
it's a big.
just
Blow.
incredible.
Well, this is
Incredible
the
swingers.
value of time management, because I
Yes.
think the only reason and the only way Valakitin loses this position is by leaving himself
because of time.
half a minute and then panicking.
Exactly.
No, you just see with this time control, this is unforgivable. You cannot
So
do that.
where do we go, Casper?
Maybe we,
is
now
still
that the
thinking,
first
he
time
played rook
control is
f7.
finished, maybe we take our final break of the day.
Sorry, can we check Vasily versus Wesley?
Sure.
I'm
Yeah,
seeing some.
before we do that. Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
I'm seeing a huge bar, and I'm not really sure why.
What
What happened?
It
there?
might be completely wrong, but
Yeah.
what exactly is?
Is
Whoa!
White is winning.
Whoa!
Rook b5, b7 wins here. And it's not even difficult to see why, because the f7 pawn is about to fall. What happened there?
Maybe
Hang on
he
a second.
thought
So
rook is
the
3.
king did not go to d2. It went
Yes.
to f2. Black took rook e takes a4, knight d4. Black played rook a2 check, king g3. It was actually time to give a check with this rook, because if knight f3, that would give black time to play rook b4 and stop the rook from landing on b7. Wesley instead played rook 4 a3. You are already in a bit of trouble here, and it's absolutely time to play. You have to play king g7 in order to meet rook b7 with e5.
Okay, but
You
this
give
is-
yourself a chance to play e5, and instead of that, Wesley played rook e2, and now after rook b7, you're kind of gone.
He still wants to go e5, so
But he gets mated.
that's the problem. e4
Yes.
and now rook
Rook
h8 is
h8.
He
mated.
gets mated. It's not even difficult.
It's not difficult, and
No,
no.
but look at
Vasil is
Vasil.
very confused. Because I'm
Confused.
pretty
He's
sure
confused.
he sees that rook b7 is very strong, and he's trying to figure out what Wesley missed. And,
Yes.
and failing.
Look at his face, and we see Vladimir Kramnik also and Alexander Belyavsky passing by.
But guys, this is an absolutely huge
Wow.
development.
Yes,
This means,
that
maybe
Ukraine can win
Ukraine
this
wins
match
this match.
if he plays this move.
Well, not maybe. Everything else is finished.
Yes. No, Korobov is still playing.
Oh, yeah, Korobov is still
Still
playing.
playing.
Yeah,
Wait-
okay,
wait a second. We
let's-
don't say anything.
Yeah, hang on. Let's revisit the yeah. Korobov has this position on the board where, yeah, I'd be shocked if he failed to convert from here. Honestly, you can play king e3. Let's say king takes g3, knight e7. You cannot afford to
yeah.
allow this trade. You can even start by. With great sadness, I'll start again. With great sadness, we are moving away from a full screen of Vasil Ivanchuk calculating for the 10th time, I'm sure. I think he played the right move there. That looked like h5. Yeah, that looked like a motion of a man who just played h4, h5. King takes h5, blitzed out by Wesley, and the only move that wins here is the move that you see Vasil make onto the board, and instant resignation by Wesley. Wesley knew he was losing, but there was nothing better he could have done. Yeah, Wesley is not going to be happy with this. This is not a game he should have lost.
Absolutely. I'm trying to find my mind. Keep going.
Yep, absolutely. Wesley, but in a way, and I really don't want to be kind of sharply critical of a player as good as Wesley, but normally this game would have ended in a draw, but still, it's a kind of a quintessential Wesley game, because he got a very, very good position somewhere on move 17, 18, where he absolutely, if we want to do a little bit of a post-mortem on it, if we get to, let's say, a position by move 21, where the engine suggests that you can play something like bishop a6, white can play queen c1, hinting at some kind of bishop takes h6 ideas. We can play c3 here. We can also start by playing queen f8, which completely takes the entire sting out of any kind of a quote-unquote attack white has on the king side. We'll play rook a b8, maybe we'll play knight d5, and prepare c3 in a much more ambitious fashion. Maybe it's not obvious just how better black is, but I think there's very little doubt that black is better.
Well, the problem is it's objectively better, but also from a practical perspective, trying to get that bishop out of f1 is such a difficult task.
It's going to be a very difficult task for white, because and also the moment you play, let's make a couple of moves here. The moment you put the pawn on e4, something lands on d3, and there is a passer on d3 now, and you still have to fight for equality.
That's the problem. Yeah.
And instead of that, Wesley goes for a line which minimizes his advantage quite a bit, but also makes the position completely safe. And this has been a kind of a blueprint of his approach to many complex positions in recent years. And it's just such a great shame, because he is a fantastic player. And he is a player who, when you force him to play, can reach unbelievable heights of skill and imagination, and just to see him restrict himself to this style of playing is honestly, I just don't understand why it's happening. He is one of the absolute modern greats, and he keeps on trying to play games of chess in this very limited fashion.
Very minimalistic, yes.
Very minimalistic, limited fashion, which is not doing justice to the amount of talent he has. He is absolutely one of the greatest talents to come out of really the last couple of generations. Still, there's no way he should lose this. The difference today is that he actually managed to not win, but also lose this position, which is kind of striking.
And he's coming from the Philippines, which is a nation known for its tacticians. So he's used to seeing all of these tactics, playing in creative ways. He's done that, and he took himself from 2650, which he plateaued at for a little while, all the way to the 2800 level. But unfortunately, on the way, he lost this style that you were mentioning, and right now he's playing in a very minimalistic way, which definitely does not.
I will interrupt you for a second because we just watched the handshake. This is Norbek Yakuboyev losing that game to a Vietnamese player on board 2. So Uzbekistan have already lost the match. They lost on 2, they lost on 3, 1 game running on board 4, but it's 2.5-half in favor of Vietnam. A massive result for the context of the open section of
and
the
perhaps
Olympiad.
we can see how that happened, because we were seeing the potential draw after queen to g5.
Well, I think what happened there basically is
match situation.
Yes.
Yes.
Norbek Yakuboyev knew he just cannot take a draw. So he played queen e4, when correctly played queen d3, continuing to offer this trade. And Yakuboyev, although, I mean, it's a bit strange what he did, because he played queen a8 check, and now after king g7, you just resign because there's no stopping queen g6 check. King takes a7, king h6, and maybe he missed that the queen on h6 continues not occupying the square to which the
but also rook g3 is a checkmating threat.
Yeah, it's also nice to show maybe queen e4 move that rook f1. I think yes, this was the trick.
Yeah,
you cannot go back because, or can you? Can you go back?
No,
yes.
Once you give a check
F1,
on a8,
yes.
you are completely
That's
lost,
very
because
good
point. Yes, rook f1, yes.
no take backs is here.
Yes.
You get hit with this tactic and you resign.
This might actually be what he missed.
Well, but you just came from there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like this was a winning attempt. It's a bit of a strange one because honestly, the calculations after queen a8 check are not very difficult, and this half a point might be useful later on.
Later,
Yeah, it's tie breaks are a thing in this
And by the way, the other game is not yet over. I mean, I'm not sure how it looks like. Perhaps.
Yeah, let's take a look what's
We
happening.
thought that
on
it's
board.
going to be
I
a
just
draw.
wanted to give you some updates. I just came directly from the playing
Okay.
venue, and it's pretty tense as we expected. Yes, and we can see that I could see that around those 2 matches, US and Ukraine, and as well as Vietnam, Uzbekistan, you can see a batch of people, like 50 people around both of them. Vladimir Kramnik, Alexander Grishuk, all possible Ukrainian players, all captains of different teams. Everybody's around the match between.
I am.
Yes, you can see now Vladimir Kramnik and also Jan Smits on the screen and watching the game, the last game of this
guys,
match.
we're just looking at this position, and we thought that it's probably going to be an easy draw. This is
so
not an easy draw.
I am so confused because let's bring up the analysis board for a second, and I'm not going to go into a full meltdown mode that I did yesterday regarding the game between Czech Republic and Vietnam. But what is happening here? You're +1 as a Vietnamese player here on board 4. Your team is winning +1. On board 2, your player has an unlosable position, frankly. And you can play knight b4, and you've already had this position earlier. Like, you can play knight b4 here, and white pretty much has to play rook c4. You can put the knight back on a6. We just had this position.
Yes.
It's a very comfortable draw. There is nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
And you go rook a8. I mean, it doesn't throw the game. The game is not suddenly in grave danger. But why?
But now my king is allowed to go
why,
to the other
yeah,
side, support the pawn. Huge trouble right
why
now
are we
for
sharpening it
black.
up?
Absolutely no reason.
What is the reasoning for us as black here making a sharp, potentially losable position out of this?
Absolutely no
And
reason.
here, like, once again, just do this. Okay, yes, rook c.
But this is not easy.
Yeah, already
King
this,
c5,
yeah.
b4.
King c5, the b pawn starts rolling.
Maybe you take my e pawn in the meantime, but it's going to be a race.
Mainly, I just don't understand why we are playing rook a8 here instead of knight b4. It's a very, very mystifying decision to my eyes. I just I struggle to explain it in kind of human
And to be
terms.
honest, given the situation that we're just seeing has transpired in this game, why did
I want to know. I
Yakuboyev,
want to know the timeline.
why did
like,
Yakuboyev
what
play
happened
queen
first? What did rook a8 in this game happen prior to queen a8 check?
I have a feeling that did.
Maybe, yes.
Yes.
I cannot be 100% sure, but maybe.
Yeah, because
Yes.
if Yakuboyev
Maybe he
sees the
just
move rook
wanted
a8
to
here,
keep playing. Maybe he just
You
wanted
make
to
a
keep
draw.
this game
No, you make a
playing.
draw. At that point, you make a draw because at least you have some chances on this one.
yeah,
You don't lose like that in
No.
2 moves.
these are all very strange happenings.
Yes, and
honestly, I don't quite understand why people are doing what they're doing in terms of match strategy.
And you could see Kramnik
Yes.
in the back. He's really mystified, but also extremely upset about the development of this match. This was not a match that Uzbekistan should have lost. On paper, it looked like the clear favorites.
Yeah, but in
sure,
fact,
after the
Vietnamese team was still...
it's a dangerous team.
Absolutely.
It's a dangerous team.
And by the way, very cute tactic here by Vahidov. Unfortunately, it's not going to impact the match situation, but he's giving up the knight on f3 because then the b pawn actually queens.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess this is you can't even play rook d3, rook d8 because there is rook c8 and it's not an exchange. It's a full queen being put on the board. So yeah, all of this is honestly a little bit difficult for me to understand.
Rook d8 is on the board.
Yeah, he played rook b8. Now after king b4, I guess you're committed to the bit, so to speak. You will take on h3, and some kind of a race will ensue. I assume black is still fine, but I just don't understand why this game is still in progress.
Yeah.
You just make sure your team wins.
How's Korobov? Is he
He's-
actually bringing it home for?
It looks
For
like that,
Ukraine?
but probably takes some time.
Yeah, the current position looks like this. We are now a full exchange up. We managed to even pick up the pawn on g6. And I guess once Ray Robson sees the move knight g6, I think somewhere around here, you can, with very clear conscience, start thinking about wrapping it up.
Anastasiya, what else was happening in the playing hall?
Yeah, Ray Robson, of course, also saw what's happening in the game between Wesley So and Vasily Ivanchuk. He came close to the board. He saw things were not going well, but he cannot do anything with his position, anything else, and it seems like the match will be over soon. Many journalists are around. Social media is hunting for some emotions right now, and if you want to see also a bit, more video from these moments, you can go to social media of FIDE accounts and catch some action there.
And I bet we're going to see a Vasily Ivanchuk interview once again. He really should give an interview after this game because it was such an incredible game.
Absolutely.
Such a turnaround in this one. Completely changed the match.
Will have a massive impact on how the Olympiad
The
progresses.
whole Olympiad,
because,
yes. It's a tournament-changing event right now.
US losing in round 4 from a position. Once Fabi turned that position on board 1 around, we felt like the US is kind of in control, but now it seems like all the dominoes are falling in Ukraine's favor.
Norway is winning right now 2-1 against Slovakia, but still one game is in progress.
And how is that looking?
Yes, and maybe we can just jump somewhere where matches are still not over.
Because Christensen is the one playing, and he was worse at one point.
He was kind of lost out of the opening, and then his opponent kind of refused to capitalize on a number of chances. The match is Magnus 1, boards 3 and 4 were drawn, and this is the current position in the game between Johann Sebastian Christensen and Philip Haring. And black is going to probably, you don't even need to go rook e4, rook e5, because this rook on f3 is so passive. You can actually invest the time to go and pick it up with the king, which is much cleaner.
It's the worst structure that white can have in this position. And if you leave f3, you go rook e3, try to defend that pawn on e5.
Yeah, we can actually show this on the board. Let's say you go, I don't know, king e2, king d5, rook e3, and now f4, gf. And you can even take on h4, because this guy is also very weak.
Yeah.
There's a great number of ways you can progress here. It's just completely lost, it feels.
I also wanted to say that Germany managed to win comfortably against Mongolia. It's 3-0 at the moment, and same for Netherlands, 2.5 against North Macedonia. Still, one game is in the progress. Anish Giri won his game.
That's good bounce back. He needed it.
He really needed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
and also I want to mention that this is a very, very important match for Germany, because after yesterday's loss, Mongolia is an unbelievably unpleasant opponent.
Yeah.
They're all 19-year-olds who are all rated 2350 and who are all like 2550 players. Easy.
Yes.
I recently, in the world team Rapid and Blitz in Astana, I got to play that team, I think, in both the Rapid and the Blitz. they are unbelievably dangerous.
Exactly. I think they were not happy
which
with
one?
these pairings.
In particular, Peter, maybe you can give me some names. I'm trying to recruit some players for my university here.
The guy who absolutely destroyed me in the rapid.
Okay.
He seems like a good player.
I'll check him out. Check him out.
Find the game where I played a Paulsen and just got completely
Yes.
wiped off the board by somebody I honestly did not recognize when he came to
Yes.
the board. That would be a good start, I think. Yeah. No, and for Germany, after yesterday's loss, to get an opponent like this is really not a dream,
Unpleasant,
not a dream at all. And they look like they might even win 4-0. I think.
Yes.
I think it's 3-0 up, and importantly,
yes.
Donchenko, who lost that very, very dramatic game yesterday, is now seemingly completely winning in the last game running. So, and that is also a very cheering result for Germany, because I think Alex, I don't know him very well, but I do know that he sets himself very high standards, as I think many professionals in most fields do, and he is his own harshest critic, and he would have been distraught after the way he lost yesterday, which resulted in his game kind of turning the entire match around.
How easy is this win?
Well, you can't win without the king.
Yes.
So eventually you will have to come somewhere there, but I think you can put your pawn somewhere on h3 or h4 and then start giving it up, because
So the key point is that I cannot go king d7 because you go rook e7 and rook c7. Is that
this
it?
doesn't win without the king either, actually. Actually, this is a mistake, because and this is a very famous mechanism. Basically what happens here is, okay, this is somehow a massive mistake, so we go g5 first. The mechanism here is c6. We go. You don't even have to play rook d2. You can just stay, because the rook can't actually depart. You are tied to the protection of one of your pawns. So you can even play king d7. But for white, I want to play, let's say, h4, and then I want to start going with the king towards the rook on c2.
The point is you cannot play king c6 and because you don't threaten rook
You don't
c5.
threaten,
Never, because
and if you do this, then finally my rook e7 followed by c6 will be winning, because we will not have to put the rook on c7. Just c6, c7, rook e8 check.
Can I say that this is still not easy?
No, no.
Especially with
He's
1 minute on the clock.
He's on a minute, yeah.
I don't think this is going to be an easy conversion.
Maybe not, but I think
it's most likely going to happen, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at the match Canada-Greece? Because still
Absolutely.
3 games are still in progress, and I think Canada won our hearts yesterday after winning this crazy match.
They certainly did.
Absolutely. In the meantime, just as I'm scrolling, Iran seems to be beating Denmark.
Yeah.
The two Turkish promising youngsters won on boards 1 and 2, securing the win for the Turkish team against Latvia. Emre Can actually lost on board 4, but it's not probably going to matter because of the wins on 1 and 2 by Gurel and Erdogmus. And yeah, the Canadian match, Sean Rodriguez-Lemieux. Whoa, this is a mess. What's happening here? This is a game between Sean Rodriguez-Lemieux and Nicolas Teodoro, who is no longer a student.
No,
he's not longer. Yeah, he was a student.
He's not at SLU anymore. He used to be at St. Louis University, also a rival of our university, but no longer there. He finished his master's as well, and in fact, he's a very exciting player because he came to the US when he was about 2480, 2490, still an international master, and at some point in the last year, he came close to 2650. So he made a huge progress in that one. But by the way, these two players know each other. They've competed against each other in university settings. So right now, Sean seems to be besting him after a king to h7.
The thing is, they're both playing on, at least Sean doesn't have very much time. And bishop f6 appears to be a massive mistake because now after g3 check, you can no longer play king g1 because you've allowed this check from g8.
Got it.
Instead of bishop f6, bishop g5 with the intention of meeting g3 with king g1 was apparently just completely winning.
Yes.
Black, in order to be in that type of trouble, actually committed some mistakes of his own, but bishop f6 is a miss. Queen takes h3 actually is losing. I was looking at playing this and stopping queen d7 this way, but after f2, f3, which is maybe not the easiest move in the world to make, but this appears to win for white. Possible,
Wow,
yeah.
nice.
But the immediate g3 check forces Sean to take, queen g3, king h1. And I guess what he missed from afar is that after rook g8, all he has here is a perpetual after queen d7, and now he actually has to find bishop g5 check.
Wow.
He will have to find, I mean, he will find it because everything else loses on the spot. It's not going to be that difficult, but yeah, this is a big miss by the Canadian
Still
player.
not that easy. Even
No.
bishop g5, rook g5, you have to see queen
Exactly.
d6. I think
Yeah,
it's
queen
the only
d6
move,
queen
right?
d6 only move, king h7, queen d7 only move.
Right.
So those are the two squares you will have.
You need to
be-
meet the rook g7 or rook g6 with a check, either on f5 or f8, basically.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a handshake here between,
Soon, yes, between
between
Anton
Anton and.
We should probably stay with that just because it's such a consequential
yeah,
game
let me
right
just
now.
bring up the board to show you.
the position
Yeah.
right now.
Well, white is now just very simply rook against bishop. The bishop will come to a6, but the easiest way to go about
G3
things,
maybe.
I guess we start by playing g3, and then we play rook e7, force the bishop to a6. We go rook e8, rook a8,
Yeah.
And
then
then
a5,
take the
and then
bishop.
a5, a6. I mean, either take the bishop,
Bishop or
or
push
play
a6.
a6 ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great mechanism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess this will continue for a bit then. I thought it
It's-
was actually the final two moves, but I'm sure, considering that the match is over once this game is over, Ray will exhaust
He
all
needs
of,
to
all
play until the
opportunities.
end.
He
needs
will
to
play
play
until the end, you mean,
Yeah,
yes.
but
But g3 is just such an easy plan. Rook
I think
e8,
he
rook
played
g8,
this
king
one.
f4. The game is
yeah. So let's go back to the Canada
Technically
match
over.
while this is still going on. Hang on a second. I think I scrolled past it. Elsewhere,
Canada, Greece.
elsewhere in the Canada match on board 2, I think there was a lot of swings in that game because white was significantly better out of the opening, and the current position looks like this, where black obviously cannot be worse with these passers, but it seems like they're being contained, and it's likely to end in a draw. That cannot
no way.
be okay. Yeah. That seemed very scary there for a second, but nobody really leaves the bishop on d7 unprotected like this. So king 6 played. Yes, you can go bishop before bishop e7 and go after the pawns, but if you do that, they actually start running.
Right.
And you probably never take on f6 here because allowing b4 followed by a3 and b3 might actually lose you the game. This
do
is
that.
board 2, probably a draw. Let's take a look at.
So that leaves us with the last board.
Yeah. Hang
So
on.
this match is not clear at all
Not clear at all. No.
No.
for the moment, and 3 games are still in the progress.
Yeah, on board 3, Razvan Prioto drew against Ioannis Papagiannou,
Which is-
somebody who I played for the first time in 1992.
Yeah, Yanis is
A
like
very,
veteran
very-
of
very
Greek
well
chess.
known.
I don't know. We probably will get information since which time he's playing for the
Yeah.
Greek team. I'm sure it's
And-
been for a while.
And Nikolai Naryshkin is completely winning on board 4. Canada continues the
Magical run.
yeah
Absolutely magical run for Canada.
So Papagiannou started to play in Olympiads since
yeah, and
1996,
Ray actually resigns there. You
Yeah.
finally see that handshake, and Ray looks
which
a bit
means Ukraine
looks a bit shaken.
wins the match against US. Big news, of
Huge
course.
result.
Huge result for Ukraine
The biggest result so far at this
in
Olympiad.
this
by
Olympiad.
far.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
I didn't look from the beginning like that, but at the end of the day,
Yes, no, just an incredible turnaround, and it all came down to the Legends game. Vasily
Vasily Ivanchuk
Ivanchuk
between
managing to
Wesley Son.
swindle that from a losing or perhaps
First victory.
very difficult position.
first victory against Wesley Son. He
Yes,
has never
yes, indeed.
won any game before.
And especially coming after such a painful defeat yesterday. But as we discussed at the beginning of the broadcast, it doesn't seem to have impacted him because of the team setting, because the team won, because they still had the chance to face the best players. And this is something that Vasily loves to do. He loves to test himself against the best, and he usually rises to the occasion.
I think it's also important that the trainer of the team is very experienced, Alexander Bilavsky, who knows Vasily for, I don't know, for all his life, and who knows how to also find the best way and good words to calm him down.
I'm sure Yasser would have a story about
Absolutely.
about the two for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm less qualified there. I did play a number of games against Alexander Belявsky in the late 90s, and my kind of abiding memory from those games was I beat him in a very sharp Grunfeld in Madrid in 96, I think. And that is probably the longest post-mortem I've ever had in my life. Because the game was so interesting and the engines were not available. So if you wanted to get to the bottom of things, you actually had to sit down and go through it. And Belявsky, I think throughout his life, really, I mean, he's passionate about chess and passionate about truth in chess as well. And he refused to get up, and honestly, I didn't want to get up either, because for me, he was somebody, you know, I read in books about. He was somebody, you know, that was a name that I grew up with. He won the Soviet championship a couple of times. He was an absolute fixture, like the top player who played candidates matches, who was a legend. I kind of looked up to growing up. I think it was like a 3-hour postmortem.
Wow.
The entire tournament at some point, like everybody who finished the game would join in and like would try, because I was under a mating attack, but I won some material on the queen side, and like the entire tournament was trying to give me mate, and I was basically like somehow surviving on my...
I miss these times, you know, when people were analyzing games after, and actually during Singfi Cup, there was only one game which was analyzed for half an hour after everything was over. It was between Wesley So and Prague, which impressed me so much. I couldn't believe what I was experiencing, that finally, at the age of computers and everything, finally we had somebody analyzing.
Yeah, and I miss that actually.
Yes, you too.
I understand why it's not happening anymore, because this feeling of futility is just so strong. That feeling that we can talk for as long as we want, and then eventually one of us will ask the computer.
Yeah.
And everything we discussed will be proven to be completely worthless. But whenever you actually get to sit down and analyze, I remember there's even like a video of this. I played this really crazy game against Magnus in the 2018 FIDE. There was this really weird game we played where Magnus was like, his king was on the fate on move 5 with black somehow. and then we went from there. And we sat down and we analyzed it for maybe an hour total, and it was just so enjoyable.
Of course, yeah.
Looking at really crazy positions with somebody you respect and somebody you want to look at chess with.
That is truly something that we lost because of obviously the engines nowadays. And speaking of Belявsky, Fabiano has a story that he told me quite a few times. They used to train with each other for a few sessions, not much. And the way Belявsky would handle it, and Fabiano was mostly, you know, a computer kid. He was trying to find the truth using the engine. And apparently Belявsky was at some point just like looking at the board with his head in his hands for about 3 hours without saying absolutely anything. And at some point, Fabi, trying to make a conversation, gave up because the guy wasn't saying anything and started looking at his computer, of course. But again, even in a training session, he would still focus on trying to find the truth with his own mind.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's great.
And Satiris, our producer, informs us that he had exactly the same experience.
He was kicked out even from the playing venue.
His post-mortem against Belявsky went for so long that they actually kicked him out. Back to our current favorite team of the event, Canada, because there's been things happening. Noritsin did win, so Canada leads 1.5-1/2. On board 1, something similar to what we're discussing is actually on the board, and it appears to hold for white. Giving checks specifically from d7 and d6. You give a check from d7 to be able to play queen f5 check in this position, and once black plays king h6, you need to be able to give a check from this square if the rook interposes. But it's impossible to miss as well, because
especially after you find
if you give a check from a different square, you resign on the spot. So maybe if you had like 3 seconds and no increment, you could fail to give a correct check here. But with any kind of normal time, you should. And on board 2, in that match, we have this endgame. No, this is probably still my analysis. Yeah, this is the current position. After king c6, white played bishop b4, and quite understandably, I think, because the Canadian player there, Tavandiran, he probably realizes that he needs to make a draw.
Yes.
So he very, I think, sensibly decided to lessen the amount of pawns on the board. Rook f1, bishop h3 played. After rook h1, I guess the bishop goes back to e6. Yes, you can play rook h6 and attack the pawn on f6, but then the other one reaches a2, and as a kind of a rule of thumb, if you have a passer on a2 protected by the bishop on a6, you're probably not
Normally
losing.
you should be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, you're probably not losing. Yeah,
Especially because that e-pawn, your extra pawn as white, is not
going to be
anywhere
very,
right
very
now.
nicely blocked on the e6 square.
And
Canada continuing to win.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, yes.
This is great result for Canada. I'm looking at the match between England and Georgia right now, and it's not over yet. It's 1-2 in favor of Georgia,
Yes.
but still David Howell is playing on the first board and trying to do the miracle for his team.
He might
He
succeed.
needs to win this
might
game in
succeed.
order to equalize the match.
Grind like
score.
a grandmaster. Is the
Yes, yes.
is the course he recorded with Magnus Carlsen. And
Famous course. Famous
yeah,
course.
not for nothing.
Yes.
Not for nothing, because this appeared like he was much better earlier. I think we left it somewhere here, and I thought he will win very, very easily. But somehow from this position, where the suggestion for some reason is to go king h7, I don't quite understand why it's important to play king h7. The move wouldn't have occurred to me, if I'm entirely honest with you. I want to go forward. I don't want to go back. But he went rook d1, king e2, rook e1, check, king f3. They continued shuffling for a bit. He finally played king h7. Where's the mistake? Because this looks completely winning to me.
Could you play somewhere rook b2? I'm just sitting
Yeah,
and wondering.
exactly,
Yes, and they
yeah.
3a2. I just want
Exactly.
to
I
do
would take on
something like
b2
this.
because
but I
there's
don't
this,
know.
there's this really famous study I cannot set up, unfortunately, but there is this it's not a study, it's this game, right, where eventually there's like 3 pawns on the c file and they queen against the rook and the knight. There's like
Yeah,
a pawn
yeah,
on
I know
c2,
what
the
you
pawn on
mean.
c3, and the pawn on c7, I want to say. I will find it. I will try to set it up for future broadcasts. It's a very, very beautiful and a very famous final position. So let's find
It's not working
where the
here. Yes,
evaluation
unfortunately.
switched. Hang on. So this is still completely winning. King g. Ah, okay. King g8 is just not the move. He should have played bishop c1, which I'm sure he considered, but I guess he didn't realize just how winning this position is. Knight c2, a2, b5, and you cannot play bishop b2 because the
you
big
go
pawn
bishop
will
Yes.
free. But you can play bishop e3, king f3,
Wow.
put the bishop on c5,
That's a nice trick.
king
Bishop
e4,
e3.
king g6, and eventually,
it's
I
a
guess,
Zuzwa.
yeah, eventually, I guess you put the bishop on b6 and you
And
start
go
opening
f5,
up.
f6.
You, you start opening up the king side, and the longer you leave the engine running here, the more it says it's completely winning for black.
Yeah.
Instead of all that, he played king g8, and now supposedly after knight b5, white holds. I don't know if I can easily explain why that is, but that would have been a draw. Instead, white played knight e2. Now f5 and f6 are winning. King f8 supposedly isn't. Once again, we will not try to
Go into
understand
details,
why.
yes.
And in this position, king d4, king c6, and king c4, bishop f2, knight d4 check, king b6 and back to e2 is supposedly a draw. Instead of which, the Georgian player kind of panicked and traded his entire king side for the a-pawn, and now I suspect David probably wins.
Yeah,
David
because-
has 10 seconds on his clock.
Yeah, let's watch. This is maybe the one game that is
And it's still
very
not that
much.
easy.
Yeah, no.
You're always having ideas,
2
especially if you go
Okay, he made a move with
2
2 seconds.
seconds.
With 1
2
second.
seconds. Yes.
Yeah, on our screen, Peter Leko
Yes.
is still struggling to hold that that end
It's
game.
not David Howell.
Yeah.
But
And what was the move after king c6? I think we have a move.
White played knight e4. Yeah, the problem is you're still somewhat restricted on the king side, and you have to remember that if white manages to give up the knight and everything for ef and g pawns, bishop and h doesn't win,
That's a
which
good point.
which
That's a very good
severely
point.
restricts the ways in which you can play for a win here with black.
f5, by the
F5,
way,
yes.
was played, which somehow it doesn't feel like the right move.
This
What if I
probably
take
is a
and then
draw
f5?
now, yeah.
What if
Yeah,
I
this
take
this
on?
feels like this is throwing the win away. Maybe he wants to take with the bishop though.
You can still take with a pawn. And after f5 take, you have f4.
Ah, you can.
Like take and then knight to g3, f4, right?
Yeah, but I'm not going to play knight g3. I will play something like knight d2 and then hope I will be able to hunt down on this
Okay,
collection of
okay.
really weak pawns. The engine suggests e5 is still somehow winning, but that is not obvious.
Yes.
That is not obvious. Ef bishop takes f6 played, by the way, by David Howell.
He really needs
Yeah.
to win this game because England is not doing well in this match, and
If he
all
wins,
the
equalize.
pressure is on his
In the meantime, we
shoulders.
still have the video from the Leko game,
Leko.
and we like having Peter Leko on
Yes, of
screen. We
course.
like Peter Leko full stop, but
Yes.
in his match, whatever happens on his board is irrelevant. They have already
Hungary
scored
has
the
won.
2.5 that they
Yes.
need. So,
Yes.
Actually,
which is why we're talking about the England game
Peter is
instead.
suffering with
It
that.
does seem like he's losing. Yes.
Yeah, this looks bad.
Yes,
Yeah.
this looks
And by the
bad.
way, Lodici, what an amazing trajectory.
He beat
for him.
Guri yesterday, and he is
Giri
beating
and now Leko.
beating Leko today.
That's a
Yeah,
good lineup.
Quite
Victories.
impressive. Yeah, this is
Good lineup to beat.
this is quite something. And honestly, the Howell position now looks more like a draw than it looks like a win for Black. We play
Yes.
b3, we put the king on f3, and then we start hunting for that opportunity to give up the knight for
Yes.
everything but the h pawn.
Yes. Yes. No. And if he doesn't win this one, again, England is going to lose to Georgia, which is a big result.
Yeah, and also I want to point something out. We keep on talking about this kind of a floating forward, and the biggest example in the tournament, I'm pretty sure, is Shahryar Mamedyarov, who today played on board 4, as we've discussing, that he actually can reach board 4 if need be to play white. But something similar is being done by Georgians, because by far the best player, and he has fallen kind of far from his lofty heights of 2700 plus, but he's still rated 2590, I think. Badu Jabava is playing board 3, behind, for instance, Nicola Zikacharava, who is a good player. I don't want to say anything bad about that player, but he is severely, quite a bit lower rated than.
He's a young player, very promising player, also in the United States right now, but obviously not at the level that Badur once was, 2700, 27 plus.
Yes.
He played the Grand Chess Tour, he played against the best of the best, so definitely the experience in Badur's camp. But who is on board 2? Is it Paichadze? Luka Paichadze, I believe?
I think so, yeah. Also, obviously a very strong player, but 25-16 and mostly known for being extremely solid.
And Levan Pansulaya is on.
And Pansulaya is behind
Yes.
Jabava, yeah. So Jabava is kind of in the middle of the pack there, and he did win a very nice game today against Luke McShane, which looks like it might actually clinch the match win for the Georgians.
Could very well be.
Very important result there. We've swapped out the video. Obviously, this is no longer Peter Leko, but it's still not David Howell. It's Gukesh trying to win.
Still trying to win
His
this
game
yes.
against Predke, and is making decent progress. He is now 2 pawns up. Maybe briefly, I will show this on screen because yes, India will win. We know India will win, but
because India is leading. Arjun won.
And Vidit is now winning on board 4, which is very relevant there. This is the Vidit position where he's making progress. The f pawn is about to get to f6. You currently need to work out what to do with the pawn on g3, but I guess you can maybe throw in bishop p1 if you absolutely have to. And Gukesh has this position against Predke. Predke has just played f4, g takes f4, and put a blockading king on f3. But Black is currently 2 up with a move to make. There should be a way to continue creating problems here. Gukesh is down to 15 seconds though. Maybe we'll watch this for a bit.
Yes, 10 seconds. He needs to make a move and he needs to find the break, which is, by the way, not easy. Rook to f6.
Yeah.
I expected h3. I thought there is no downside to playing h3, but I guess he.
Yes, rook takes h4 should come right now. Quite
Mm-hmm.
aggressively played. Just pick up that pawn as soon as possible.
Yeah, and kind of regrettably for the storyline, I was we were somewhat emotionally invested in. Alexander Donchenko is probably not going to win that rook ending against his Mongolian opponent. The team will still win very comfortably, so I'm sure this will soften the blow a little bit.
He gave
not for
he
him
lost his pawn on
particularly,
h4. Yes,
because he's been having a bad run right now.
Yes. Something went wrong, yes, in this game. Yeah, and as you mentioned before, Cristian, this endgame was not that simple, right?
Yes. Yeah, I just gave a thumbs up to the end of the screen because that is exactly the game we maybe can set up showing our viewers tomorrow. It's a very, very famous game between Ortueta and Sons from Madrid 1933, Satiris says, and whatever Satiris says generally is correct.
Yeah, because he has such a great memory. It's the most impressive memory I've seen.
That is our producer.
Yes,
for
this is our
everybody
producer, Chirila.
to know.
And interesting idea there by Gukesh. He gave up the pawn on h4, and now he gave up the pawn on f4 as well, with the idea, I guess, of playing rook g6 and just starting a kind of a very strong attack on the white king. Instead, I think Alexander Predke took with the knight. This might hold now. It's not going to save the match for Serbia because they're already one down and Vidit can never lose. But
also
Predke
taking
might
into
actually
account
save
the
this,
time also which Gukesh has. No, but you could
Gukesh
feel the
is still
tension.
going to try.
You could feel the
Gukesh
tension.
is still going to try. I mean, he has rook g1, maybe rook to b1 ideas, obviously rook f1. I can try to get it from behind this one, but it does seem like Predke is getting closer and closer to perhaps finding equality.
And Gukesh is basically playing an increment now. I don't think it's not a position where you can very easily.
Rook to g1 is on the board.
e5 was apparently winning on the spot for some reason, because after d5, knight e5 there are no good squares. Why is that? king f2, knight g6 is very missable.
Wow.
This wasn't
This is
found,
nice.
but rook g1 is still a pretty strong move. Yeah,
b2 is the target, you said before. I don't know, women's section, maybe we can go through the results a little bit. And,
while sticking here, we can
yes.
tell our viewers what the results are.
Yes. Let me find. Of course, all of the results are down because some matches are over. But let me update you. As we mentioned before, India won very convincingly 3.5 to half against France. Then Hungary won 3.5 as well. England lost 4-0 against China, like not even half a
China is
point.
terrifying.
Yes.
China is truly terrifying.
Yeah,
in the women's
and this
section.
is a team where they removed the two contenders for the
players.
world title. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're still sweeping everything before them so far.
Ukraine 2-2 against Turkey. By the way, Evgenia Dolukhanova lost this ending.
She ended up losing that,
She didn't manage to hold it, so Ukraine ended up tied in this match. United States 3.5 against Netherlands. Great
Unexpected
result.
because the positions were not looking great.
Not all of them
at some point.
yes. but-
Interesting result, by the way. Mongolia in the women's section has beaten Spain 2.5, 1.5. So Mongolia is becoming, kind of slowly but surely is becoming a very serious force in this tournaments. Very interesting young generation, I think, growing up.
And also, I know some names, but Yakman Gontul been around for a long time already. Kazakhstan 1-1 with Serbia, and the still match is not over. Actually, maybe we'll
And
have
Spain
a look
being
later.
led now by Sara Hanemsaraya, so a strong team that Mongolia has just beaten.
Exactly. Armenia, as you mentioned before, Peter won the match. Bulgaria lost against Uzbekistan.
That's lost by Antonina Stefanova deciding the match, and the other three games have been drawn.
Greece, Georgia. Still, this game is still not over. We checked it long time ago, and still they're
but I
still
think
playing.
Nino is winning.
Should be winning, yes.
So Georgia will win. Poland won 3-1 against Romania. Azerbaijan 3-1 against Slovenia. Argentina, Germany 2-2.
Yes, and so on. Alexander Kostyanyuk actually is still playing.
That's Luke Van Velde.
Yeah, Luke Van
Who's he,
Velde.
Yes.
Oh, he's coaching the Italian team.
Yeah,
Captaining,
Exactly,
coaching the
looking
Italian team.
pensive there on your screen. But
Obviously a loss for his team, but definitely a good result. And Lorenzo Lodici continues to impress.
yeah, very much so.
So he must be at least happy with one of his boards. Very stable so far. Norway, by the way, has finished with Christensen winning that particular game, finishing 3-1 that match.
I didn't know to tell you what happened in the game between Kasper Pierun, but actually he made a draw in that one.
No.
Yes, but you know what?
Really?
The moment I came to the playing hall, I just went directly to his game, and he just finished in a draw. And Sulipa, the trainer of the team, he came to him and said, "Good job, draw," and congrats. And I'm like, "But he was winning," and he said, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The most important is the result of the team, you know. And so I shut up. I didn't say anything.
Keep the player happy.
Yes, I keep the player happy. Don't tell him anything. And I'm like,
this is
okay.
actually an interesting returning to the Howell endgame.
Yes.
It's very interesting because King f3 here makes a draw, and Knight c1 loses to very specifically e6, e5, which is so far from obvious considering the fact that now we're really only one
pawn away.
Yeah, one pawn away from getting the king into the corner, giving up the knight for the g pawn. and making a very comfortable draw. And we also have an outside passer to distract black. And honestly, if I had to guess, I would say this is maybe closer to a win than to a draw, but the engine just disagrees and says, no, I will be able to prevent you from liquidating, from being able to give up the knight.
Which, by the way, was played. Knight to c1 was played.
Knight c1 was played, and
bishop to
e5
b4
wasn't played. And now white can go back to setting up the blockade with knight d3, king f3.
But the thing is, at some point, it seems like the players, he's probably going to get another chance to play e5.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because if you've allowed e5 once, you're probably going to allow it again, because you've come to the conclusion, rightly or wrongly, that it's not something you need to worry about. Yeah,
and at some point, David will play, because
there
he
you
has
see
to.
it, yeah. Knight e2 played, and now actually, well, okay, this is just so non-obvious. The engine says you can now just do this.
And then king e4, yeah?
King e4 and king f3. And the bishop on b4 is so restricting.
If you take king e3, I guess.
King e3.
Where this knight goes?
Just because you don't have knight
Yeah,
e4.
you have to play knight g1. Is this so obvious? I guess it is. The bishop is just so dominant that it's not even that we will queen the pawns very fast. It's just that the knight will run out of squares.
Did he play it?
Not yet, no.
No. But now you cannot play it anymore.
Now you cannot play it
Now it's not the
no.
same anymore.
Yeah. But, you know, it feels like we're pointing out mistakes on every single move, but they are not. In particular, they're both playing on a minute. They are not really even mistakes.
Yeah.
This is just so difficult to orient yourself properly in endgames like this.
The problem is, right now I go knight g3, knight e4. How do you break that structure?
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, knight g3 is the only move that makes a draw, but it's only the only move you can ever make.
Yes.
So, yeah, seems like the worst is actually kind of over for Kacherava here. Obviously, there could still be swings here, but the setup with king f3 and knight e4 is by far the best you can achieve.
Yeah, yeah. Like e5, for example, right now you just simply take on e5 and take on h5.
Yeah, and this is the. No,
That's a good point.
I can't do that. Yeah, I wanted to go knight takes h5, but that loses. But we can do it this way. This is the one that we've been talking about. Just put it on h1 and chill.
Yeah, yeah.
King d4 played, and yeah, you put it on e4, and then you.
But you go knight g5 now.
Yeah, even at this point, the engine says it's very difficult to spoil. Knight g3 is fine. Knight g5 is fine. It seems like Peter
lost.
Has eventually lost that game to Lodici, but
it doesn't affect.
It will be a lesser blow for him, because the team still wins, and of course nobody likes losing games of chess. But
out of the top results, this is the match still pending. England versus Georgia, with a big clash right now that could decide the fate of this match. Of course, Gukesh, Alexander Pretke is still going on, but the fate of that match is sealed.
Yeah.
India is going to win. Is going to remain perfect. And this one, let's actually recap those results, because they're so so interesting results. Perhaps
maybe we can bring up the
pairings
graphic for the top matches and go through them one by one. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So United States managed to win in this round against.
No.
Oh, sorry, to lose
They
against
lost
Ukraine.
against
I'm
Ukraine.
sorry.
That's the big one.
How could I forget about this match? Yes, it's actually open section. Then Hungary won against Italy. We just saw Peter Leko on the screen. The only player who lost, but they won the match. India is still playing, but they will likely win.
Vidit is completely winning, so it's at least 3-1 and maybe 3.5 even.
Yes, Armenia.
China, Armenia, I believe. China
Armenia
has
lost
won
against China, and then we have Vietnam winning against Uzbekistan. Big,
massive upset there on board 5. Yeah.
Yes. So, Poland.
I would say even more massive than Ukraine beating the US.
Possibly, yeah.
Poland won against Lithuania 2.5 to 1.5. Young Krzysztof Duda brought victory to his team. Didn't look so great at the beginning, but he managed to win. Let's put it this way. Yes.
Yeah. Shahryar Mamedov continues to wreak havoc on the bottom boards.
It's
Azerbaijan
unbelievable to see
3-1,
him on the board number 4.
Yeah, Shah winning yet another game on board 4. Spain 3.5 against Sweden. Massive victory with that crazy game on board 1 being the only draw. the Sheriff Grandelius game.
Nils Grandelius, and Norway won 3-1 against Slovakia. Magnus Carlsen was on time today for the game and won it without any troubles. England is still playing, which saw the game of David Hall. He's still trying. He's still trying, yes, to do something for his team and in order not to lose this match. Iran won 3-1 against Denmark. And Turkey won against Latvia.
Due to the wins of the two very, very young players on 1 and 2 we will continue pushing that story because they are unbelievably good and they will continue doing great things.
Who's the captain of the team actually?
Do we know who captains Turkey?
Turkish team? Because I remember who were the captains before, but I don't know what's going on in this Olympiad, so maybe later we will find out.
Still watching the video for the Predke Gukesh game. Yes. Gukesh is still better, but he missed that kind of non-obvious win with the immediate e65 and is now just simply better. The Turkish captain is somebody called Ongu.
No. I'll tell you.
Ogulcan Kanmazalp.
Yes. Okay.
I apologize for.
Yes, I mean, before I remember it was Grivas and then Gurevich. These were trainers in the past. I used to work in Turkish Chess Federation for a few years, so I know this young generation was coming.
Sedlak also, I believe, was doing some work there for quite a while.
Yeah. Many trainers and many good trainers.
They have a good system in Turkey. They're investing a lot of money. Obviously, that's important. But also, the fact that you have two top players right now and so young, that will inspire the next generation as well.
Absolutely.
Also, they had 2 Olympiads. Let's not forget that in 2000 and 2012, Turkey had two Olympiads, and I think it was also important for the development of chess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's maybe go through the results of the women's section as we are watching the, well, no longer watching the Gukesh game. So India will beat France. The question is
3.5. It was.
I think it is 3.5. Give us a brief moment.
Yes.
Hungary will beat Denmark. Once again, the scores are.
Yes.
Yeah. So
3.5
for India, 3.5 for Hungary, 4-0 in England, China in favor of the Chinese women.
And as I told you, Ukraine 2-2. Yes.
Draw between Ukraine and Turkey, 3.5 for the US versus the Netherlands. Mongolia beats Spain. This very, very big result for the Mongolian women. Kazakhstan, Serbia is still going on.
Yes.
On match number 7. A draw on the first board, a draw on the fourth board, and boards 2 and 3 are still playing there.
And maybe
that's
should go there.
On the next page.
And Armenia won the match against Vietnam. This is what we know. Bulgaria lost against Uzbekistan. Georgia won
Big
against
result
Greece.
there, by the way, because they were outranking Uzbekistan on pretty much all the boards, and by quite some margin. And Uzbekistan managed to hold on the last 3 boards, and Antoaneta Stepanova, unfortunately for Bulgaria, lost her respective match.
Azerbaijan won against Slovenia.
Yeah, and that's probably the top 12 results being announced. Back to the games we still have in the open section. Let's actually check in with what the position is in the Predke Gukesh game. Seems like Gukesh is back in control, judging by the computer being unhappy with some of Predke's choices. Both of them are basically playing on increment now. Predke is down to 22 seconds. Gukesh is on 35, meaning that he played this move Rook B1 on 5 seconds left.
5 seconds, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know how many hours passed from the beginning of the games. Like, what time is it now?
It's been 5 hours and
5
15
hours,
minutes.
So they are
6.
also pretty.
That actually is maybe 5, yeah.
5 hours, yes. So
I keep on getting misled
by my computer. Yes. They're getting tired. I live in different time zone,
Slightly different. Slightly, not by much.
Ever so slightly.
Of course, players are getting a bit tired by the end of the
And actually, the sequence of the last 2 moves, Rook H8 was apparently completely losing because of knight d6, including the knight in the attack, creating threats of knight e4, knight f5, and so on. But this is such a beautiful knight on c4 that it's very difficult to blame Gukesh for playing Rook b1. But now knight f4, Rook takes b2, and Rook c8 check, followed by King b7, Rook b2, Knight b2, and Knight takes d5. This is so missable because there's a fork on e7. Hang on, did I? No.
Then you basically have to address that endgame? No, that's not easy.
No. I guess rook d8 here, because I got
Could
very
we go
excited
back?
about this, but it actually still loses because king takes e8, knight e7, king
Knight c4 is
b7,
coming, right?
And it's
and you actually start by picking up this one and then that one.
Okay.
oh,
Okay.
you lose 2
And you're in
pawns.
time to actually pick both of them
Wow.
up
Both of
before the
them.
king
Wow.
comes back.
The
This
knight,
is
the knight is
really
in
nice.
on such a poor square, and it looks like we might actually get this entire sequence on the board because rook c8, king b7 is already there. Now Predke will have to take on b2. You can't leave the knight on c4. You absolutely have to start by rook takes b2, but then he will have a decision to make because
It's very easy to miss, by
Mhm.
the way, because you can.
whoa,
Whoa,
okay,
whoa,
he
whoa,
goes
whoa.
rook e8, but then after knight d6 should be lost, right? Because it's only one check. You give this check, and then the checks
Are
run
over.
out. Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Well,
do have knight d3
Knight
maybe.
E2? I know.
But yeah, 96 played by Gukesh, it's a move that is very easy to make. Actually allows him to get slightly above the constant threshold of 30 seconds.
Rook to b8 seems to be
Yeah,
more or less forced.
should be winning from here. Should be winning from here, I feel.
He's
if
very
Guk-
strong when it's about concrete positions. Yes,
Mhm.
he's calculating like a machine.
And if Gukesh wins this one, India goes to 2.5 to half, with Vidit also potentially winning.
Winning
That's 3.5.
seems to be completely winning. Yeah, 3.5 against a very strong team.
That's a huge result, especially for the tie breaks.
Yeah.
Because you know Slovakia is going to continue, Serbia, excuse me, is going to continue winning matches in this one. And that's going to give India great tie breaks.
Yeah, so actually I can see from on our screen that Canada won 2.5 to 1.5.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Start
Wow.
team for the moment, yeah, in the open competition.
Yeah.
And-
Are they? Oh no, they're on 3.5 match points out of
I
4.
think
Yeah,
so,
7
yes.
out of 8.
There was one
yes.
draw.
7
remember?
out of 8 because
They made one
they
draw.
count as 2.
Yes.
And draw counts as 1. They drew that really dramatic match against Norway
You're right. Against
in
Norway,
round
yes,
2 without
yes.
Magnus.
Lemieux,
And they won everything
winning.
else. Yeah.
Yes.
They won everything else,
Basically.
including a win today over.
Chess
I'm
brass should be
blanking.
happy.
It was a pretty dramatic win yesterday against the Czech Republic as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So everything coming from Canada was pretty dramatic.
Yeah, rook d8 here, I think, chosen by Predke. Now, the engine suggests this is winning by force. I guess I don't quite see exactly how. But
94. What do you do?
94 king g4. I like the knight on d6 prevents all the checks, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's a beautiful
reluctant.
knight,
I'm
yeah.
reluctant to touch it
It's a
because I
beautiful knight.
want to not have to calculate any checks. I suspect you just play like rook
Rook
c2
c2,
or
yeah.
rook a2 chosen by, I think by Gukesh.
I think it's good enough.
Yeah, I think he is suggesting with this move that there is really no threat White can even try to generate, and he can pick up everything
You're
one by
going to
one.
give a check. You're going
Yeah.
to go knight d3, maybe give a check, but that's about it. And
Yeah,
by the way,
after
knight
knight
d3, maybe
I-
your mate.
I'm guessing,
You
yeah, we're
made it.
switching back to the idea of giving mate to the, well, yeah, looks good, yeah.
More or less.
Peter, have you ever had this kind of situations playing in for your team that you were the last one to play and the team was, let's say, losing and you were the one who
Yeah,
had
many,
to save
many,
the match
many times.
and things like that? Can you remember something interesting maybe from Olympiads?
But I say many times, but it's because I know it must have been many times, but not a single one kind of immediately comes to mind.
As
But
usually.
you know, with 10 Olympiads under the belt, there must have been more than one situation like this. But yeah, I would need to look through
Yes, it's
through the records.
homework, yes, for us
Yeah.
to check some statistics. Yeah. But I mean, it's really interesting. These kind of situations, they appear. Every match can be different type of situations. Either you are the last one who needs to make a draw, or you have to win. In this situation, you have to win, or you don't care about the result anymore. So you always have to be ready mentally for any kind of circumstances, and you don't think only about your result, but the result of the team. What's going on?
I
feel
thought that was a
something
good
is
moment.
happening.
I thought that was a good moment because rook takes a3. I thought rook a6 was the critical line, but then I just simply go king c7.
King c7
I
and we
think.
win, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And after knight e2, okay, Predke is trying to include one more piece in the game, but yeah, the engine even says you can go forward. There are no checks to be given to the king on c5, and it
Why
also
not?
takes all the sting out of the idea of knight d4, and then we can just convert confidently. Let's go back to David Howell's game, because once again, we know how the India match finishes. And
While we keep this as our camera, because we don't unfortunately have the English cameras, but okay. So the knight is back to e2 rather than e4. I guess that's
well, you
somewhat of an improvement.
you can bring it back. Yeah, you can still bring it back. It's a bit strange that it's not on e4, but it shouldn't really impact things that badly. Although, if we go knight g3 here and allow knight king b4, have we lost? Apparently still no.
But with knight e2 perhaps?
Yeah, knight
try to go
e2,
to
and the point is
d4.
after bishop f6 we can play f5.
Okay, this is not easy.
We can go, we can break into the in the strongest
because
point.
knight f4, yes.
Yeah, knight f4, and not only are we threatening this whole sequence, we're also threatening knight d5 with a fork. So
Truly not easy.
Unpleasant.
Truly not easy. I don't think you want to do that.
no,
Just go king g3.
king g2 or king
Sorry,
g4.
knight g3. Is knight g3 still available?
Well, we can keep it
perhaps?
on e2 for now. I quite like the idea of playing king e4, bishop f6, and then some move. Yeah.
It's really interesting
Although
that David is not playing often, right? In the tournaments at
Mhm.
all. He's a commentator,
David,
also
yes,
our
yes.
colleague, and but when he plays, actually, it's not that bad. He almost qualified for the candidates tournament, playing in Grand Swiss tournament. I remember in
I
Riga.
believe he won a gold medal at the Olympiads in 2022, if I'm not mistaken,
I mean,
on his board.
I mean, he
been
plays
playing quite
really
well.
Yeah.
playing well, yes. So even though not that often, maybe he should do it more often. And yes, now the fate of the match in his hands. Not an easy situation.
Yeah, White played
Knight
knight
to
c1,
c1,
which is maybe a bit passive, but I don't think it does anything harmful to White's chances. I suspect if Black goes king b4, we can maybe even go for this, right? Because we just really badly want to trade
The e6 pawn.
the f pawn for the g6 pawn, and now we just start chasing after the e pawn, like knight f8, knight g6, knight takes e5, and then run
Bishop h6.
for the hills.
Bishop h6.
h6.
Now king e4, I guess. Should be good enough.
Yeah, even king g3, king h4, king takes h5.
Yeah.
After
So what did he
knight
play after knight
c1,
c1?
what did he play? Yeah, he played bishop f6. He obviously does not want to commit to those types of races just yet.
Do not allow a knight on e5, and now king e4, saying that if you go king
Knight
b4,
d3 is
knight
okay,
d3.
king e4 is okay. Even knight e2 is okay, because as we mentioned, knight e2, king b4 can be met by f5. This is an important little detail that...
But that's extremely difficult
but he's
to
gone
play.
king
Maybe not to
e4.
see, but to play.
Yeah, he's gone king e4. If king b4 here,
Knight d3.
knight d3, knight c5, knight
Yes.
takes e6, yes.
Yeah, once again, it's pretty nice to have this.
And we see
Yeah.
the handshake
That
in
he,
the
that he
game.
does lose to Gukesh.
Yes. And
Good start
which
for
means
Gukesh.
officially India wins the match for the
Yes.
moment, because still it was not official. And
Gukesh is on
Vidit
3
is
out
still
of 3.
playing.
Yeah, Gukesh is on 100%.
Continues to be perfect.
Gukesh is on 100%. I think Arjun might be
Also
on
perfect.
an even better 100%. This might be 4
4
out of 4, actually.
yes.
Yeah. This might be 4 out of 4. So Arjun kind of quietly climbing closer and closer to 2800, isn't he? This is...
That's a good
If we
point.
could maybe briefly
In
check
open
how
tournaments.
high is he playing? Mostly open tournaments, and then board 3 in the
In the
Which is
Olympiad.
also an open tournament.
yeah, which is
It's just a team open tournament.
pretty open tournament as well. Yeah. Well, Arjun is having a year that is quite something.
Of course, and he also played in very impressively in Manchester.
2785 right now.
What?
2785.
Yeah,
Not bad.
with today's game counted dice.
Winning 7 rating points so far in 4 games. He beat Elbilia, Stefansson, Prohaska, and Indic.
Yeah.
That's a good result.
Good field.
Yeah, decent lineup to have 100% against. What can I say? So yeah, now we absolutely are watching this game to conclusion, because it is one of the top matches, and there is still a deciding.
The fate. Yes.
Yeah, the fate is still up in the air. If David manages to clutch this, he saves the match for his team.
And it's so encouraging to have this type of strikers on your team, like Eric Aisi, like Gukesh right now, showing that. And by the way, in India, I think we were mentioning it, he started 8 out of 8 or something along
I think
those
so.
lines.
Yeah.
You have huge scorers on your team, and this is encouraging for the whole team. India is becoming a very serious contender, right? We knew before the tournament
this is
started,
really not
but
a
right
shock,
now
yeah.
they're proving that they are the top contenders. One
And
of the
I
top
think
contenders.
an interesting point to make is that they almost won the Olympiad in 2022, where they, by design, kind of spread the talent a little bit thinner.
Yes.
Because people were split between A and B. Even the C team at some point was playing in like the top 4
Yes,
boards.
yes.
But A and B were very much both in contention to win the whole thing. And they made both teams competitive. But for this one, obviously, there's only one team playing from India. So they absolutely
stack it up.
Yeah,
Yes.
concentrated all the talent in one team. And yeah, that is a very, very scary squad there with Gukesh and Ergaisi and Prague on top 3, followed by Vidit and Hare Krishna, who are tremendous players in their own right.
And obviously, I'm sure if you are Team India, you definitely love this round because United States, the top favorites by rating, lost against Ukraine, which is a big result that definitely helps
Uzbekistan lost.
Uzbekistan as well.
Two of the teams who absolutely were on everybody's mind
round.
when you talk about favorites for the whole thing. Yeah.
Well, it shows also like Ukraine been there many times, winning Olympiads, getting medals. Yes, it shows still. It doesn't mean anything yet, but as Vasily said, the chances will come at a certain point, and you have to use them.
And he took
it.
He took his chance today.
Yeah.
He took it. Yes.
Yeah. Do we play before check in this position, by the way? Yeah, we can, yeah. I'm actually quite...
You want to give this pawn?
Well, I mean, David
Yeah,
put
G5.
his pieces on such squares that I'm very much enjoying the idea of putting it closer to the promotion square. And if you take, I want to go knight G5 and I want to take on E6, and this is just a very easy draw now.
I want to say that that's probably the camera.
Oh yeah,
yes.
we found the right
The
cam.
angle.
We can't really see the board, but we can see David.
Are we sure that's David or Kacharava? I think that's Kacharava.
That might
that's
be,
the back of
that
Kacharava.
might be Kacharava, yeah.
Trying to
Yes.
defend right now.
Yes. Yes, here he is.
Yep. He
David
played knight
trying
G5,
to
king
save the
f3.
match.
This is still fine.
Which is really hard.
This is going to be hard to shake. The setup is very, very solid.
Well, the thing is, right now B4 is coming. No matter what you do, there's
Well,
no way
bishop
to stop.
f6 you probably don't play. I mean, you can
No, I
give a
go
check
knight e4.
and then
yes.
before
And then
b5.
before
yeah.
b5.
Yeah. This honestly is an improvement from white for sure. Yeah, king d5 played, and honestly I would be playing before b5 here.
It's time, I think.
Yeah, it's not weaker on b5 than it is on b3.
Let's
so
see
why
if he
not
played
give an additional thing to
He
worry
did not
about?
play it.
Yeah,
He played
did not
knight
play. I
e4.
mean,
He really wants to keep that pawn on b3.
Mm-hmm.
And you are resistant somewhat whenever the tension is high to change the dynamics of the position, right? Change anything in this type of positions, especially after you have defended this one, this structure for the last, I don't know, 20 moves or so. You want to keep the pawn on b3. It's difficult, especially with 1 minute on the clock, to change and push it. We know that is correct because obviously we have the tools necessary.
Nigel Short did today the first symbolic move in one of the games, and he's not playing for the English team. Peter, what do you think about it? It's I remember him playing still in 2018, I think, in Batumi.
Yeah, but I think since then he's
He decided to retire.
kind of really hung up his boots. He played for, I think the one tournament he plays these days is that World Team Rapid and Blitz, because he plays for the FIDE employees team.
FIDE management team,
FIDE
yes,
management, yeah, where a lot of the top brass actually show that they love chess and can still play. Dana plays for that team,
Yes.
and Bologan and the rest of the guys are participating there. But I think that's his one event per year.
And also now he's a FIDE director of development.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that he's a big cricket fan.
How can we forget?
Yeah,
Without him,
no.
I wouldn't have known the game existed. So yeah, thanks for that, Nigel.
That's for Peter to enjoy.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly. Yeah. So still, the team is pretty strong without him. And
Absolutely, yeah.
but Michael is still playing. He's still Michael Adams. He's not, as you said, hanging his boots. He's still there
He's the world senior champion.
Yep.
right now. Yes.
And
Are
in
you
fact,
planning to play?
That's in my future, absolutely. Yeah.
He doesn't want to think past past that threshold. Don't.
I think we were discussing this. I'm trying to figure out what the group was, But I think I was trying to make a deal that I'll play if Vishy plays.
Yes, something like that. Yes, it was some kind of. I remember.
And there was a third person in that deal. Like, I'm trying to figure out who it was. Maybe Boris. Like, if all three of us can play 1 year, we can maybe sort of make a kind of a package deal to make it slightly more exciting for everybody. Otherwise, I suspect I'm definitely not playing once I turn 50. Maybe, if chess still exists as a game when I'm 60, and if I still exist as a person when I'm 60, maybe then. But
why do you need to wait for so long?
I don't know.
I remember Mamedjarov was also, we were discussing it.
Mamedjarov.
No, well, he's still some way away.
He's still away, but still, I mean, time is flying. You never know.
He's always
yes, but we were discussing, like, if you didn't manage to become the world champion in classical chess, you still have your chance to become the senior.
I missed some chances.
Yes. So
the closest I've been was I decided to make a fancy draw instead of a simple draw in a World Blitz Championship in 2006 in an Armageddon against Grishuk. This still haunts me to this day. Like, why? It's just make a normal draw like a normal person.
You would have won.
Yeah,
you would have become the world champion. That's a
that's
a big miss.
That's a bit annoying.
Big
Honestly,
miss.
that is a little bit annoying.
Who became? Is it Lenier? Oh, or Grishuk?
Yeah. I lost the Armageddon to Grishuk.
Yes.
So what's this one?
Knight to G3. Okay.
Yeah, we've been here before. This is
not much has happened.
Obviously, none of them really are, I think, in any kind of a position with the amount of time they have to keep track of three folds. But I have a feeling some three folds are now around the corner. And also, I checked briefly. Black played G7, G6 on move 60. This is now move 93. I don't know if David is aware of that, but he's got 17 moves to make.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Chirila is aware how close he is, but on move 110, if h4 hasn't been played yet, or e5, or g5, anything. Or before, honestly, yeah. You can just stop the clock and claim here. And we are surprisingly near.
Yes.
It's only 17 moves away now.
Look, at some point, he's going to have to look. When's the last time I played? When did I play b3, basically?
Maybe I missed b3, actually. Hang on a second.
b3
no. G6 is move 60.
G6 is the last pawn move.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, we've been here for 33 moves, and at some point this will become a consideration for sure.
Yes.
And this is maybe actually a strong argument not to play before. We were discussing why Chirila is not playing before.
That's a very good point.
If that actually occurred to him, it's a very strong argument not to do it.
Yes, just to keep
and a very
this
smart
position.
argument for him if he actually recognizes that.
If this is why he hasn't done it, very, very well played to him.
Yeah.
Many situations like that, yes, when you have to remember this rule of 50 moves and
let your opponent worry about that.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Why not? Because David wants to incentivize white to play b4. In fact, he has let him play b4. Hey, come on, push your pawn, push your pawn.
Yeah.
But at least that's going to reset the clock, and then, I don't have to worry about this extra problem.
The moment he makes h4, it of course changes the situation on the board
h4
as well.
is just a move he desperately does not want to make.
You don't want to do this move.
That I think creates situations where you can really start blockading everything. And,
You corral that pawn, you go knight f2, king g4, that's
some kind of a, let me just make some moves. So we do this, we go knight h3,
that's it.
And that's a blockade forever. Yeah, we don't really have to think about anything anymore from that moment on.
No. h4 basically allows a draw. Bishop to d8, knight to c3 check, 17 seconds for David. With everything on the line, he knows exactly what he needs to do.
You don't want to lose on time.
Yeah.
It's important.
He knows he had a winning position. I'm sure he does.
Yeah,
I'm sure
probably he feels that he must have missed a win somewhere. Yeah. It wasn't a completely straightforward win, but I think I'm actually a bit surprised if since we've been we discussed this position, I think.
And we have the analysis board also.
To go back,
so it's no problem.
So, yeah, that point that you could play bishop c1 and you would get somewhere like here by force. And honestly, I would assume he is experienced enough to feel that this is winning, because basically, if the king runs towards the a pawn, the entire king side will fall, either with king f5, king g4, takes g3, takes h4, or with f6, fe5, bishop c7 takes everything. Yeah.
No, you have to stay knight a1, knight c2,
Yeah,
knight
so
a1,
you play
knight b3.
f6, white continues shuffling, you go, let's say king f7, knight c2, you go king e7, knight a1, and eventually you can even take on e5, fe5, and play bishop f2. And once the king is close enough to the b pawn, this just wins
Bishop
actually.
is free, yes.
Yeah,
after
because
that.
either you have to give up on g3 or you have to give up the knight on a1.
Even if you have the knight on c2, it
Yeah,
doesn't
only
matter.
fine.
yeah, absolutely the same thing would happen with the knight on c2, because obviously that knight does not
You
stop
cannot
you
touch
from
that
from
bishop.
playing bishop d4. This is honestly not a particularly difficult win to calculate and to understand its winning. And David is a very, very good technician.
My guess is that he was also very low on time at that point, and perhaps that
Probably,
kind of
yeah,
was his
probably.
downfall.
The bar seems to suggest white. No.
Uh-huh.
We got scared for a second.
For a second there, I thought maybe something
We got
dramatic
scared for
has
a second.
happened, but no.
Yeah.
No.
So the king goes to the queen side.
Is this still the position though? I
Yes.
feel we're not getting the moves, because I've seen a few moves and I've seen this position be on the board for a while now.
Seems to
on
be
the
the
live
live
board.
Seems to be the live position. There's no way we can get closer to the action. The
9
point once
seconds
again,
for
I think,
David.
is king d4, knight e2, king d3. We can play f5. It might be
Once
actually
again,
the only
yes.
move that makes a draw, but it makes a draw on the spot. Let me check. Yeah, everything
Probably
else.
he should go for it just to check.
Knight
Bishop
g3
c7,
also.
Yes.
bishop c7 was played.
Bishop 7. Maybe actually to stop the idea
No.
of knight f4.
Yeah, knight e2, and now you cannot play king b4 because knight d4 obviously makes an immediate draw. And we are, by the way, on 98. So
98,
12
okay.
moves,
12
moves
more
away
moves,
from a
12 more
potential
moves.
claim. And once again, we don't know if Nicolosi actually realizes how close he is. But I suspect, his play, once David allowed this particular setup, White's play has not been very difficult. And maybe he already checked.
Maybe David also knows it and he just wants to torture his opponent as much as possible, So this is one of the ways, right? You top guys, you are doing it with weaker opponents. You just torture until your opponent is getting tired and tired.
He's going to play until the end. That's
Yes,
for sure.
and then you, just keep the position going, and you know that you cannot change. He cannot change anything, and then
king e4
move
is on board.
49. You move something, and another
Yes.
50
Well,
moves.
he kind of has to go king 6, king d7 now, because he's gone. Hang on, he's gone bishop c7, I think, or bishop b8. Ah, yeah, that also stops knight d4, I guess, because king d6 exists. Wait. Is this a draw?
Oops.
Most likely, yes.
King
yes.
e6. Knight g7. There is now a forced draw on the table.
He's not going to go for it. No way.
Probably
No
not.
way.
No, probably not.
Oh,
No way.
it looks cute.
It looks very nice.
Well,
what did he play?
It,
He did play something, didn't he?
He has a minute and 29 seconds to actually calculate 5. It is calculable.
It is.
It really isn't
It is.
very difficult anymore.
It is.
It is very calculable now.
It is.
Yep.
But I would be very reluctant to play f5. But look, you've been under tremendous pressure.
Yeah.
If you can force the draw, human psychology tells you that you're probably
Yeah.
going to have to take it.
My question
for it.
is, if we go f5, e5, knight f5, king d7, and we go knight h4, have we lost? Still no. Okay, g5, knight f5, and we're still okay.
So what's the draw?
It gets a bit iffy though, king e6, because
no,
knight
no.
g7 check we actually lose.
This is serious stuff. Yeah.
This we lose.
Oops.
Yeah.
This knight is-
That's the way England
Lose it.
equalizes.
Did
He
he,
made a move.
he played something. He did
Yes.
play f5. Okay,
He did
so
play f5.
David needs to play ef. He needs to play king
Yes.
d7.
I think he has some chances, guys.
Yes. Now,
Yeah, I think-
now
I think
the
right
moment.
now he has some chances. I mean, he's going to take on f5 with the e pawn.
Yeah,
I don't
because
think he has
this,
any
this
other
makes no
alternative.
sense whatsoever. This is just an immediate draw with like any move,
Knight
including,
g7 is the
including
easiest.
knight g7, and then
Knight takes
hang on,
c6.
is knight e6 a draw? Are we sure? I mean, yes, it says it's
Yes.
a draw. But
Yes.
King f2.
King f2,
Bishop h2,
Oops.
king f3,
king f5.
b4. Isn't that just b4?
Yeah, we can even park it on f1 actually. I don't know, I'm losing my mind here. We can actually just do
Just
this.
go king f1 and push the pawn.
And
now push the pawn.
And push, yeah.
Okay, but this is a big moment, right?
Yeah.
He took
okay.
on f5, knight
e5,
takes
knight f5. He has to play king d7. He has to realize knight g7 check exists.
He played it. It's on the board.
Played it.
He played it, wow.
White still has like pretty much every single move here. I mean, I don't think you can actually throw apart from blundering a knight here.
But look at David. He senses something.
Yes,
he
yes.
senses something. I can see it on his face. He's trying to calculate. He's not seeing the immediate draw, which is already a plus.
Yeah.
You don't see the immediate draw, you have renewed energy.
Like you feel that you have a chance at this, in this position compared to how it was before.
Let me...
The funny thing about the position is that you can leave the knight on f5.
Yeah, exactly. The engine just goes before here and says, yeah, please take on f5. And it's a good square because it doesn't allow the king to come
so
closer.
what you play
because knight g7.
before? What is the move before?
Before is very
Okay.
strong, yeah. Before
Yes,
is very
before.
strong here.
Let's
Just
do
put it
it.
on b5 to make sure that you have additional ways to distract black from.
No, that knight is actually an amazing knight.
Yeah, it's a fantastic piece. You shouldn't touch it, but I don't know how easy it is to do
Even
this
psychologically,
on
you can
30
even you can
seconds,
even
yeah.
see his opponent that he's struggling even
Of
right
course,
now.
a
yes.
little bit, yeah.
Yes.
No, he played f5 because he thought that the game is over after
yes.
f5.
Absolutely.
Now after king d7, the game is not over yet.
Yes.
20 seconds on his
Yeah,
clock.
yeah.
Yes.
You can also do this. You can go knight h4, g5, king f3. But obviously black is not going to touch it, and this might be lost now.
I think he might be
Wow.
lost.
This
yes.
might be lost now.
So
yeah.
he made a move. He made a move. I'm wondering.
Knight h4 is on the board and
Okay.
g5 is on the board.
Wow.
Knight f5 still makes a draw.
Just go back to f5.
Yeah,
This is the
we
safest.
know knight f5 still makes a draw, but you do need to stop king e6. The reason this makes a draw is you absolutely do need to stop king e6 from happening.
But king e6, knight
no,
g7, king
yeah.
f6.
No, yeah,
this was basically what we were.
No, we do this, yeah. We
If you
do
go
this.
g4, g3, I take on g3.
No,
I just
this is,
keep
this
the
is
knight
tricky
on.
now.
Yes.
This is tricky now. King
Yes.
f6,
Yes.
b5, g4.
Yes. Isn't the tendency right now to try to
Only
force
two
you?
moves make a draw now. Knight h4 and b6. I mean, the other two moves you can make.
He
but
played knight g2, by the way.
he played knight g2, still a draw.
The idea is that many moments you push the sage pawn. Yes, I will take it.
I will take it,
So
yes.
that's
Yeah,
that's
so
the
you-
point.
you
Just to
have
keep the knight
you
here.
cannot
yes.
allow to you cannot allow king f5. You have to play king e6.
King
Everything
e6.
else is just a very easy draw. Even.
Okay, so how do you make progress,
Yes,
actually,
king e6
is
before.
the question.
Only move that makes a draw is before, but that's the only move you
Makes
can
sense,
make.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
it makes sense because what else? And
Mm-hmm.
then what?
So the plan for black should be king f6, g4, king g5, right?
Exactly, yeah. So we go king f6, b5, we go g4. Only move to make a draw is knight h4. With the idea
to give
of
the check
meeting-
on f3.
Yeah.
This is
it's
insanely
not
difficult.
easy. Now it's not easy,
This is-
especially with limited amount of time. It's not easy.
Insanely difficult right
Yes. Good luck. I mean,
now. Given the
find it.
match situation, given the pressure,
Wow.
given
He
the
got
way
his
the
chance
position
now.
has changed,
if it's the only way, it's not easy at all. And David has his chance now.
He's gone king f3, this might be losing.
yes, this might actually just be losing.
So
Yeah.
we
I
remember that
wouldn't be-
before
I
was the
wouldn't be
best
shocked
move.
if
Yes.
this is losing now.
What's the difference? Like now we have extra tempo by playing g4 or
Well,
what?
we also ceded some ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like king f5, king g6, put the bishop on a7 and start pushing.
Mm-hmm.
There might be some Zugzwangs. I think, yeah, every move wins now, basically. g4 check wins as well.
You're too slow. Your pawn
You're
is
too
still
slow,
on
yeah,
b3. Why are you not moving the pawn? Why are you taking this defensive stance when you don't actually have to do it yet?
g4 check, yeah. And the difference with the position we were discussing is if you go knight h4 now, bishop g3, knight f3.
Just h4.
Yeah, we go
Just
h4.
h4. Yes. So you help with
In
this
the previous
bishop.
position,
The,
you
the
lost.
pawn, the
Pawn
the
was
pawn
on
needs to be on
b5,
b7.
yes, on
yeah.
bis-
The
or
pawn-
b6.
yeah, king f3 is
Wow.
a very difficult decision for me to understand. Why do you like? What would you what could you think was a threat that you needed to move away from a very good central?
And this is
square?
why we love the Olympiads. There's so much tension, and right now David Howell will become the hero of Team England.
It
if he
seems like
wins this
that.
one.
Yes, actually, now you see the difference. Why would they have this rating difference? You can see
Yeah.
that he is using.
Finally the experience
The
is showing
experience
here.
show.
Yeah. It took more than 100 moves for the Georgian player actually to start making mistakes, but he did start making mistakes.
No, it was the F5. Like he played a
yeah.
perfect defensive game, and he played F5.
Mm-hmm.
Really thinking, and human psychology
Correctly
once again.
thinking.
Human psychology.
Yeah, this is a
by the
very
way,
good shot of the playing hall. in exactly the center of the playing hall.
and you
There
know
is one
exactly
game
where the
still
action
running,
is,
yeah.
Yes.
because everybody is circled around.
Yeah.
They can
Their
close the
board.
lights and
Yeah.
keep it only on David.
And this was also move 101, meaning that he only needed to continue shuffling for another 10 moves, and he could claim. And I'm sure he just missed King D7. He thought he was making an immediate draw.
Yeah. King D7 already, you could see it on by his body language that he's starting to doubt.
Yeah. Knight H4, correct. And now Bishop G3, Knight F5, Knight F5, Bishop E1 is winning. David will find it from here, I'm pretty sure. Because
That's his
moves
chance.
moves are just very logical.
That is his chance. Is
Yeah,
that
but
the
why
only
is,
way?
why is the pawn still on B3?
Yeah, that's so bad.
That is
That is
just
so
like
bad.
what he will be asking himself. When
No, the rule is right. The only rule what I remember, if you have a pass pawn, you have to move it forward.
Yes.
That's the only rule I remember. Like
Bishop
no
is on
matter
G3
what.
right
Bishop
now.
G3 correct.
if
Knight
you have a
F5 or Knight
chance.
F3. I don't know which one he chooses, but neither of them hold anymore.
Wow, what a game!
Very dramatic endgame.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure no one regrets now that we keep staying and watching this game for so long. But really, this game is
We don't
decisive
regret it either. Yeah, this is a
for
very,
the
very
match,
important
and
game.
every match point is important.
He's gone Knight F5. Now Bishop E1 is obviously the logical square because you're stopping before, and also very importantly, after King F4, you have this check from G2 and then King G5, and then they finally start moving.
Yeah.
You can still blunder something like Knight D4, H4 allows Knight F3 check, and suddenly it's back to being a draw.
Wow.
But you don't play H4, you play King H4, and this is the difference. Now Knight F3, the king doesn't get to the corner.
Yeah.
And this is quite a well-known situation where King to H1, H2, and then you take away the F2 square from the white king and white.
What an
designs.
endgame! What an endgame!
So many small tricks you still have to see. Oh,
Bishop to E1 on the board right now.
13, 12, 11.
Even the camera is
it's getting tired,
is
huh?
getting tired.
Blurry and
Getting
tired.
blurry.
No, I think
Sweating.
this is you know, we're doing the art house cinema effect more than the blur. We're going for the art house.
Yes, so people can feel all this.
Bishop to E1
Yeah, I think Knight D4 was played and
with 2 seconds on his clock.
with 2 seconds. And the issue is now even H4, H3 is just winning because the king is cut off so badly that H4, H3 is basically queening the pawn. H4,
Knight
Knight
F3,
F3,
and now
H3.
H3.
Yeah, and it's,
Like you ignore even the fact
it's
that
just
the
a
white can
it's
take the
just a
bishop.
ready-made queen. yeah.
Yes.
And then
Wow.
we go G3.
I
and
think
H2.
David should
No,
find
actually
it.
you can take on
He
F3.
has 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, with the
Now you
bishop
can
on
take
E1.
on F3.
With the bishop on E1, we can take
And then
on
just
F3
go
now,
King
yeah.
E6, catch the other pawn, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, David will figure it out.
H4 is on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is
Wow.
over because King F4, H3, and it's just a queen.
What a game.
And what Cristian was showing is that with the bishop cutting off this diagonal, this is kind of a famous trick. Yeah, this is just
Or you can go to E6.
yeah. Actually, why am I doing this? Yeah, just go after the pawn.
Go
there,
after
yeah.
the
Take
pawn.
the
And
pawn, and then you bring.
H2.
at some point you have to move.
Yeah, Knight F3 played, and yeah, David. I mean, H3 also wins, but just taking is not a mistake.
Yeah.
Just go GF H3, and your opponent will.
But did you see the sight of relief
Oh,
on
yeah.
David's face?
Yeah.
He just like sat in his chair like this.
Yeah,
Now he's
there it
calculating.
goes. GF played. Yeah, the game is.
Takes the knight, go H3, catch the other pawn. And yeah, that's it.
Wow. What a game.
Saves the match for Team England
Mm.
in the nick of time.
Lots of experience. Of course, he doesn't play only for the national team. I'm sure he plays for a bunch of other teams, Bundesliga, English championships, team championships, right? European club
He's a seasoned
championships.
veteran.
Yes. Yes, of course. So very, very experienced. He knows how to keep pressure. And it's very important. I mean, skill, just to torture your opponent to the moment where he's tired and starts making even small mistake can help you to win the game at the end of the day. Wow.
Yeah.
time to give an interview for David.
No, I think David can be excused from the interview. I
Yes.
think he's done enough. He played a 6-hour game of chess, which saved the match for his team. I think we can maybe let him go without the interview.
Today, yes.
No
Excuses, no?
No,
Right
Peter,
now?
no.
Come on. He said
We
that he's
cannot
the
let him
best.
go.
It's my, I keep on saying I'm retired, but my inner player still shines through occasionally. 'Cause
We cannot let him go.
Yes, he should make the decision.
Wow.
There it
Ah,
is.
so, yeah,
There it
so
is.
Wow.
He is winning the game.
Look at David right now.
Yeah.
Look at his sight of relief
I'm
right
not
now.
sure that he knows. His trainer comes to him, I think.
It's an important part of
Yes.
it. Look, you cannot be too harsh on your player. You know that he didn't want to lose this game. He's disappointed. But you still cannot let him get too down on himself. And that's what his experienced trainer is telling him right now. It's okay. It happens. Tensions are high.
Yes, at
You
the end
have
of
to
the
get
day,
back.
Georgia didn't lose this match. It's 2-2. I think still, like, both teams were quite strong, and
Yes.
the result is nothing. It's not crazy result, right?
That's the nature of sports. That's the nature of competition. That's the nature of chess. These mistakes will happen, especially when the tensions are so high.
So the playing hall is completely empty. All the games are over.
Yeah,
It was
that
the
was-
last game, maybe the longest so far. Yes, in
Probably it
maybe
was
of
about
the Olympiad.
112-ish.
Actually, David is famous to finish to have all these long games. Now I remember the Grand Chess Grand Swiss Open in Riga. He was playing all the time, so he actually likes to torture also
I think we're
commentators,
seeing a
right?
360 view of the playing hall.
Yes, everything is empty right now. Yes,
No more boards. That's it.
no arbiters, no captains.
So one final brief roundup. Plenty of exciting chess. We've just seen seemingly the very last game of the day was this hugely important game in the match between Georgia and England, which David Howell won. But the two most important results of the day are Ukraine
Victory.
beating the United States of America because of victory for Vasil
Huge,
Ivanchuk
huge.
You guys,
on board 2 versus Wesley So, and Vietnam beating Uzbekistan 3-1,
absolutely.
which
These
is
were
also very
big.
much against the form book.
Absolutely big results. Expecting lots of action tomorrow. Stay with us. Same time, same place. See you in Budapest, day number 5 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, so Hungary.
Okay, Hungary.
Is it Hungary?
Is this Hungary?
Hungary.
Hungary, of course.
US?
USA.
Estados Unidos.
USA.
United States of America. Okay, that's USA.
You see?
India. India.
India?
India.
India.
So far it's easy. Azerbaijan.
Is Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan?
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
That is Azerbaijan.
Poland. Yeah, Poland. You're killing it.
Poland.
Poland.
Poland? Poland. Argentina.
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 Oh, this is Uruguay?
Indonesia.
No.
Indonesia.
That's Indonesia.
Singapore.
Singapore.
Singapore?
Singapore?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Canada. Oh.
Lebanon.
Lebanon. Lebanon?
Lebanon. Oh, it's not Kenya.
Oh my God, what did you do to me? Oh no.
It becomes only like harder, yeah?
Africa, yeah.
I don't know.
Afghanistan.
No.
Malawi. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, Malawi?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's, I don't know. Where?
This will be too difficult. I don't know this one.
Yeah, it's getting hard.
Oh, this is a beautiful flag, and I feel like I've been to this country. It is Barbados. Bahamas.
Yeah.
Bahamas.
Okay, nice.
Bhutan.
Yes, well done. Okay, I think you scored like the best. Yeah.
Malawi, I was not good.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game. Global Chess League, coming soon.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Eco's first move? What range to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.